All right, I think that's the one, right? So dumb, so dumb. Ah, I don't know. It keeps switching off on me. Well, again, dude, I got this. I get this great opening lines with the muted microphone. It just it's killing the Dennis Herrera show. Oh my God, you guys have no idea. I've been up since 5:30 this morning and just filling my head with information. And then I even made a little thumbnail for YouTube so that you guys can see that picture. Just took that picture this morning and went and edited it. And I've been trying to watch all these news. And there's a new live that I'm waiting for from President Donald Trump. It should be on, I think it was at 11 a.m. I just never know if it's, which 11 a.m., if it's 1 hours or 2 hours away from me. I don't know. But I will try to keep an eye on that for you guys so that you can, let me get rid of these icons, so that you guys can actually watch the live with me. So with that being said, let me go ahead and say good morning, Brian. Thank you for being here, the first one in here. My man, good morning, man. How you doing, Mike? I'm glad that you guys are here. You guys are my big brothers. And Mike says Trump 28. I don't know if he can make it that long, man. I think President Donald Trump. I think he's done enough, man. I don't think it's right for us to keep asking him to do more for our country, but we sure as heck appreciate him for doing that. Now, obviously, you guys already know that. Well, the title of this video is "I'm being threatened." My life is being threatened for what? For defending the American way, for defending American rights. I don't understand. Where do we? How do we judge? How do we judge uh, righteously? How do we say, hey, listen, man, Muslims are evil? How can we go around saying anything like that? Well, by their fruits you shall recognize them, and we judge by the way that people are, not by the way they look, but by what they do, what actions they do. And you know, there has been atrocities all over, the world throughout history. I get it. I get it. My native people, my Indian people were raped, and they were, robbed, and whatever else you wanna call it. But that's history, and we have learned to, hey, listen, well, this is my life now. This is the way our country is today. Let's make it better from here on. What do you have in common with a? The only thing I have in common with a billionaire is I'm a Gemini, just like him. Uh, yes, Dennis. And actually Dennis is kind of a popular name in Honduras. Let's see. He hasn't done anything but make billionaires rich. Well, that means that if you were a billionaire, you have been demoted to just rich. Because billionaires, I think, to me, are more than rich. Rich means you made $1 million in a year. But everything that he has done, I think he's been doing a great thing. Oh, my sister's up. We are live at the Apollo. If you get a chance. I am actually on what about what's that? 30 minutes earlier. I want to get into the habit of getting my show started at 9 a.m. my time, Pacific time. Not broke, just not a billionaire. Yeah, there's a big difference. Let's see, Mike, what you got? We have been American in common, Trump and billionaires in America. There you go. There's that too. We're patriots. We love this country. We respect the law. And I know a lot of people on the left are saying that President Donald Trump is doing unconstitutional things. And then we have these hateful Democrats that, listen, I, 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 I am losing a lot of respect, and it's very unfortunate uh, for people that serve our country, because Democrats have shown us that they use their titles to convince people that we should be fighting each other. You know, instead of them helping uh, President Donald Trump, the administration, instead of respecting democracy, as they like to call so much on, instead of respecting that we put the president in office, that we won, that is our chance to govern, it's our chance to get our dreams come true. 4 years we get. And I don't understand why when they win, it's okay. But when we win, it's not. Well, I understand. Losers, there's sore losers, and there is people that are competitive. There's people that are say, hey, listen, this is the democracy, this is what we agree to, and well, here we are. People sometimes they can accept defeat, and they do all this evil thing against us, saying that we're the ones doing that. But let's be honest. Who's the aggressive here? Everything that I say, I believe that is true. If you can argue with me all you want, if you're gonna be on my chat, be respectful, because other people don't want to come here to be uncomfortable on my chat. Good morning, sis. Ah, so good to see you. I'm so glad that you're here. Oh man. I miss hugs every day. When I get to see you, I'm gonna have to hold you for a very, very, very long time. I would just like to, just say, listen, if you go into somebody's place, be respectful, and what's funny is what's crazy is this, that the same people that support Paul Salsi. Our hound is here. What are we smelling here? What are we smelling? Uh Paul, what's up? What's going on? What are you smelling? I see there's something's going on. Democrats' faces when they see Trump making America great. What are you smelling there, hound dog? What do we have? Transquifia, or do we have Trantifia in the house? What are you smelling? What are you sensing? So what is the narrative of Trump? America first. Why would we want to lose that? See, you can't demonize something that is right. You can't demonize something that is good. That's the difference. It's like there's nothing wrong. If there is an agenda, there's nothing wrong with it. Just let it be uh, a good agenda, and then we'll find it and we'll follow it. There you go. Paul Salsi. I smell Trantavia in the chat. Love you, bro. I appreciate you being in here. People don't know I'm a very sarcastic person. I don't know if you noticed that. But well, here, and it's okay. I like it when people ask questions. See, that's a difference, and I appreciate that. What Matt? I appreciate that, Matt. If you come in here and disagree with me, listen. Just a heads up. When let me put this up here, just to keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. Um, just to keep an eye out, just to make sure that we're following you. If I don't see it, you guys let me know in the chat. But here's a few things. Okay, now some of these things you might not know, or some of these things you might not care. Okay, but here's one positive thing. Now, if you guys want to take a look at my profile, you will know I am Honduran American, meaning that I was born in Honduras. I came here legally and became an American citizen after 30 years plus. Okay, I became an American citizen. You think I earned it? I think so. I think so. I think I've earned it. I've been paying taxes since I started working at the age of 16, and yeah, I think I've earned it. I think I earned my title of American citizen. But here's the thing, President Donald Trump. Something happened down in Central America, which is actually very sad to me, because Honduras is a country that I love very much, and I love the people. And yes, I know there's a lot of illiterate people in Honduras, but there's also a lot of good teachers. There's a lot of good business people. There's a lot of great, hardworking people. And, we have good people, we got bad people. That happens in every country, in every culture, in every ethnicity. And, I love Honduras. There's no question, there's no doubt. I love Honduras. But I also love the United States of America. And my family, well, I have my family right here in the United States of America. And, while I'm here, the difference between me and other naturalized American citizens, like from Somalia, for example, it's I believe Honduras is beautiful. I believe America is beautiful. And I love the United States of America. See, that's the big difference. I am here adding to the economy. I am here adding value to the United States of America. See, I have assimilated to be here in the United States of America. And I respect the laws, and I love the people. Do I like them? Probably not. Do I love them? Yes. And there's a big difference. And if you don't know what that is, I can explain if you ask. But President Donald Trump has pardoned the ex-president of Honduras, whom Democrats and a lot of people, socialist people and communist people in Honduras, made up a lie that he was a drug lord. Now, disclaimer, his brother is or is in jail as we speak. He was the narco leader. Hey, Freshly, good morning, my brother. And, people, they found that it was easy to blame the president. And, well, what better way, right? Well, here, it's such a long story, such a big loop. It's years of information that you can't really explain it in just a few minutes. But long story short, okay, I believe the president of Honduras was innocent. He was set up by the socialist communists in our country. They blame him for bringing thousands of pounds of drugs to the United States of America, made up a lie that said that he was going to send cocaine to the United States to make all the gringos or Americans snort cocaine. That's bullcrap. That's a lie. He never said that. And they make all these lies, kind of like Trump, right? Why is it so hard for some of these people like SoCal, for example? Why is it so hard for them to believe that Trump is doing anything good? Well, first of all, legacy media has control of the information, has control of all Americans. If I go to CNN, they got over 16 million subscribers, which I'm sure that some of them are just there to get clips and, make sure that we get notifications when there is actual news just to see what they say about the news. And then, how do you convince these people? They're brainwashed. They are brainwashed. I can show you guys. Let me take a look at the National Coast Guard here. Let me see. It doesn't matter how many things we show. People are still in denial. Doesn't matter what we show. People are always on denial. I'm going to prove it to you. I want to prove it to you. Tonight. This is just a random clip. I don't know what's in it, but here we go. Trying to make a point. Let's take a look. I'm going to prove it to you. So what was that? The Zen Master's brainwash with facts. Okay, here you go, Zen Master. You are one of the people that believe, I'm sure, because you made that comment, I am sure you're one of the people that believe that we are just attacking innocent fishermen. Let's find out.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth continues to face major criticism for his handling of the initial set of strikes on Venezuelan boats back in September, as he and his supporters doubled down. More and more are calling for him to resign, as Christine Frizzell reports.
The debate rages on in Washington over an initial set of strikes on an alleged drug boat in September and whether a second strike on 2 survivors meant to kill them was justified and legal.
And right now,
you had 2 survivors clinging to half of a boat, and then you went in and you killed them. That's a war crime.
As some Democrats call for Pete Hegseth to resign, the Pentagon chief is doubling down on his actions.
If you're working for a designated terrorist organization and you bring drugs to this country in a boat, we will find you and we will sink you.
Last week, U.S. Navy Admiral Frank Bradley briefed lawmakers on Capitol Hill, reportedly telling them the 11 people on board were on an internal list of military targets.
Any boat loaded with drugs that is crewed by associates and members of foreign terrorist organizations that are trying to kill American kids, I think is a valid target. I'm not just comfortable with it, I want to continue it.
But some lawmakers are raising questions about the boat's route, apparently on its way to link up with a larger boat headed for Suriname, a small South American country that's often a popular route to take drugs to Europe, not the United States.
Is this really about drugs, or is it about...
That random clip. So the problem is that the drugs were not coming to the United States. They were going for Europe. Guys, we made a mistake. We are also saving European lives. What the hell is wrong with the United States of America? Why are we saving lives of Europeans? This is our sin. This is our sin. Okay, so they are. Ay. Why do you want to support the crazy left? I just don't understand. Oh my God, why? For the life of me, I can't understand. I want to believe that you guys are smart and you have common sense and that there is wisdom, but the left, they just don't get it. They just don't get it. So it's not okay for us to stop it anymore because, well, it's not coming to the United States of America. It's supposed to go to Europe. Let the drug lords send the drugs somewhere else. We can only attack when we are certain that they're coming to the United States of America. You ungrateful bastards throughout the world, you lucky that the United States does what it does. Otherwise, your countries will be even worse state than what they are right now. Be grateful. Go ahead and tell me what you got from ABC.
Regime change in Venezuela. Are we about to go to war with Venezuela?
Sure.
The president has alluded to that repeatedly over the course of the last several weeks, couple months now.
A debate is also growing over whether video of that second strike should be released to the public. Democrats say it should, despite its disturbing nature.
Sure.
President Trump says he'd support it. Secretary Hegseth says,
Number one, it's not disturbing to me. I want to see these criminals gone.
He's reviewing it, but doesn't want processes or procedures to be revealed if they might harm Americans.
There you go. Now, there's one, but I want to, these are fishing boats, guys. These are fishing boats. It's no big deal. They're fishing boats. Let's take a look at another fishing boat. Let me see what these guys say right here. Fishing boat. Get out of here. Fishing boats. Fishing boats, they say. What do you got here, Coast Guard? What is this?
Big bust at sea. The Coast Guard offloading almost 50,000 pounds of cocaine today.
The drugs worth more than $360 million comes amid ongoing efforts to combat drug trafficking. Let's go now to Local 10's Hannah Yashivi.
She's live at Port Everglades with more details on this. Hannah.
It's a huge day for the U.S. Coast Guard. This white boat that you see here right now offloading thousands of pounds of cocaine. I just want to give you some live images right now offloading the drugs.
Do better, SoCal? That really? Do better?
And it's still happening very carefully here. DEA agents are grabbing the drugs to better destroy them and study them first. But it's a team of 120 brave men and women from the U.S. Coast Guard, specifically from this one ship that for the last 3 months have been working really hard to seize almost 50,000 pounds of cocaine. Now, if you take a look at this video, we got the opportunity to get on the cutter and all of these stacks of cocaine.
Guys, don't believe this video. This is lies. This is lies. They don't bring drugs. Those are all mattresses. Those are all mattresses for the homeless.
Gives you a better idea of the magnitude of this operation that was all confiscated at sea by the Pacific waters near Colombia.
You know what else is murder? Over 800,000 Americans dying from these narcos bringing all this garbage into our country. I have no pity, no empathy. Do I ever feel sorry for them? No. They had a choice. They made a choice. They want to kill Americans to make money. I have no pity. Shame on you for having any type of pity on criminals that are killing your children. Grow some balls.
And Ecuador, lots of officials here just to make this historic announcement, including the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Now, the commander for this specific Coast Guard cutter called Stone tells me these 49,000 pounds of cocaine are worth $362 million. That didn't even get here to the United States, thanks to the very hard work of the U.S. Coast Guard. Now, let me give you a little insight. The commander here says they did these busts mostly at night. All of the cartel traffickers on the boats were returned to their home countries, and none of the Coast Guard members of this boat.
All of them return back to their home countries. For what? So they can do another run? That's why Trump is not playing. Hey, good job, Jay. I'm glad that your homegirl, Letitia James' case was dismissed. Yeah. Congratulations. Well, we don't give a shit. What else do we got in here? The pork cartels are missing 87 people. They don't even remember the names. They don't know their names. They can't remember them. Good point. If Trump cares so much about the fight against drugs, he wouldn't have pardoned ex-Honduran president. Ducati, I'm glad you said that. Because that president is innocent. The ones that are guilty, they are still in the country, in power. Their name is Xiomara, Mel Zelaya, and Salvador Narrala. Salvador Narrala is the journalist that said that he had proof that President Orlando was corrupted and this and that. And he did the same thing Democrats were doing to President Trump and are still doing to President Trump in this day. But the difference is that the actual corrupted, well, no, there is no difference. It's the same thing as Democrats here. Everything they accuse us of is what they're guilty of. Same thing happened in Honduras. So before you go and say that he was a drug lord, if you never looked into the story, if you never really researched to see what's going on in Honduras, shh, quiet, piggy. You don't know jack squat or what you're talking about. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about with people. Listen, if you hear information, go research it. Go hear all sides of the story. Find out what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. And then make up your mind. But no, here we are, delusional people in the chat. I know, my hound dog, Paul Salsi, already smelled Trantifia in the chat. What else are you smelling there? What else are you smelling in there, my hound? Trump said Democrats will support a narco-terrorist, and he was right. Again. Man, that's right, sis. It's crazy. These people don't know. They don't know. Oh, hey, don't block Paul. Okay, who the hell blocked Paul? Don't block Paul. I just saw that. Don't block my brother, man. Let's see. Unless he took that back, but that was a good comment. Whiteside, we are all journalists. Well, good. Then you know that I'm telling the truth. Let's see. Those are all mattresses for the home. Joe Reed, I'm glad you caught that one. I'm glad you caught that one. Let's see. Who else is in here blocking or removing comments? Don't block anything yet. Let me find out. Let me see. The honest verdict. Here we go. The honest verdict. This got to be good. The ex-president of Honduras went through a whole court here investigation for more than 3 years, and they found him guilty. Just like this January 6th committee, all Democrats. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. You know who the Democrats are in bed with? With the socialist communists. Yeah, that's right. So is Mexico. Not all of Mexico, but the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum. That's right. I believe that. Whether she is there because she loves them or because she's afraid for her life, it is irrelevant. The fact is that she is involved with them. She calls herself a friend of Nicolas Maduro. Maybe now she might be changing the tune. But the same people that our court system, SoCal, is so freaking corrupted. And it has been proven over and over and over. Now, they can go after President Trump for 4 years, but after Letitia James committing the same fraud that she was accusing President Trump of doing, which he didn't do, but she did. You guys are okay with that? Jay over here celebrating the Felicia got out of court case dismissed? Come on. Who's delusional here, Jay? You and SoCal are delusional. Oh, I am very sure that I am in the right country. I want the United States of America to have a relationship with Honduras. Communists don't want that. Socialists don't want that. That's why right now in Honduras, the same liberal party like the Democrats here tell people, oh, we want to unite the country, in the meantime saying that the other party is cheating. You know what? Communists don't want the other party to be to have a fair election. Communists. They hate that. That's why I said sometimes I sound like a communist, because Democrats don't do jack squat for the United States of America. They should just disappear. We don't need a Democratic Party anymore. They have become corrupted. They have been bought. Soros has been the biggest influence for Democrats, and nobody on the left side says anything about it. Anything about it. SoCal, your opinion means jack squat. It doesn't mean anything. You have no brains. You are the stupidest person in this chat. That's just a fact. I can't believe that you being here in the United States of America can't stand up for America and what's right. You guys like to hear some podcasters and you like to see some stuff and just be like, oh my gosh, well, here we go. This is what I'm going to support. No, man, go do some research. Use that little peasy brain of yours to go do some research. Happy Monday, doggone it. I am sick and tired of the ignorance that comes into my chat sometimes. You guys are, what's the word that you guys like to hear? You guys are retarded. Man, talk about retard. If I wanted to find an example of what a retard is, I got Jay and SoCal in here if you guys needed to have an example. Just saying, guys, there's a lot of, there's plenty of material in these two morons to be able to make fun of people. But we're not going to push it too hard. We're not going to push it too hard. Let me see. There's another video on here. Let me put this on here because we're still watching this. We are still keeping an eye on this. Let me see. What is this? Man, this is Facebook. I'm not going to be able to watch this. Let me see if I can see this video. Come on. I think I showed this video before, I think. This is another fishing boat. Another fishing boat they got a bunch of they got a bunch of what do you guys call that? Stingrays on this boat. Look at that. That's a nice fishing boat right there. Yeah, it was only bringing 20,000 pounds of pillows. Yeah. 20,000 of feather pillows. Look at that. And they call these fishing boats. Very, very interesting. I like their outlook. I'll show you the whole clip of this the other day, I think, or at least a similar one. Look at that. This is the boats. This right here, the National Guard, capturing them, and they keep coming back. Well, under President Donald Trump, they're thinking twice about it. And they still do it, hoping that the morons on the left will actually fight us on the right. Now, when I say on the right, I don't mean on the right side. No, I mean on the right that we are correct. You guys that are still thinking on the left or too far right, you guys are the problem in our country. And I will say this, it's not too late to change your mind. Start supporting what's right, what is just. I stand for America first because I know that the United States of America helps a lot of countries throughout the world. I find it very interesting that the biggest issue on this video was that, well, it wasn't coming to the United States of America, guys. All those drugs were actually headed to Europe. And that, my friends, was the biggest argument that they have. Robert, welcome. I see you. All right, let's see. We're going to ignore all the Trantifia and Tranquifia people in here. And I'm just going to read my Patriot comments. Dennis wants to open chat with these exceptions. No spamming, racism, threats, or pedo BS. Otherwise, debate and chat away. Yeah, we'll ignore them anyways because they're stupid. I just don't have patience for stupidity today. Let me plug in my phone before it dies over here. I got my whole studio here. I don't care how many haters come in here to not like the videos, but here is the main title. Go back to the beginning. Some of you guys like to take me off track, but guess what? We're going to go back to the main point of this video, which is the start of demon rats are so hateful. They're so against freedom of speech. Now, they confuse this. If I tell somebody to shut up, it doesn't mean that I'm against freedom of speech. I just demand respect. But they actually threaten our lives. And they're not playing. So here's the thing. If you are on the left and stand for Democrats right now and are against President Donald Trump and us, I don't care about what happens to you. I don't care. I really don't care, especially when stuff like this happens.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and we are following a developing story that we have been tracking here.
You're garbage. That's what President Donald Trump is talking about. People like you guys are garbage.
For a little more than 24 hours after a shooting, gunshots fired there at the home of Tim Pool, who, of course, is known as a big political commentator with millions upon millions of fans on different social media platforms. Now, I do want to start from the beginning here because we heard from Pool on social media Saturday as he gave the initial information saying a vehicle approached our property and opened fire. No one was hurt. Our security team is reviewing the incident and will be relaying the report to appropriate law enforcement. This is the price we pay for speaking out against evil. He went on to say, my immediate thought is someone was trying to scare us, but we have a security gate and armed guards, and it's possible this deterred something more serious. Now, earlier today, he posted this follow-up saying, security believes 3 shots were fired. We are in contact with police and FBI. Thank you for everyone who reached out. If anyone has archived Chicken City, the shots should be audible. Unfortunately, we do not archive the live stream. This would be Friday between midnight and 1 a.m. Important to note, he's asking folks to kind of listen in if they do have that podcast somewhere, because you should be able to hear those gunshots fired. Now, reaction is coming in from all over here. We did hear from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene posting, quote, "This is terrifying. I'm glad everyone is okay. Everyone must stand together against this type of political violence and intimidation, no matter who it happens to, whether you like them or not." Former Congressman Matt Gaetz simply writing, "So sorry to hear." And we also heard from Andrew Colvette. He is with Turning Point USA, saying, quote, "This is awful. Prayers for you and your team. Please stay safe." Now, all of this, of course, coming months after the assassination of Turning Point's leader, Charlie Kirk. He was fatally shot as he spoke to a large university crowd in Orem, Utah. That was back in September. As for the latest on the shooting here at the home of Tim Pool, no one was injured, but labeled a right-wing podcaster, Pool does have millions of followers on social media across several platforms and is hoping that someone does have that archived footage where you can hear the gunshots. We'll, of course, keep you updated as we get new information here on Live Now from Fox.
New York City Mayoral-elect Zohran Mamdani is giving tips on ways to evade ICE officials trying to carry.
There we go. So we try to clean up our country. We try to do our thing outside of the country. It doesn't matter where we're at, in or out. It doesn't matter. You demo rats, you leftist turds are just not going to change. You guys are evil. You guys are just evil. You show me here every day on the chat, every single day. And I allow you to continue to come into the chat thinking that one day you're going to have an actual argument. But you just can't do that, can you? It's not in your nature. You're already dirty. You're already corrupted. I try to find ways to see if you respond. I show videos on both medias, Fox, CNN, MSNBC, ABC. You still don't get it. You still don't believe it. You still don't accept it. You think that the court systems are correct. They're corrupted. We need to fire a lot of judges, a lot more judges. They're not impartial. They're not blind. They're not using justice. They're using prejudice to condemn innocent people. And you guys eat it up. You guys say, "Oh, he was convicted." You guys don't get it. We have a problem. We have a problem in this country. And, with all these people just, threatening our lives, right? You guys were on my live yesterday. I showed you guys a picture of one of the guys threatening my life in here. SoCal, let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something. And I want you to understand why I'm pissed off. Why I have to call you names. Why I have to be so hard on you. I am sick and tired of entitled mofos thinking that they can threaten somebody's life, thinking that they can just go shoot anybody they want. It pisses me off that people like you support those people. What else am I supposed to be nice about now? And you hear it more and more and more. We know what the problem is. If you're an illegal immigrant, SoCal, I get it. But for Pete's sakes, if you are an American, what the hell is wrong with you? If you can serve, at least speak the truth. Defend this country against foreign and domestic. Everybody that has been innocent, bullcrap. If you support Democrats, you support that, you moron. You don't get it. That's the problem. You don't get it. How can I have a serious conversation with you? I don't get it. It doesn't matter what proof I show you. It doesn't matter what explanation I give you. And I don't give you an explanation of just, this is my... No, it's facts. I show you with examples. I tell you the president of Honduras was innocent and that was actually set up by a communist. You say that's bullshit. You don't believe that. Well, guess what? Look into it. And you will find out that the current president of Honduras is like this with Nicolas Maduro. Facts, not just opinions. Put A and B together. It fits. What do you have to say about the Hunter's laptop? It's fake? You're going to tell me Joe Biden was the best president in the country history? You're going to tell me the last administration didn't raise inflation up to 9%? You're going to tell me that Trump didn't lower the inflation down to 3%? You're going to tell me that Democrats didn't make money because of Trump's tariffs on his first administration? No, but you support Democrats. Why would you support Democrats right now? A lot of Democrats are leaving. I supported them before. A lot of Democrats are leaving. Why are you still supporting Democrats? Are you getting SNAP? Are you getting food benefits? What is it for you? What is it that you are gaining from supporting Democrats? See, you can't just say, I support that, but not this. No, you support the party that believes that. You support the party that is letting our enemies infiltrate our government. And you support that. So throw me a fact in here that I am wrong on. Bull crap. Look at the history, bro. Look at the history. What was the highest inflation under Biden's administration? Yeah, because Trump took over, because Trump won in November. That's why. And what was the highest inflation? You think people don't change their mind when they see there's about to be a change? See, you live in just today, but some people have to look at the past, today, and the future. Hey, listen, okay, Trump is going to be in office. Oh, let's go ahead and get something going here. I need to start making some investments. The stock market's going up. They know something good's about to happen. And then Trump comes in, says what he says, does what he needs to do. Things are looking shady. Oh, my God, we made a mistake. Oh, why did I vote for him? Oh, blah, blah, blah. You can say all of that, but the fact is, this country is better off today than it's ever been, especially after decades of this country being destroyed. If it weren't so wealthy and strong, we will be worse off. Let's be clear about that. Venezuela thought that they can live under socialism and communism. Well, guess what? After a couple of decades, the people in Venezuela are more than 70% in poverty level. How is that possible for one of the richest countries in the world? It's possible because of people like you that support corrupted governments like the Democrats that we have today. That's how it's possible. So you have been following me for how long? You've been following me for at least a few months. You see everything that I say. I show the videos with facts, with proof of what's happening. You still don't believe it. We're saying that Democrats are protecting illegal immigrants and criminals. You say that's a lie. Whoa, look at this criminal right here. And why is it that Muslim socialists are taking over our country and you still support that? You still support that.
Carry out operations in a new video message. Take a look.
We can all stand up to ICE if you know your rights. ICE is legally allowed to lie to you, but you have the right to remain silent. If you're being detained, you may always ask, am I free to go? Repeatedly until they answer you. You are legally allowed to film ICE as long as you do not interfere with an arrest. New Yorkers have a constitutional right to protest. And when I'm mayor, we will protect that right. I will fight each and every day to protect, support, and celebrate our immigrant brothers and sisters.
Well, there you have it.
Now tell me, why do illegal immigrants, why do foreigners get the right to protest on our country? Why do they get a right? They're not part of we the people. See, that's where I clash with a lot of people. I clash with a lot of people. Because they're ungrateful. They're not wise. what's the word? They're garbage. Loco, ¿qué onda? Welcome to the chat, man. Toma, cabrón. It's good to see you in here, man. Loco is one of those crazy guys that don't support me all the time, but at least he hits that like button. So if you haven't done that either, man, you better hit that like button while we're here. All right, so that's what Mondani says. Okay, well, that's true. You got the right to protest. You got the right to ask, hey, am I being detained? No, then you can go. You're okay to record, but not like this. You can't be putting that shit on somebody's face. They got to make some sort of law. You got to keep at least 10 feet distance, at least, maybe 20, on any investigating scene where federal agents are in place. People just don't seem to get it. All right, we're done with this one. What did this? There you go. Let me go ahead and get our favorite chef ready for one of the videos to end later today. I want to make sure that I am prepared for that. There we go. Man, you know what? I'm going to play that video later. Yeah, that's good. Crime Chef is the man. He is doing a lot of research. I wish you were like Crime Chef. I wish that one day, SoCal, that you put a damn super chat on there so I can see your questions. Instead, you come in here as a cheap ass and you demand for me to pay attention to you specifically. Are you out of your freaking mind? There's more than one person on the chat, sir. You don't have to look at 4 different screens like I do. This guy, man, you guys are so entitled, man. No wonder you're on the left side. Wow, unbelievable. Now, let me go ahead and switch gears on you here, just real quick. Number one, I want to say, hey, guys, thank you for subscribing. You guys have been amazing. I want to show you something. I found this was very interesting. I found this very, very interesting. My patriots, my brothers, my sisters in here. Saltwater, good morning, brother. I see you, man. I see you. I can't see every comment in here, but I see you. Renee is here. Where's Renee? If it's my Renee, a big hug, big bro. If I haven't seen your comments, my bad. I'm sorry. I don't get to see everybody. Larry Elder for governor of California. I don't know who that is, but hopefully he's a good person. John says he's a troll bot. That makes sense. So the sixth sense, Amelia, why do you question that? Why do you question that? What are you doing? What are you doing to help me? See, you don't pay me for me to come in here and take your insults. F you. That's not how it works. You're lucky I haven't kicked you out yet. I'm trying to let everybody come in here and put their questions. That's okay. If you are going to demand, and I say this every time, maybe you're new. If you are going to demand my attention, if you're going to demand it, you better pay for it. If I am able to read your comments, I'm going to read them. And you know what I don't appreciate? That I take my time, which is very valuable to me, to pay attention to your comment. And the least that you can do is show me some respect. But instead, you just laugh at my reaction because you know what you're doing? You're just trolling. I get it. But it's true. You're the clowns calling us clowns. How does that work? You're the hypocrites that throw death threats at my channel and other people that talk the way that we talk. And yet we're the violent ones. You come in here and insult me every single day, and yet you get mad at me when I insult people. Very, very interesting, isn't it? So that's why I said, put a super chat if you want my attention. Otherwise, hold on. Wait your turn. I am not here to answer every single stupid comment that you put on there, because there's other people in here that I might be able to answer a question for. It's at least what you can do is put a damn super chat. You know why? Because it highlights it. It allows me to see it in one place longer than every comment that keeps moving up and up. You don't get it. If you've never done this, I get it. But I dare you, why don't you go do what I do right now and find out how easy it is to miss comments. Even my patriots who are blue and green in here, I miss their comments. When they text me, I miss my text. Hey, listen, it's just me. I don't have a studio team. It's just me, okay? So please, have some respect. That's all I'm saying. Is it wrong? Can anybody tell me? Is it wrong for me to say, hey, listen, if you want my undivided attention, at least pay for it? It's very simple. You know, I didn't succumb to the MAGA cult. I actually found a candidate that believes what I believe. A lot of us that go MAGA country is because we found an American that actually fights for us. We finally found what we have lost for such a long time. That's the difference. We didn't join the MAGA movement. See, MAGA just means make America great again. And we want that because we know at some point we were better. When were we better? When our border was secure, semi-secure. Well, now we're making America great. The border is secure. We still got to get rid of millions of illegal immigrants. So buckle up, Dorothy, because you're not in Kansas anymore. It's going to happen, and it's going to happen more and more and more. And you libtards with your emotional conflictions are going to continue to cry. But we don't care because you were not crying when those millions of illegal immigrants were coming across the border. They just want to work. You don't know the criminals that come through there. Our job is to protect the United States of America, not the world. Once we protect our country and we are strong and we are, again, on power, on the way that we're supposed to, then we can help everybody else. Right now, President Donald Trump is stretching that. We're helping Venezuela. We're helping Europe. We're helping, even Mexico is being helped by what we're doing. Or maybe not. Maybe they belong to the cartels. Who knows? But even Mexico, even Honduras, all these countries are benefiting because of what the United States of America is doing. And that United States of America is President Donald Trump. Fact. Tyler, good morning. I see you, bro. I see you. I am American, Zen Master. I am American. Thank you, Art. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you for liking my video. You know, I try not to, to get like really crazy on here on people. But man, it gets to me sometimes, man, when people threaten my life over and over and over. For what? For speaking? Are you kidding me? For speaking? You're going to threaten my life for speaking. You know what? Insult. Go ahead, but don't be threatening my life. Just know you start insulting me for no reason, you get blocked. It's very simple. Mr. Whiteley, I don't know you. You don't know me. You don't know what I do for people. You don't know what I've done for people. You don't know my life. You don't know my successes. You don't know my defeats. You don't know my love for people. You don't know my dislikes for certain points of views. You don't know jack squat about me, and yet you sit there as juror and judge and executioner over my character without knowing anything about me. You say, well, you do the same for me. No, I don't. You see, when I'm speaking out here, I'm speaking generally. The problem is that when you guys feel guilty, you start chatting back at me. You start doing hateful comments. Well, I didn't mention you. Timo Paul Rodriguez. Now, that's how you freaking insult somebody. As a matter of fact, that's not an insult. Paul Rodriguez, I'm probably like this close to being even this much good as him. Paul Rodriguez is the man. Yes, we both have an underbite. I get it. But he's Mexican. I'm from Honduras. About time one of you guys put your money where your mouth is. It's not that hard. $2.99. And you can't even do that. Mr. Watley, thank you for doing that. See, it's not a big deal. It's highlighted. I still see it. Even if it's just $2, I'm still seeing it. It's highlighted, and you got my love. Even though you're insulting me, it doesn't matter. The fact is that that's exactly how you do something. If you want to demand my attention, that's how you get it. It doesn't matter if it's $1 or $100. It doesn't matter. There's people that have dropped $500, $1,000 on my channel. It is no big deal, and I appreciate them. It is not a big deal. What's crazy is that the biggest chats that I get, they don't even ask me a question. They just give me a compliment of support. That's amazing, and I appreciate that. There you go. There you go. All right, Travis says 2 cents. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Travis. Nobody's pure blood anything. Yeah, that's right. We're all mutts, man. We are all mutts. And yes, I did assimilate to the American culture. But you know why? Because the American culture is Western culture. It's not that much difference. It's not that much different. See, the problem that we have right now is Muslims, that's not Western culture. See, we're okay with this, with the Hindus, right? We get it. We're okay with this Buddhist. We get it. That's okay. You know, we get it. Honduras, Mexicans, everybody in the American continents. In some way, we are very similar. Besides our language, we're very similar. We dress similar. We like the same hip hop. We like the same culture. You know, some speak Spanish, some speak English. Some of them party this way, some party this way. But there is a Western culture that we identify with. And it's easier to follow. It's easier for us to assimilate. I don't have this video, but there was this Honduran man. You know what? Let me see if I can find him. Okay, there was this Honduran man, and I love the way he says. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was on probably TikTok or something. Let's see. Stupid videos. Oh, boy. Let me see if I can find it. No, that's not it. I think it's this one right here. Yep. All right, let me go ahead and show you this real quick.
And that's how it's supposed to be. Thank you.
A lot of amigos say why I have the American flag right there. Why I don't have my Honduras flag. I say, I live in 25 years in this beautiful country.
Yes.
And I'm not supposed to have my Honduras flag wherever I coming from because we living in America.
Preach.
We living in this beautiful country. And it's not fair. I come into different country to put my flag. That's my flag right now for 25 years. God bless America.
Amen. And
exactly. Exactly. That is how you earn respect. Amazing. Amazing. That's a Honduran like me. See, a lot of us that were educated in Honduras, we know about civics, we know about patriotism, and patriotism, it's something that not everybody practices. We are supposed to be loyal, respect the law of the land, and appreciate it, and give as everybody else in that country does. I can be in Mexico. I will be the best citizen in Mexico. I can be the best citizen in Canada. If I like a place and that's exactly what they accept me, I will be the best that I can for that country. I love Honduras. I don't have dual citizenship. I was born there. So there's always a chance that I can always go back and live there. And yes, I can probably denounce my citizenship. That doesn't mean that I will betray the United States of America. That just means that my loyalty is going to go 100% back to Honduras. And I can do that. Anybody can do that. That's not the problem. But this Honduran guy has been in this country for 25 years. And he thinks with logic. Paulie, I got you, brother. Let's go. I don't like North Korea. I'm not interested in China. I'm not interested in Spain, Italy, France. I'm not interested in anything on that side of the ocean. So no, I'm not an idiot either. Why would I want to become a citizen of a horrible country? I wouldn't choose those countries. I chose the United States of America because it's the best country. And the least that I can do is defend it and fight for it. Let's see, 6. What was that? Thank you, Palsy. These actions were primarily aimed to protecting American business interests, especially those of powerful banana companies, and maintaining U.S. political influence in the region. What are you talking about? The U.S. conducted multiple military interventions in the early 20th century during the period known as the Banana Wars. Okay, thank you for saying that. And number 1, Robert. Robert, thanks for the super chat. My Mexican friend asked to smoke a blunt with me. I asked if he had papers, and he took off running and hid. You should have yelled back, "La migra!" This is how you know somebody is illegal. As soon as you say "La migra" and they start running, you know who to get. See, forget about this whole, oh, you look brown. Forget about it. You know what? Go to Home Depot. Go to Home Depot and just say, "La migra," and then just find out. Look who runs. Get those guys. Everybody that just chills like, so what? Everybody that chills like that, don't even question. Even if they are illegal, they can get away with it. Go for it. Do it the right way. Everybody else, run, mofos, because they're coming after you. They're coming after you. Here, this is how you spell it. La migra. Like that. You got to say it with the exclamation marks. You got to yell it out. All right? That's what you got to say. La migra. Not the migraine. La migra. It's like the immigration. That's what they're saying. The immigration. Nationalism has more negatives than positives. Let me see. Why? Why is that? That's a fair statement. Do you work for Alan? I don't even know who that is, bro. But coming from you, Left Freedom, I don't think many comments from you anymore. Let's see. Nationalism, freedom isn't free. Hello, bro. You don't understand what free is. Like Lisa, let's see what Lisa says. What if you have friends that are illegal and being here for years? I'm talking about old folks. What about that? If they're illegal, they got to go. They got to go. Just because they became your friends, it doesn't mean that you're going to break the law with them, does it? I'm not. If they have been here for so long, there's a reason why they haven't gotten papers. And if they haven't got papers, they can be here for 80 years. But they were conscious that they were illegal, and at some point, they will be deported. So I will say that if somebody has been here for years, hey, you were blessed to be here that many years, but now you got to go. Now you got to go. All right, what else you got? Let's see. Critical says, Jake. Jake says, just because they run doesn't mean they're criminals. No, it just means that they are illegal, and they got to go. See, they're already warming up. They're starting to run. Run for the border. All right, 6. I'm going to read a comment from you. What you got? I love indigenous First Nations people. Also, Dennis, we conquered you. No, you didn't. I'm a free man. You know what makes a free man? Let's explain freedom here real quick. Let's explain freedom from my point of view. See, freedom is the action of choosing what you want to do. If you're in a country where you want to choose good government, but bad government doesn't allow you to choose, that's not being free. If you choose to work for a company, you can argue and say, well, you're a slave to the man because he pays you and you have to work. Well, you're free because you have a choice. I can keep working for the guy, or I can go work for somebody else. Or even better, I can do my own business. And then you're choosing. Therefore, you are free. I don't think people know what freedom is. They think freedom is give me free stuff, free housing, free food, free everything. That's not freedom. Number one, you're lazy. There's a lot of names that I can give you, but we're not going to go there. Let's see. How many Latinos love Trump? Well, here's one for you. Let's see. Just one. Well, there you go. That's all it takes. One can make a splash, and that splash can turn into a wave. Hey, Gulf of America guy, explain freedom slave. What? Free, Mr. I don't know what the hell that was. Let freedom ring, SoCal, and any other leftists out there. You guys are all better. I know you wanted me to say it. I know. You mofos love to come in here because you miss me. And you know what? Let's be honest. I come here because I miss you too. Even though you piss me off, it's kind of like a bad relationship. You just can't break it off right away. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep thinking that something is going to change. Something's going to change. But eventually, I will drop your ass off. Let's see. Freedom right there. Pepsi or Coca-Cola is not freedom, my friend. To choose, it's always freedom. If you have no choice, then you have no freedom. Angela says, oh, Angela, love. This must be nice. Wow. What if you go to Mexico or some other country and you have a child that the child is considered a citizen of that country? No. And then you want to bring them home. So sorry. No. If I go to Mexico and I have a child, that child will have the nationality of moi, my nationality. That's how that works. But hey, good comment. Jester says, I'm free to love or hate anyone I want. Yeah, you are. But the stigma and the way people treat me is determined by that, so hate people and people won't like you. Well, yeah. Do unto others if you want done unto you. So if somebody, you say this, okay? You say this. Okay, do unto others as if you would like done unto you. Okay, so how does that work? First of all, look at the order in which is being said. Do unto others as you want them do unto you. So if that person is doing unto you what they want done unto them, if they're hating you, well, give it right back. Give it right back. But if they love you, if they support you, hey, give them love and support right back. That's how that works. Oh, man, that right there, my friends, it just burned the last little bit of oil that the libtards had in those gears and those little tiny brains that they carry with themselves. I don't think they understood what information was given to them right there. Too much truth melts libtards like butter. Oh, man. Hey, quick tip. If you're not a libtard, don't respond to that insult. All right? But if you respond to it, you are a libtard. All right. Now, getting a little serious here. Let's go ahead and switch gears again. Let me read a couple more comments. Gulf of America, let's go. Hey, I take both. I said that before as well. Who cares about Palestine at this point? Let's see. Golden Rule was God-given. Mexico was here before the U.S. and the Native Americans were here before Mexico. What's your point? Let's see. What else we got? Good news. Gringos, all the ketchup. you're shipping your I don't know what the hell you're saying. Speak English. You're in America. Tipu, Viva Mexico. 100%. Why not? You impressed yourself with that. I surprised myself, to be honest. Let's see. Is the petrodollar collapsing? I don't think so. Dig, drill, excavate, baby. Let's see. Billions for Israel. Not bad. Yeah, I guess sometimes. Suzu, remember when you said the FBI is the federal business of investigation? Huh? You mean Federal Bureau of Investigation? Go to school instead of panhandling online, Pedro. Oh, man. You see, guys, that's racist right there. This guy just called me Pedro. That's a racist right there. Funny how that works, doesn't it? Charlie James, not much of a thinker. Let's see. Okay. I love Israel. Me too. Let's see. All land was someone else's, conqueror of the land. That's right, baby. Yeah. Did you renounce your Honduras citizenship? Yes, I did. Because I was taught under my civic duties in Honduras is that I am supposed to be loyal to the land where I live. And when I decided to actually become an American citizen, I decided that I was going to stay here in the United States of America. And what the beautiful thing about that is that if I am American, I can always go to Honduras anytime. But if I am a Honduran and I lose my citizenship, green card status, or whatever, I cannot come back to the United States of America. So there is a benefit. That's right. There is a benefit. Thus, I keep protecting this country. All right. With that being said, you guys changing gears again. I gave you guys enough attention. You can't bitch and complain about that anymore. So Candace Owens and Carol Tuckerson, they have been saying a lot of nasty things about Israel. And, I was wondering why. You guys already have an idea of where I'm going with this. So Candace Owens, we're still trying to figure her out. Besides that she's going nuts, we're trying to figure that out. But Carol, on the other hand, very interesting turn of events. Now, even some of you guys on the left will agree with me on this. You guys say, why is President Donald Trump making friends with an ISIS leader, with Qatar, with the Arabs, our enemies, right? Leftards, you guys you're with me on that? All the leftist people will agree with us on that point. And I started thinking, like, why? Why is he now just saying all these things about Trump and about Israel? What's going on? And so many of the libtards that come in here, they don't get it because they don't like to research. They don't like to think outside the box, or maybe their brains just don't work as good as ours. But check this out. Listen to what's happening right here. And spoiler alert. He is buying a house in Qatar because he feels it's beautiful. Is that a coincidence that he is now buying a house after all the negative stuff that he's been saying about Israel? Very interesting. Let's see what he says. Go ahead, Carl.
I've been personally, not to make it about me, but I have been criticized as being a tool of Qatar. And I just want to say what you already know, which is I've never taken anything from your country and don't plan to. I am, however, tomorrow buying a place in Qatar, both because I am
pay a high check
in Doha, yeah, and I'm doing that because I like the city. I think it's beautiful, but also to make the statement that I'm an American and a free man, and I'll be wherever I want to be, which I think is important. But that does kind of leave us in a place where I have not taken any money from Qatar. I have instead given money to Qatar. And
that makes it better. He didn't take any money from them, guys. He's given Qatar money. Big coincidence.
I wonder if you feel that that means I've bought you and you will now spew my propaganda.
Well, thank you. Just ask me whatever you want me to do for you, I will do it. But,
there you go. Anything.
Look, Tucker, unfortunately, as I told you, that there are a lot of players putting a lot of efforts to sabotage the relationship between Qatar and the United States and to try to demonize anyone who will come to this country. Our efforts, when we are lobbying or doing, our outreach in the United States, is to make sure that this relationship is safeguarded. And
sorry, I keep calling him Carl. It's Tucker Carlson. Thank you. I saw that. I always get that backwards because Carlson, Carl, Tucker, Tuckerson. I'm sorry. Tucker Carlson. Sorry about that. Thank you for correcting me there. I appreciate that. All right, go on. Let's continue, guys. This is a very short clip. Don't worry.
The relationship for us is mutually beneficial. We are not getting aid from United States. We are buying from United States. We are partnering with them. We are investing in the United States. United States investing in Qatar. And this relationship has been always a two-way relationship. And we pay all these amounts for lobbying only to protect and to safeguard this relationship. If we were not being attacked and under a lot of disinformation campaign that's been unfortunately funded by other players who doesn't want to see a U.S.-Qatar relationship flourish, we would spend this money for better things, to do with the relationship.
Sheikh Mohammed, thank you so much for taking the time to do this. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheikh Mohammed. Thank you, Tucker, for this very insightful.
Okay, so for all of you guys who for those of you who says all these things about AIPAC, what do you think about that? What do you guys think about what you just heard? Tucker Carlson talking about buying a house because he thinks Qatar is beautiful. What do you think about that? If you are against AIPAC, against Israel, okay, that's your opinion. I love Israel. I will always defend Israel. Not the bad things, but Israel. What do you think about that? What do you think about Tucker Carlson going over there and giving money to Qatar, spending millions and millions of dollars buying a house in Qatar? What do you think about that? Let me see if you guys have any input on that. Why does America says drill, baby, drill? That doesn't mean in other countries. That means here in America. You must have missed that. Raul says, oh, shoot, it jumped. I missed it. Oh, no, there it is. Mega liar. Tucker is a mega liar. Okay. Anybody noticed how Charlie James hasn't said a single intelligent thing? Well, by saying intelligence, I don't think he will ever understand what you said there. All right, see, Angela says, I just asked that question and now you're saying it does matter whether you live in another country or born in another country, I think is what she's saying. You become a citizen of that country, so you lose it, you're screwed. I don't think you know what the hell I said. I don't know what you're saying there. I'm sorry. It does not compute. I said that my children will be the nationality that I am from, legally, legitimate. They will not be a citizen of Mexico if I am not a citizen of Mexico. They will still be a citizen of Honduras if I was not an American, but because I'm American, they are actually American citizens. All right, let's see. Sean Tucker tells the truth. He's not a liar. If you watch Tucker Carlson a lot longer than just a few minutes, you'd understand that he's telling the truth most of the time. Key, most of the time. I will agree with that. I watched Tucker for a very long time, and I supported him when he was in Fox, many years. Let's see. Dream says, look at how impressive Dubai is. USA paid for Dubai to exist. Yeah, no problem. Hey, I have no, just so you know, here's my opinion. I have no problem with Qatar. I know that they have funded terrorists. I know all that. President Donald Trump knows that. But we believe that we want to have them as friends. So the reason for my question is because Democrats have been hating us for doing that. But then here we are, Tucker Carlson, going over there, doing the same things with Qatar. Now, yes, he's been talking smack about Israel lately. Is it a coincidence that he bought a house in Qatar? Maybe. Maybe not. I don't care. I don't have a problem with it. But the fact is that Democrats did have a problem with President Donald Trump. Do they have a problem with Tucker? Will they have a problem if they find out that a lot of the Muslims that are here in the United States of America on the Democratic Party are actually aligned with Qatar? Will they have a problem with that? Call it out. Call it out if you know it. Wade says, I used to be a big fan of Trump and then he betrayed us. Enlighten me. How did he betray us? Go ahead. This one's important to me. How did Trump betray us? Go ahead, Waste. You got 10 seconds. Tucker said Minneapolis and Dearborn shouldn't be taken over by Muslims. Now he says it's not so bad. Thanks, Trinity. Love you, sis. He kissed the wall. Who cares? I was born and raised in the USA, but having lived many places, I'm a global citizen. No, you're not. Stop being delirious. Zero idea what is going on globally. Can only see as far as the end of your nose. Yeah, sure. Another $3 trillion to Israel. Come on. Seriously. Come on. Use your brain. He betrayed by kissing that stupid wall. Really? It's a sign of respect. Stop being so righteous and holy, you almighty morons. He did never was with you, so it's not a betrayal, blah, blah, blah. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a traitor. Oh, you say she's right. She's an actual traitor. Good show, buddy, from Cali Bay Area. Thank you, Bella Rivers. Appreciate you. Crooks' Snowflake. Keep playing the victim. Bro, are we America first or Israel first? America first, but we got to help our allies. It doesn't mean America first and asshole second. You gotta be nice. You gotta help our allies, and Israel is an ally of the United States of America. So for me, Internet Crate, I would not kiss the wall because I am not an idol worshiper. If I throw a kiss to you, it's because I see you as a brother or a sister. If I pray to God, I will blow kisses to the sky and everything, but I will not kiss nobody's ring, no idol, no statue, no wall. I don't care how holy you think something is. I am not kissing that because I have my own belief in my own God. Now, if you want to kiss somebody or something out of respect, that's your prerogative. I don't care about that kind of stuff. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make a difference to me. So, yeah, do what you will. But if you're going to call him a traitor for that, are you kidding me? Traitor for what? Who the f are you? Who are you? Why is he a traitor? Because he kissed the wall. Like, what does that mean? Explain to me. Go ahead and explain to me why he's a traitor for that. What loyalty is he supposed to have for you? Huh? Let me see. Sandra, don't hate. Freedom of speech, remember? Let's see. It was about $20. This one was made here in America. Well, the stitching was. The hat comes from Bangladesh. It comes from India. Let's see. What's the price of the hat? These people are stupid enough to call him a traitor for anything. This is true. The EU separated me from my little girls. I have no sympathy to people getting deported. Good for you. TDS meds available at Walmart. We accept EBT. Transquifa is also treatable. You just got to reach out, guys. You just got to reach out. It's too funny. Too funny. Way too funny. Let's see. Robert says, good morning, Palsy. Happiness. It's a beautiful hat, says Happy Mac. Big shout out to Mac. Mackie in the house. He got paid over $300 million by Marianne Adelson. I don't know who that is. I didn't follow that story. Sorry about that. Yep, we can golf in Mexico, but the Gulf of America is what we care about. All right, this guy is looking too angry. I don't see anything going on here. It is 10 a.m. that we're supposed to go live at 11, I think it said. So let me see what we have live over here in Fox. It still says upcoming. What is this? Am I missing it? Oh, what the hell? Oh, some bitch. Oh no, this is the radio. Okay. Okay, that's just the radio. We're not gonna play that. Let's see. What is this one? No. Is it this one? Definitely. Trump participates in the roundtable event December 8th. Okay, well, I don't see the live, guys. What the hell is going on? I'm not getting notifications. I'm getting no notifications, just like my patrons don't get notifications when I'm live. Let's see. All these people are in here waiting for the live. Let's see, maybe live now. I'm looking. No, it hasn't started yet. It hasn't started. I think they're trying to get ready for Trump's team. Yeah, be blessed, Internet. They're trying to get ready for Trump's team to get ready to record the live. But I don't have a live yet. Let's see what's going on in Fort Dallas. Another shooting. Track down Rolex Scruggs. That was 3 weeks ago. Okay, that's nothing. Allred drops out of a U.S. Senate race, and he's instead going for Congress. Already then. Man. I don't want to be the guy that says, if these guys take over the House and the Senate, I'm just going to move to Honduras. But the best way that we can help this country is by getting positions in office. If you want to learn something from migrants that hate this country, learn this. If you're a citizen of this country, you can run for office in Congress and the Senate, and we can help our agenda being fulfilled. Their agenda is to steal money from the United States of America. All the taxpayers' money is going out to fund terrorists from Somalia. How come, there was a guy here, SoCal, he probably got put in timeout, and I'm glad. But he made a chance. He made a comment. about the justice system, about the president of Honduras being guilty, found guilty, etc. And I can't help to wonder, Ilhan Omar should already be investigated if she's not being investigated already. But I find it so very interesting that these leftist people, the Democrats, for some reason, they are able to act all hurt, butthurt, offended by words like retard, and even Tampon Tim says that it's causing violence or whatever. But they think that we forgot that they call us Nazis, bigots. They call our federal agents trying to clean the streets from illegal immigrants the Gestapo. This fucking people. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not the one to promote violence, but these people threatening people's lives and acting like this, I am surprised. I am surprised that we're not fighting in a Civil War II. I am very surprised. And Democrat states are really, really fighting so hard to take away your Second Amendment, because that is the only thing that is stopping them from becoming complete, full-blown communist tyrants in this country. Mark my words. That is the only reason why we're not. That's the only reason why we're not being ruled by a dictator and a tyrant communist party. Their birthright should be that of the nationality of the father. If there's no father, it should be the mother. That's how that works. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, sis. Dennis isn't a birthright citizen, moron. He came here legally and correctly and earned his citizenship the hard way and took his oath, which many naturalized citizens take the oath just to become citizens, but they don't mean it. Ilhan Omar has openly said her president, and guys, look at this. Look at this right here. So you guys already know Ilhan Omar insults President Donald Trump all the time, correct? Okay. I want you to notice how she talks about the Somali president. How she defends all the corruption in Somalia, in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, here in the States, how she supports all of that. And the way that she talks about our president, you should have a problem with that. You should have a problem with that. And the fact that the Democrats and the leftists come in here to insult me, I don't mind that. If I can hear something that we know to be true, but they keep denying it. Tell me, is it okay for a congresswoman to insult the president of the United States of America, call him a bigot, racist, etc., and then call the president of Somalia a great president, my president? I love my president of Somalia, and he calls me his girl. Tell me right now, and not you guys, not the people that are on my side. I want everybody to tell me in here, is that good behavior? Does that tell you that this leader is fighting for the American people? Go ahead and tell me. Tell me that right here on the chat. What has Ilhan Omar done for American citizens? Apart from Somalians, what has Ilhan Omar done for American citizens? Go ahead and put it in the chat below. What has Ilhan Omar done for American citizens besides Somalians? Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. 100%. That's right, Happy Mac. Her allegiance is not with America. That's right. Freedom of speech, bro. This is easy one. Yeah, well, freedom of speech, if you read the Constitution, it says that you're supposed to use it responsibly. Not go out there and be an asshole to people and yell in their faces, because that is inciting violence and you're asking for a beating. And when you do get your ass beat, then you have all these morons recording, just catching and editing videos for that. Not a damn thing, says Policy. That's right. She hasn't done anything for Americans. She has done nothing but to put America down. And yet she benefits from it. Right, Virgil? She's done nothing for American citizens, says Trinity. Correct. Ilhan Omar has ripped the American citizens off. Yeah, that's correct. I just says stole our tax money. Yeah, yeah. Ernest says, who cares? So he doesn't care if he's being robbed. He doesn't care if people are taking the American people's money. He don't care. Yeah, that's okay. I get it. Andy says, we all know the answer. Nothing, but I would like to see her bank account. Yeah, they should freeze those assets and deport her ass. And see how happy she really is in Somalia. I find it very interesting, right? I love Somalia more than the United States of America. I think Somalia is more beautiful than the United States of America. Why are you here? Why are you here? We all come back to that question, don't we? You got all these migrants come over here saying how much they love their country and where they come from, and yet, well, here you are. She's a pig. Pat Jagger says, I want my money back. Who voted for Omar? Oh, man. Go get a job, says the pirate. Oh, that makes sense. This guy's Somalian, guys. We know Somalians are pirates. Who the hell, out of all the history do we know, who the hell still has pirates? Somali nation. Somalians have pirates. Unbelievable. Let's see. Octavio says, how has she ripped American citizens off? Please do explain. You have not been watching the news, have you, my friend? Hey, Mountain, finally, you actually say something true. That is right. Black Hawk Down was actually that story is from Somalia. Yeah. He calling Somalians pirates. Not all is like calling all Mexicans cartels. No. But you can call all Mexicans Mexicans. All right, let's say intro says, gonna have to teach my man about soft power tactics. Bro is literally here because of those policies, but don't understand what things happen to bring him here. Wow. You enlightened me. If you were on my side, I don't know. And if you were against me, I still don't know. Please rephrase. 6 says, concerns about the U.S. economy, politics, and overall quality of life are primary motivators for those considering departures. Huh. What the hell did you say there, 6? Concerns about the U.S. economy, politics, and overall quality of life are the primary motivators for those considering. What the hell is in Somalia? There is nothing good in Somalia. Well, maybe the ocean, even though it's dirty and poisonous, but it looks beautiful. They have found at least $8 billion so far. Yeah, well, that's part of the explanation. And I like the concerns about the U.S. economy, politics, and overall quality of life are primary motivators for those considering departure to Somalia. Tell me, how is the economy in Somalia again? How is the quality of life in Somalia again? They love Muslim so much, they say, and yet here they are in a Christian country. Why is it that they call themselves the fabric of the United States of America? What for? Go back to Somalia and be the fabric of Somalia. Don't do us any favor, guys. Don't help our economy. Get the hell of my country. Don't help the economy, Somalians. Just get the hell out of the United States of America. Go back to your country. Go be the best that you can be in Somalia. The least that you can do is stand up and say, hey, listen, I'm Somalian, and the United States is the best country in the world. That's why I'm here. F Somalia. Then you got my respect. You got my full respect. But that's not how they do it. They talk shit about every single one of us, and then they want to say that they have citizen rights. Man, please. Please. See the spread they hate. What? Mobile, I don't know what the hell you mean. Soft power tactics in the U.S. People outside the U.S. like us, even if we are blowing up their country as they speak. Intro, do you know why we go into these countries? People always think that it's just us getting oil and this and that. Do you know why we actually go into these countries? Do you really understand why we go into these countries? Just be respectful. You can say whatever you want. Just be respectful. Show me that you are smart and educated. Somalis is still in the Bronze Age for 1,400 years. Bronze, you give them too much credit. Gulf of America. Gulf of Native Americans. No. They gotta go, says Mark. 100%. Resources and regional control. Hey, Israel, give us back all that free stuff we gave you. We're broke and inflated. How about John? How about you get rid of criminals out of this country? How about you get rid of over 50 million illegal immigrants in this country? How about you get rid of these corrupted judges that are destroying our country with illegal immigrants being here for too damn long? How about you go and tell Somalians to give back our $8 billion that they stole and gave it to actual terrorists? At least Israel is actually giving us some intel, and there is a benefit from having Israel on our side. Even though we got a bunch of moron Jews here in this country and in Israel, nonetheless, Israel is still our ally, and we will stand with them. What else are we having here? Americans shouldn't have to be the world police. This is true. But at the same time, because we are first, we need to make sure that we take care of our assets, investments. And this is why we go around the world protecting our interest. People say, oh, the President Trump doesn't care about Venezuela. He just wants the oil. Well, of course. We're spending hundreds of millions of dollars right now. Of course we want that. They better pay. They better pay for that protection. They got to pay for their freedom. We're not going to go and spend the economy of the United States of America without getting something back. We're not fools. And the Venezuelan people know it. And that's why they support us. Young Venezuelan man, I'm glad I got deported. Because now I don't have to be depressed by not spending Christmas with my family here in Venezuela. It's a true story. True story. Honduran man says, I used to hate Trump, but I'm glad he deported me. I was able to lift up a business here in Honduras, and I am very happy that I am back in my country. True story. Israel supplies us with terrorism and other intelligence, medical discoveries, military technology, and they can only purchase munitions from us. That's right. They don't get it for free. Roberts, what you're saying is you would rather have something that is more expensive because it's ours. No, it's called help our economy, help our businesses grow. People that are such hypocrites. Oh my God, that's so expensive. I used to pay $5 for a damn value meal at McDonald's. Now I got to pay almost $20. You guys don't bitch about that. Raise the minimum wage. That's your fault. How about we lower the minimum wage here in America? Would that make you happier? Oh, that is so logical. You know, oh man, you know, when knowledge strikes, it just makes me laugh. Think about what this guy just said. He actually just gave me some enlightenment. I appreciate the comment. Think about this. Socialist Democrats keep bitching and fighting about the minimum wage. Oh, the minimum wage is not a livable wage. We need to raise the minimum wage because we need to make more money. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, tariffs on China. Oh my God, that's so bad. I can't buy cheap toys for my children for Christmas now. If you really cared, why are you bitching about the minimum wage? It's because they keep raising minimum wage that companies cannot afford to keep the employees that they need to make the cheap product that you want to buy. You see how it all just comes around in a circle? You bitch about something and then yet you are the one that is responsible for that something. Oh, man. Hey, guys, I want to say thank you so much for liking my video, for subscribing. I keep hearing these little bells in my ears, and that we are at 12,794 subscribers. Couple of Democrats are going to drop from that eventually. But thank you, my patriots, for doing that. I appreciate you. And I want to say, first of all, thank you for your love and support. And here's a little something that I have created to thank you guys for that. Let me make sure that I got the right one because I work hard on this thing. Let's see. Take this off. Let me see if this is the one. I made a new one, so hopefully this is the one. Here we go. That was the right one. I wanted to make sure that I actually did put music on there. I forgot to put it from the beginning, but that is to give you guys thanks for being my members. Thank you for the emojis, my patrons. I love it when you guys do that. You know that. Let me see. I've read it here. What do we got? What do we got? Critical says the state I live in has $16 an hour minimum wage. The average rent for a one-bedroom apartment is $1,300. Yeah, it's about 16 to 1700 here in Washington State, unless you go to the ghetto areas, and it's a little bit cheaper, but not much. So the weird thing with minimum wage, you guys have to understand, and I don't know how old you are, but or if you actually pay attention in school, but you know, if you get a high school diploma, there is a chance that a company will hire you probably at a low pay, right? But with experience, with hard work, and you're a good worker, you get a raise every year. And so you're making more money. But the more experience you have, the more chances of moving up in the company you have. So you can make even more money, a livable wage. Okay, that's one option. If you don't have a high school education, a lot of companies won't hire you. Okay? And so you can still work fast food restaurants without a high school diploma, but they will pay you minimum wage. And that's the way it's supposed to be. See, flipping fries at McDonald's is not supposed to be a livable wage. Those are jobs that are considered a step into the next best job. Now, some people do work, in fast food places, and they become managers and they make a little bit more money, but everybody else is supposed to be making minimum wage. They are supposed to make as least money as possible because it's meant to be a part-time job. It's supposed to be a step into a better career. Now, with that being said, if you go to college and get a master's degree on business and whatever, hey, good for you. You wasted your time if you didn't work on that field that you study, okay? So the idea is if you work at a fast food restaurant or in a place that is meant to be low-paying job, you cannot demand for the minimum wage to be going way up high because your rent is high. You see, you chose to have that job. You chose to quit school. And there's a third choice. You can always learn. Hi, Laurie. You missed it. I just say thank you to all the members. You can always learn a trade. Start your own business. Make your own thing. Be creative. Work hard. Eventually, you reap the benefits. So there's choices. But when you bitch and complain about raising the minimum wage, you are making the prices more expensive. Companies need to charge more for their products because they have raised the minimum wage. I'm going to give you an example. For example, here in Washington State, what's the minimum wage? I think it was $16, right? I think that's the minimum wage. But then in Seattle, and these people have no education, no high school diploma. They're illiterate. They work at McDonald's, and they want a $25 minimum wage. What? Who the hell is going to be able to afford to pay $25 an hour to the employees at McDonald's? And how are they going to make the fast food, affordable for everyday working Americans that are trying to get that quick lunch? How is that going to happen? How is that going to work? It just doesn't make sense, does it? So I'm against that raising the minimum wage so fast. Now, I think that what should be looked into is what is the income companies are actually making. For example, if you work at Boeing, okay, they will start you off at $16 an hour. You're like, oh, shit, man, what? But Boeing, they make billions. Yeah, they do. But you gotta earn your way. So here's the catch. Now, this is amazing, okay? Because this position caps at $45 an hour. Watch this. Any company that you work at, if you have a high school diploma, you get hired by Boeing. And if you get hired by Boeing, you're either lucky or the most miserable person on earth. Lucky because it's very hard to get into Boeing. Miserable because you're going to be working long hours, no days offs for months at a time, but you're going to make money, okay? Here's what's different with Boeing. Okay, so they start you off at $16, $17 an hour. The position pays $45 an hour. They have a plan. Within 5 years, you got to reach the max pay for that position. So within 5 years, you go from $17 an hour, what's that, $23 raises. $23 within 5 years. That's more than $4 a year, I think, right? Yeah, I think so. That's more than $4 a year, or at least $4 a year raise. What company gives you $4 raise every year? See, Boeing gives you a raise every 6 months because that's how they have to catch up to max that pay. So is it better to work at Boeing where you know that there's an actual plan to make this much money, and you know that they do that because you had to learn, you had to get experience, and eventually now you are a skilled worker, and depending on if you show up for work on time every day, etc., then you get to stay at Boeing. But if we keep raising the minimum wage statewide, there is a lot of businesses like Taco Bell, McDonald's, Burger King, whatever fast food, they cannot afford to pay that much to the employees. They got to make a profit. They got to pay a profit. They got to make a profit. And at the end of the day, we are the ones that will be paying the price for raising the minimum wage. So why is it that people keep saying raise the minimum wage, and then when they raise the minimum wage, prices go up, inflation goes up, and then nobody takes responsibility, but the first logical response that they get their neurons on their brain to click in, it's say President Donald Trump's fault. I don't know what to say. Like the logic that people use, like the socialist Democrat, oh my gosh, Lord, please tell me, assure me that we're going to be able to do something. We have a socialist mayor who is worse than the previous socialist mayor. Why is it that every socialist believes so much in, they're progressive. They love to put in progressive taxes. It's like getting a credit card with horrible bad credit, and they give you this 30% interest because your credit's so shitty. That's how socialists are. They say they're helping, but they're punishing you. Let me see if let me see. Did I show this yet? Bro, if I show you something repeated, I apologize. Guys, I watch a lot of reports. A lot of reports. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find it here. See if I remember my history, maybe. I'm telling you, I watch a lot. You guys have no idea. Let me see if this is happening yet. No. Oh my God, it's a lot of videos. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Bear with me. Bear with me. Da, 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 da. I may have shown it before, but okay, I'm not going to be able to find it. That's I watch way too many videos, news, etc., and I'm also keeping an eye on the stuff that's going on in my country, Honduras, as well. So we have socialists that, in order for them to make promises to the people, they say we're going to give you this, and that. Remember the guy from that was saying that he's going to raise taxes on companies. Oh, you know what? I think I know who it was. Let me see. Come on, dude. Please tell me you're here. I think I know who it is. No. Who is it? No, it's not you. Come on. I will find it. Hold on. I know his face. I'll remember his face. I'm surprised that I'm not subscribed, to be honest. Come on, brother. Where are you? Getting closer. Come on. Not Adam Carolla, even though I like him, but it's not him. Oh, I do want to show you this clip as well. Let me put this aside for you. I will find it. Come on, where are you, brother? God, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I feel bad that I don't have it. I'm surprised I'm not subscribed. Come on, man. I'm slacking. I'm slacking. Wow. Can't believe it. I can't believe it. Doggone it. It's all good. Let me refresh this, make sure that this thing is still going on. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get to our next clip here. So you guys think it's easy to go and do this, huh? Yeah. It's not easy. I have another live, but this is not the one that I want to show yet. Nope, that's not it either. All right, let's go ahead and start with Brandy Cruz here. Let me see, but not here. I do have a spot where I want to start. Right here.
Absolutely insane. So reactions to this are pretty consistent again across the common sense spectrum. So whether you identify as a Democrat or a Republican, but you have common sense on this issue, I think people are starting to realize that, look, okay, I get it, you don't like Donald Trump, but what we're doing isn't really working. We Heart Seattle, our friend Andrea Suarez, just a few reactions to this on social media. Washington is suing HUD to stop the redirect of funding toward drug-free recovering housing and work requirements for the chronically homeless. And of course they are. God forbid they stop using drugs inside supportive housing where hundreds die annually from overdose. Jonathan Cho, who has covered this issue more extensively than any other member of the media in Washington and maybe the country, said WA AG Nick Brown is clueless. I challenge him to leave the comfort and safety of his office to experience the horrors inside the permanent supportive housing hellholes in Seattle. Trump's plan will save lives. Why is Brown protecting the homeless industrial complex? Our friend Tom Wolf, who's now part of We Heart Seattle, but used to be homeless and drug addicted on the streets of San Francisco, said California is also suing HUD to maintain the status quo around housing the homeless. Here's some data. San Francisco spends $450 million a year on rent subsidies, and 30% of OD deaths happen in that housing. And we know that this is such a reality here. So I mentioned Jonathan Cho, who, again, has covered this issue more extensively than probably anyone else in America. So one of the things that Nick Brown is trying to protect through this lawsuit are these affordable housing units that get money from the state and localities and also get funding from housing and urban development. But as Jonathan Cho has pointed out in his reporting, these places, because of the lack of restrictions that states like Washington, cities like Seattle have, the very restrictions that Trump is trying to put in place, these facilities have become de facto drug and death dens. Here's one report Jonathan Cho did on Plymouth housing.
We Heart Seattle's Andrea Suarez and I followed Mike Matzik for several months.
You smelled the fentanyl right when we got out of that.
Andrea, what is that?
Well, I would say that is probably somebody that went.
Socialist Democrats, this is the result of your system.
To withdraw and craft right here in the hallway.
Matzik reached out to Suarez for help, saying the conditions inside the building were becoming unbearable.
You got rats in here?
Yeah, rats underneath there, crawls underneath. There's a whole bunch of them under there.
He's been forced to move rooms several times and says he's feeling hopeless.
Okay, so you can't even lock the door when you leave?
No, I can't.
Why don't you go to management and ask for a new key?
They don't have a key for that block right there.
Oh my gosh.
Is anybody ever using this phone since the 80s?
Matzik recently invited us over as he smoked fentanyl with his friends.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Mike, who's in your room?
Robert, I promise you, okay? after Christmas, I will have I will have another coffee maker. Guys, you guys don't understand. I have bought so many of them. Even Mr. Coffee, they've all gone bad on me. All of them. So I'm gonna try to buy one. There's one that I saw at Costco. It's $130 plus tax, obviously, but it's $130. I'm gonna buy it, and then I'll show you. Of course, I'll probably make a little video of how I'm using it to make my coffee for a little B-roll before we start our live. But I'm gonna buy it, and well, at Costco, I guess you have a long time to return things. So if I can get a full year out of it, I'll be okay with that. I just, coffee makers suck. French press your coffee. This one has, I think, if I remember right, this one has the pot, right? The one that you get the pot, and also has, I don't know, like the thing, like the espresso and stuff. I don't know. I got to look at it. I liked it. It looked big, bulky. I thought this is a manly coffee maker, not like the gay French press. I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you. I'm just playing. But I'll get one. I promise, big bro. I promise. I will get one. Now, I want you to please pay attention to this video because this is what the socialist democrat system, this is the consequences. So let me give you this. Do you remember when I drove down to Seattle, and I told you, like, it seems like they cleaned up some of the homeless people, right? Well, they put them in this building here so that they're not on the street. Now, it gets crazy at night, okay? But in the daytime, they put them on this building. They have a nice little kitchen. It's like little studios, like little studio 1 bedrooms, and they took them off the street, so it shows that the streets are being cleaned up. But really what they're doing is just sweeping everything under the rug. They're not really cleaning. They're just sweeping everything under the rug, and that is what's happening. Okay, so I hope that this is the video I was trying to find the other day, and I couldn't remember what the name of the title was. And I happened to come by it just right now when I saw it. So let's go ahead and pay attention to this part. It's not that long.
Drug use inside the rooms are a regular occurrence.
And this unit is a trap house. This is a garbage can full of foil, drugs, revolving door.
So does the staff here at Plymouth Housing, do they let you guys do drugs in here?
They don't say no, but they don't,
This is a harm reduction place.
This is
Who was it? I don't know if it was one of you guys in here. I don't know if it was Man, Brian, or Robert. But they made a point. One of you guys made a point in here that, these people, they need help. They just don't need a roof over their head and just toss them in there and let them do what they're going to do. No, they need help to quit. Little by little, they should be doing less, and then, purifying their blood system. I mean, I'm no expert, but I'm just, spitting balls out here. They need help. They're not going to say, I need you to help me. No, because they need help. They don't know. So just throw them in there, and they don't care because they're making their money. They're making their money. Just listen to how much the manager makes.
harm reduction.
Yeah, so they provide the paraphernalia, like the pipes and.
They give you the pipes downstairs.
They give you the pipes and the paraphernalia. They give him the drugs, guys. Who is making money of these drugs? Oh my goodness, that's just another can of worms. You see what I'm talking about? But Democrats don't want to say anything about this. This is what socialist Democrats are doing to our people. It's crazy. They don't want you to see this. They don't want you to hear the truth. They fill you up with all this hate and all these things against the Republicans and the president and this and that, but they are corrupted. Ilhan Omar never in a million years thought that we were going to find out about the fraud and abuse in Minneapolis. Why do you think that every single Democrat leader jumped and went hardcore defensive against the audits from Doge? They got found out. They are still fighting Doge here in Washington State, but soon that thing is going to go away. And I promise you that if I do get into that office, I am going to make an executive order to release every single document that we have on the voter rolls, any NGOs that have been hired to do work for the state, any contractor that didn't finish anything, any corrupted politician will come to light. And we're going to follow the money, and we're going to find out who has been benefiting from the Washingtonians' taxpayers' money. It's not all just going to social services. This lady that is supporting this housing for the homeless, she's making $400,000 a year. Makes more money than the governor, bro. More money than the governor. Unbelievable. That's just one person. What about the other people that work for these companies, for these NGOs? It's crazy, guys. It's crazy.
Whatever, yeah.
I mean, the staff knows you guys are doing drugs in your room, right? All right. But nobody's intervening on your behalf, making you guys go to treatment. Suarez says what's happening at the Lewiston Scargo is an absolute failure of the Housing First model, which essentially warehouses homeless drug addicts, no strings attached.
You don't have to be clean. You don't have to be enrolled into a program. Yeah, there's no accountability, discipline, or structure at all.
In many cases, they're not getting better, and at times, overdosing and dying in their rooms.
I thought you had a case manager that was going to get you transferred out of here.
I also spoke to other residents here who say case managers and staff quit so often, it feels like no one is around to help them find jobs or take that next step out of this situation.
Each person I've had pretty much they don't exist. I mean, they've been here for I've met them two times, and then they pulled quit or whatever. Yeah. I don't know.
I reached out to Plymouth Housing about these concerns and allegations, but so far no response.
The conditions in this place are almost worse than on the streets. Yeah. I didn't have cockroaches and rats in my tent, you know what I mean?
That's what Washington State is trying to protect.
Yeah. Brandy Cruz from Undivided. I recommend you watch her channel. You will find a lot of information in there about Washington State, and I hope that a lot of Washingtonians watch my channel eventually and join me, because I will need those votes. 6, I want to give you a chance because I read something in there. The transition from prescription opioids to illicit fentanyl use is a complex process, I agree, driven by a combination of biological, social, and economic factors. I agree. I want to be your campaign leader. Hell no, loco. You're going to make me go down the drain with that campaign. You will probably be the biggest downfall that I will have in that campaign. You're going to be telling all the Hispanics how much I hate them, and they won't care to vote for me, even though I'm going to fight for immigration reform. By the way, no blue sanctuary cities. They're going to hate me for that one. Let's see. What do we got here? What else? Somebody asked another question. I'm trying to give you guys a chance because this is actually very important. Then is, what's your answer? What do you do with homeless people? How do you fix the problem? So, as 6 says, it is a very complex problem. It really is. But I think it was MindScape or Liberty for All or who was my other big supporter? Oh my God, Cutting Edge. I had to see the name in my brain. Cutting Edge. One of them said to me that I need to bring back mental asylums. And I agree, big time. There is too many crazy loonies, really crazy. Not just somebody that snaps off. No, crazy people on the streets. And we need to send a message big time. Mental asylums are coming back. Absolutely, they're coming back. And for all these homeless, first of all, we're going to take them off the street. And we're going to find out, why are you homeless? What's the situation? What's the story? See, Brandy likes it. She's smiling at me right now. She's so proud of me right now. Thank you, Brandy. I love you too, sis. And you have to ask the questions. You got to find out why. Now, I'm not even going to go to the next subject. I'm going to stay on point. I have my brain goes everywhere. So we need to find out why they're homeless. Was it a financial crisis? Was it taxes? Was it just depression? Was it family problems? And we need to actually hire professionals, well-known, successful professionals that will counsel, that will, supervise, that will guide them and be like, hey, this is what's going on. Okay, what's happening? And, I think they had some sort of a good idea at the beginning, and that was the, supervise drug. I don't agree with it, but I guess, I'm trying to go, well, let's see if this works, right? Supervise, doses that we're not going to overdose, and little by little they will do less and less and less. And well, that's not working. So mental asylums are coming back. We're going to build apartments that are going to be specifically for homeless people, and we are going to vet people. We're going to be making sure that they are all vaccinated as the actual proven vaccines that they needed. I know you guys can hate me for that, but we're going to make sure that we find out everything about them, criminal records, etc., everything. And if somebody is a murderer, blah, 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 this and that, they're going to jail. There is no ifs or buts about it. They're going to jail. Crazy people need to go to the mental asylum. And they will be taken care of with as humanly possible. But they would not be allowed to be consuming drugs left and right. I would hope that that's some sort of solution. But we can't just throw homeless people on a building and just let them there rot and kill themselves. That's not how it goes, okay? 6 says it's a mental... yeah, I know. Let's see, Trinity, are they bots? Gulf of Mexico. Go back to Mexico. I don't know what that was. What a waste of comment. Chapman says this man is full of bullshit. Everything that I just said and everything that I just showed you guys here, facts, proof, that's what Chapman had. What the hell? That's what Chapman had. Let's see. Eric says Trump has and did it legally, not extrajudicially like this president. If you don't know the answer why there are homeless people, then you are... okay, maybe Chapman, you jumped the gun. You probably didn't let me explain. Okay, I'm going to give you a benefit of doubt that you didn't hear my response before you start making stupid comments. Big Brother 1984, Kennedy, laugh out loud, good job writing it so they can understand it. Laugh 100% at Chapman. At Kennedy, yes, it's sad. The more homelessness and drug issues a city has, the more federal dollars is allocated to fix it. It's too lucrative for them to fix, but they'll house and feed illegals. I'm telling you, we got to fight. We got to fight, and we are going to fight against all of that. And I'm glad that, before I decided to do that, that I started this channel, because now I got thousands of you guys to hold me accountable for all those things. And believe it or not, you will make a difference in my city and state. And maybe we can return the favor and spread the cheer throughout the whole United States of America. But we're going to make a group of patriots that are going to hold each other accountable. And who knows, maybe out of this group, we'll find another person to run for Congress, mayors, governors, and we will support them 100%. And we will hold them accountable. That is the American way. Let's see, what else we got here? Perfect politician, your BS. It's a good job, Dennis. Well, it's because it's not BS. It's true. And what I tell you is what I mean, and I'm serious about it. Let's see. Okay. That's why regulation is needed. You can flood money into every problem to fix it. There are quick solutions you can flood with money, but if you don't fix the problem, the issues will always come back. This is true. Uncle Tim, Hispanic edition. Uncle Tom, I got you, man. I got you. That's what the haters used to call the good servants. So I can see why you say that. Speaking of, your name is David Kane. Okay, Mr. Kane. Let's see. Chapman said, "Don't you what, bro? You gotta read your message before you put it through, man. You're like me. You type and send, never check it. Don't you? Can't you admit? I think you are dumb and stupid because you don't now wait, dear, as so much." Chapman, I'm not gonna read your bullshit anymore. I can't read what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. Most comments are not in his favor. Yeah, they're mostly never are. Only my patrons agree with me. Can you speak English and not whatever that was? Nice. See, I'm not the only one. You see? Ah, man. Oh yeah, Chapman. That's why. That's why we can't understand, because English isn't my first language. How's the weather in your country? I don't know. That's a good question. But the weather over here is gray and gloomy most of the time. That's how it is. All right, go ahead. Finish this off. I think there's a little bit more. No, that's it. All right, thank you, Brandy. Appreciate your info. We are still waiting for this live from this happy-looking fellow. Let me see. Guys, thank you again for subscribing. We are now at 12,804 subscribers. Trinity, we're almost at 13,000. And what's great is as I look at the analytics of it, let's go ahead and do a little research here. What's going on with the analytics? What do we got? Content? Yeah, pretty mediocre. Just a couple of million views. It's not a big deal. I get it. What else we got? Oh, man, that video is popular. Dude, I was so fat on that video. That's crazy. Let me see. Okay, who is coming in here? Audience. Here we go. Let's take a look at the audience. We got, 2,200 subscribers in the last 28 days. Thank you very much. All right, so 59% of my viewers are new to my channel. Casual viewers, I have about 41%, and regular viewers, I have about 0.2%. That's not too bad. I mean, if we can get this other 59% of new viewers to subscribe, it will be great. Hey, Daniel, how are you? Let's see. What else we got? That's crazy. What they have trending, it's like really dumb. That's crazy. So, subscribers who turn on all notifications for my channel, let's see, 1.4% of my subscribers get the notifications. 1.4% of my subscribers get notified, or at least respond to the notifications. 0.9% enable all notifications. So there you go. So we have almost 13,000 subscribers, but only 1.4% of those subscribers actually come here and watch the channel. Everybody else, it's actually new viewers. And so I thank you, number one, for viewing my channels, etc., etc., etc. All right, let's see. We got. Let me see. I don't know how many views I have on this video. Let me see if it tells me. I don't know if it tells me. 132,000. No, I think that was my last video. I don't know. I don't know how much this, how many views I got so far. It's so much crap to go through the menu and all this stuff in here. I give up sometimes. I give up sometimes. Let's see. $2.3 million views. Okay. All right. Well, that's not what I want. 12,000. Come on. Let me see. I don't know. I think we're about maybe 54,000 views on this video. Nah, it's not big deal. But with that being said, let me see. We already watched that one. Man, there's so much crap that I got to go through here, guys. No, you guys don't want to hear the Spanish one. Let's see. Live Seattle area. Here, guys, you want to know what's going on in Seattle? Well, this is what it looks like down on the I-5 freeway. There you go. That's a look at Seattle. Looks like an accident on the freeway. Some construction. Wet and cold outside, my friends. Wet and cold. Let's see. Perino, it's shocking. New York is doing nothing. So let's get rid of that. See, I'm waiting for
make the
this
trip
live.
back.
No, not this live. These guys are doing something else. There you go, breaking.
All right, here we go. On a Monday morning, awaiting a court hearing for an illegal immigrant charged with stabbing a Charlotte commuter. What we're learning about his rap sheet and his previous run-ins at the border, of which there are many in both categories. Good morning, everybody. On a Monday, familiar story.
Be nice, David. Be nice.
David, why did I just send my mother to Atlanta? David!
Here on the
you probably don't know what line that's from, but that's from Independence Day.
Yep, alive in New York City. How you doing?
That's what I was just thinking. It's unfortunate to start the week like this.
100%.
We'll get you to the news. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. This is an awful thing that happened during Friday's rush hour. DHS identifying the suspect as a twice-deported illegal immigrant. Investigators say he forced his way onto the train while drunk. He started a fight with a passenger and then stabbed that passenger with a large knife. That victim is hospitalized and in stable condition.
So if this sounds familiar, you are not wrong, because the same thing happened a few months ago in the same city on a train. An attacker stabbing a young woman to death on that commuter train in Charlotte. The suspect identified as a mental patient with more than a dozen prior arrests there.
President Trump reacting on Truth Social. He says another stabbing by an illegal migrant in Charlotte, North Carolina. What's going on in Charlotte? Democrats are destroying it like everything else, piece by piece. Jonathan Terry live from Charlotte this morning. Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning, Data. Oscar Solorzano is scheduled to appear before the judge at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Authorities say he is an illegal immigrant from Honduras who was deported during the Trump administration in 2018.
So when people call me a traitor for turning against illegal Honduran people, this is why I'm a traitor, according to your book.
And deported again during the Biden administration in 2021, only to return both times. He has a prior conviction for robbery and prior arrests on multiple charges, including aggravated battery. Now, this is the second time in less than 4 months that a repeat offender has been accused of stabbing someone on Charlotte's light rail commuter transit system.
This is how Democrats want me to be. The Democrats want me to be okay with this shit. No way.
Back in August, a U.S. citizen with a long criminal rap sheet was accused of fatally stabbing Irina Zarutska, a Ukrainian refugee. So after this second attack on Friday, many transit passengers are on edge.
My husband missed that train by, one stop and didn't get on there, and that's crazy. We should not have to feel like we are one stroke of bad luck away from being the next victim.
Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy posted on social media, apparently the death of Irina Zaruska wasn't enough. What is it going to take for the Charlotte mayor to remove violent criminals off the streets and protect her constituents? The time to act is now. Mayor Vi Lyles, a Democrat, says the city has invested heavily in increasing security on the transit system, and the police department is increasing its presence in high pedestrian traffic areas during the holidays. However, the mayor says there are several aspects of public safety that are outside of the city's jurisdiction, including immigration policy and enforcement. And Dana, ICE has lodged an arrest detainer to keep Solorzano behind bars, but Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says there is no guarantee that local authorities will honor it. Bill and Dana?
All right.
Jonathan, hang with us one moment here. I think when a lot of viewers heard about this story, they thought it involved a woman who was a Ukrainian migrant and a refugee from Ukraine who was living in Charlotte. That's not the case here. What have you heard from the mayor's office?
Yeah.
What is the issue with crime and these repeat offenders being on the street?
Yeah, well, that's something that's a back and forth between the Republican Trump administration and the Democratic mayor here in this city. The mayor is going to argue that this is just an unfortunate series of events and that she and the new police chief sworn in just on Friday are beefing up patrols in the city, both on the...
All I got to say, J Money, Google Gulf of Mexico. What do you get? Shut it. Quiet, Piggy. Quiet. Facts. Can't blame me for facts. Google it. Gulf of Mexico. See what it says on the map.
Transit system, but also during the holidays in these high traffic pedestrian areas to fight crime. The Trump administration is saying that the city is just not being tough enough on repeat criminals and in particular on illegal immigrants. You know, ICE was here conducting a crackdown, Operation Charlotte's Web, they called it, in November, and the Trump administration complains that the city was not assisting. The mayor argues that immigration enforcement is outside of the city's jurisdiction, but the Trump administration argues we're not asking the city to arrest criminal illegals, but we're asking for intel. We're asking for their assistance and support, and that's something the Trump administration says they are not getting, Bill.
You know what's interesting, Jonathan, is to think about if they had cooperated. This is a hypothetical. If they had cooperated, it is possible that they would have found this man, this suspect, and he wouldn't have been able to actually commit this crime because he would have been already in custody.
Everyone wishes that this man had been in custody. Of course, it's Monday morning quarterbacking to say whether additional support from the city would have brought him in custody, or on the other side saying, look, it shows that this ICE crackdown didn't work. They never got this guy.
6, that is true. I just happen to love President Trump.
Unfortunately, this has become so political, but then you look at these innocent victims, a man who's still in the hospital, thankfully in stable condition, but very seriously injured, and very sadly, this Ukrainian refugee who had been hunkered down in bomb shelters during the Russian invasion, coming to the U.S., trying to establish a new life, only to be randomly attacked and killed on a train here in Charlotte.
Thank you, Jonathan, and we'll follow that court appearance today. Appreciate that in Charlotte. I'm Charlotte. The spotlight's going to be on you now. Here is his immigration history. Illegal alien out of Honduras, deported in 2018, deported in 2021. Previous convictions, robbery, illegal reentry. Previous arrests, aggravated battery, destroying evidence, resisting arrest, using a false ID. That is an issue there. The
sanctuary cities, they work, of course, for the criminals.
Border czar Tom Homan, once again on the illegal immigrants who came to this country. You know, initially under the Trump administration, was deported, came back under Joe Biden. Here's Tom Homan.
These are more than 2 million people who crossed the border under Joe Biden and got away. They weren't fingerprinted. They weren't vetted. They're criminal aliens. Could be from a terrorist-sponsored country. So over 2 million. So this is what President Trump's committed to. We're working with ICE and DOJ to locate every one of these criminals and remove them from this country. That would not have happened if Joe Biden or Kamala Harris was president. President Trump's a game changer.
Okay, that's Tom Holman. With us now is DHS Secretary, the former acting Chad Wolf. And sir, good morning to you. As we reflect on Charlotte, we were given some news here in New York City at the end of last week that our incoming mayor is not going to enforce the way the Adams administration has enforced the homeless encampments. And I don't know where that goes, but he's also warning immigrants the following on what their rights are, as he says, if approached by ICE. Roll this now. Mamdani, watch.
If ICE does not have a judicial warrant signed by a judge, you have the right to say, I do not consent to entry, and the right to keep your door closed. ICE is legally allowed to lie to you, but you have the right to remain silent.
That's one thing that Democrats don't listen to. That is true. If they're trying to come into your house, they need a warrant to come into your house. If they see an illegal immigrant running into your house, they no longer need a warrant. If they catch an illegal immigrant on the street, they don't need a warrant. Capiche? All right, let's go.
If you're being detained, you may always ask, am I free to go? Repeatedly until they answer you.
Okay, how's that going to go, sir?
It's incredible. Obviously, he's rolling back the cooperation that New York City currently has with ICE and with DHS, and he's going to join the long list of places like Chicago and LA and others that continue to release.
We love Mamdani too, bro. Every single one of us in this chat right now, we love Mamdani. We know exactly what's going to happen. Love this guy. Amazing.
Illegal aliens into their communities. But, that video, is he doing a similar video to know your rights if you're stopped by the NYPD? Of course he's not, right? And ICE is a law enforcement agency, just like any other law enforcement agency, and they also have rights. And their right is to enforce immigration law, and they will continue to do that, whether that's in New York City or anywhere else.
Yeah, so we are expecting some clashes in January. I think there's no doubt about that. We wish it wasn't so, but I think that he's setting it up, and it's almost as if Mamdani wants that. I wanted to also ask you about this because I get the New York Times on the weekend, and there's this big feature story yesterday. It was so long, about the things Biden did wrong on immigration. Now, this is a year, maybe 5 years too late, and they uncovered this memo. Okay, this is call for number 4. There was a memo to Biden that said this is going to be a disaster if you don't get a handle on it. Chaos was the word the advisors had used in a memo during the campaign. They offered a range of options to avert that crisis by better deterring migrants. Mr. Biden seemed to grasp the risk, but he and his top aides failed to act on those recommendations. Now, I feel like everybody who watches us, everybody knows that. It is kind of shocking that the New York Times would give the dedication now to all of this when the damage is already done.
Well, that's exactly right. Where was the New York Times reporting 4 years ago or 3 years ago when we were in the midst of the worst border crisis imaginable, and you had the Biden administration, you had the president himself saying, we're doing everything that we can do. Legally, we're doing everything, and the border's getting better. And I think most Americans just looked at that and said, you're absolutely crazy. It's getting worse and worse and worse. And so whether it was President Biden, which we know probably wasn't making a lot of calls, but the people around him, his senior advisors inside that White House, the secretary at DHS, they were making decisions every day. And every day that they had to make a rational decision that put the American people first, the interest of first, they chose to go down the other route. And it allowed 15 to 16 million undocumented illegal aliens into the United States, many of them criminals, and we are just now digging out from that, and we're seeing the consequences of that as well today.
Chad, thanks for coming on. We'll talk again. Chad Wolf with us there. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno.
David. Just for shits and giggles, guys.
Officials are reporting more ships have just arrived over the capitals of India, England, and Germany, bringing estimates up to anywhere from 10 to 15 of these city-sized spacecraft.
I know, Ma. Just try and stay calm.
As to why they...
Tell her to pack up and leave town.
Why? What happened?
Just do it!
Oh, Ma, listen. Get your stuff together and head for Anna's. Don't argue with me. Just go. David, why did I just send my mother to Atlanta? David, talk to me.
Hear me tell you that the signal hidden in the satellite feed is slowly recycling down to extinction?
Not really.
Countdown.
We're gonna count down to what, David?
It's like in chess. First, you strategically position your pieces. Then when the timing's right, you strike. See? They're positioning themselves all over the world, using this one signal to synchronize their efforts. In approximately 6 hours, the signal's going to disappear and the countdown's going to be over.
And then what?
Checkmate.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, I gotta call my brother. I better call my housekeeper. I gotta call my lawyer. Forget my lawyer.
Forget the lawyer. That is one of my favorite movies. If you didn't watch this clip with me live, there will probably be no sound on the replay of this live. For those of you who like to work and then just listening to podcasts, well, that's exactly why I am doing this. I love listening to podcasters, and one of the things that I used to love doing when I was working was always having my earpiece on, take one at a time so I can have enough battery for the whole day. And I will listen to the news. I could play a poll queue of podcasts and news and this and that. And I would just be working and I'd just be listening. I couldn't interact with the chat, but I was always listening and just filling myself with information and then just figuring out, okay, what do I see from everything that I hear? Well, and what I see and what I hear, I put them, A and B together, and then make my own opinion about things. But, I mean, that's just the way that I do things. People can do what they like to do. They don't have to do it the way that I do. But I do have my way of going around things. So with that being said, it is 11:18. I am surprised that this is not live yet. I am not sure why it's not live. Let me see. Try another channel here.
Touch the Texas-Mexican border, really swing to the right more than ever before as a result of border security. So perhaps no one else wants it more than Mexican Americans, especially along that border, wanting border security happening for the United States. And in turn, the Trump administration saving 62,000 children, migrant children rescued by the Trump administration since taking office. Borders are Tom Homan stating, President Trump committed on day one that we would do everything we can to find every one of these children. Many are in sex trafficking. Many are in forced labor camps. Many are being abused.
Hey, Derek. Now, this is what the Democrats fight for, right? But this is actually what Trump is doing, and the Democrats are doing nothing to help.
President Trump is proving why he's the best president in my lifetime. And if you're on the ground, our thoughts and prayers with all of you, whether it be ICE to DHS, FBI, state and local forces who are seeing what could be the worst in humanity sometimes, but your very presence in these cities, on the border, you are truly making America safe again. As we had some sad reports, another stabbing by an illegal migrant in Charlotte, North Carolina. President Trump taking it with cut 4, Mr. Producer, to...
All right, you guys already seen that. So there we go. This is something that you guys can listen to here. One more going out the door.
Just heard that Washington, D.C.'s police chief has announced her resignation. I want to take you out to this, a social media post by the D.C. Police Department. It says, a statement from Chief Pamela A. Smith, quote, I'm deeply grateful for my time serving the district. Leading MPD has been the greatest honor of my career. Thank you to Mayor Bowser, the council, our officers, and D.C. residents for your trust. I want to take us out to some footage that we do have of that former D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith. So take a look at this as I also read some of the reporting courtesy of our partners at Fox 5 in D.C., in which they say this, again, that Metropolitan Police Department Chief Pamela Smith announcing today, so on Monday, that she is stepping down. In a statement posted to the department's website, Smith called her tenure, quote, the greatest honor of her career. She thanked D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, the D.C. Council, and city residents for their support, noting both the challenges and progress made in reducing crime. She went on to...
What was that? What did you say in here? Somebody just made a comment. Wing Changer, he says, hey, Cubano, you're so prejudiced against your own race. No. Just I'm not in part for illegal immigration. I am against illegal immigrants, not my people, illegal immigrants.
Say this, quote, this role has been both challenging and rewarding. I am proud of the accomplishments we achieved together, and I thank the residents of this city for their trust and partnership. Going on to say, while my aspiration has always been to see 0% crime, we are not there yet. Nonetheless, we have made tremendous progress and there remains important work ahead. Smith said the department is well positioned to continue strengthening public safety and praised the resilience of Washington's community, saying, quote, I'm profoundly grateful for the opportunity to serve in this capacity as chief of police. It has been an honor to lead the men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department, and I will always carry with me the pride of having served this city. Fox 5 says this also, that Bowser spoke about the decision in a post on X Monday morning, saying, quote, when Chief Smith stepped up to lead the Metropolitan Police Department, we had no time to waste. She came in at a very challenging time for our community when there was significant urgency to reverse the crime trends our city was facing post-pandemic. Within a year of her tenure, we opened the Real-Time Crime Center. We deployed newer and better technology, worked with the council to pass comprehensive legislation that prioritizes accountability. And Chief Smith got all of this done while also navigating unprecedented challenges and attacks on our city's autonomy. Again, that is part of a statement that Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser issued on X Monday morning. Bowser went...
That's what happens when chief of police caters to the socialist Democrats. This whole don't hurt my feelings bullshit life that they live, that's no good. Toughen up. The more you cater to emotions, the more suicidal, the more crazy people get. They need discipline. They need guidance. They need to know that when something doesn't feel right, you got to make a choice. You got to make a rational decision. Socialist Democrats are destroying this country. Whether you like to see that or not is irrelevant. It is happening. This is why we had to keep standing up, and we had to keep saying the truth out loud. This is the reason why we believe ourselves to be patriots of this country. You don't see me telling people to arm up and, strap your guns and this and that, and let's go show the leftists how it's done. We don't do that. We will protect ourselves, but we don't do that. We don't incite violence. We don't want that. We want this country to be peaceful, prosperous, but yet strong enough to defend themselves against any country that wants to invade us or destroy us for that matter. And that includes migrants that become citizens, that become servants in the office. Very interesting. Ilhan Omar will not be a congresswoman if it wasn't for all the Somalian citizens that they became citizens of this country, and who knows who voted, illegally. I can tell you right now, that is the best game to play. It's the long game. Ilhan Omar was sent here by the president of Somalia to infiltrate the government and to fight for Somalia, not for the American people. I hope you understand that, because if you don't understand that, you're going to continue repeating the same mistakes over and over, and by the time that you find out, it's going to hit you like a bad diabetes case. Once you feel the pain in your kidneys, your organs are 70% gone. That's why they call it the silent killer. That is exactly what they're doing to this country. By the time you find out how deep the rabbit hole goes, you're already dead. So we're trying not to let that happen. This is why we got to keep telling the truth.
On to say, quote, Chief Smith dramatically drove down violent crime, drove down the homicide rate to its lowest levels in 8 years, and helped us restore a sense of safety and accountability.
I don't believe they lower crime at all. I believe they fake the numbers and they allow criminals to go rampant. That's what they did. That's why she's resigning. She's not giving a real reason why she's resigning. It's some bullcrap little speech.
In our neighborhoods. Now, this is what we know so far also, that Smith was nominated by Bowser in July of 2023 and confirmed by the D.C. Council that November. She made history as the department's first black woman to serve as chief. She joined MPD in May 2022 as its first chief equity officer after
DEI hires never work out. Isn't that crazy?
her 24-year career in law enforcement, including a 10-year as chief of police for the United States Park Police in Washington. She was in command and in the nation's capital this summer when President Trump issued an emergency order that federalized the city's police force and deployed hundreds of National Guard troops in what his administration described as a crime-fighting mission. I also want to bring us to this, a live image that we have over at the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. So back in August, the Trump administration briefly named the head of the Drug Enforcement Administration as Washington's emergency police commissioner, granting them the full powers of the police chief. That move was quickly reversed, leaving Smith in
I love how my hats be triggering people. These people, man. Call it what you want, bro.
Charge of the department. Mayor Bowser recently announced she will not seek re-election next year, so that's a reminder. And just a little update from breaking news that we brought to you weeks ago when the mayor made that announcement.
Yeah, because they know that they're a failure. They're a failure to the city. That's why. Get out of here. Get something, some real chief of police. Same thing happened here in Seattle. And, you know, the sad thing about the police here in Seattle is that they all pander to the socialist Democrats. They really believe that criminals should be out free in the open, and that instead of making them pay for their crimes, that we should really try to understand why they keep committing these crimes. And, well, they keep committing these crimes for two reasons. One of them, they have mental problems. Second, they know that they're not going to be punished for it. Just a couple of weeks in the slammer, it's just vacation for these guys. They live for that thrill. They live for that attention. So there you go. All right, well, we do have another video that we can play. I really wanted President Trump's live to start, but I haven't got the feed yet, so we're going to have to wait. In the meantime, Patriots, go ahead and keep putting your comments in there. Just look what happened to L.A. and the fires because of DEI. That's right, Mike. That's right. Still Gulf of Mexico, and after Trump leave, Gulf of Mexico. Hey, Juan, Google Gulf of Mexico. Tell me what the map says. Hey, I know. Here, you know what? Let's take a look together. Here you go, guys. Gulf of Mexico. Let's see. Maybe they changed it, guys. Maybe they changed it to Gulf of Mexico. Let's take a look. Oh, man. Yeah, sorry, guys. It's still Gulf of America. How about that? Let's take a look. Oh, man, it won't let me zoom in. But I can zoom this one in. Don't worry, you lazy bastards. I'll do the search for you. Go ahead. What does that say? What does that say right there? Huh? What does it say? Huh? Boo 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 boo. Boo 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 boo. Boo boo boo. Boo 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 boo. Gulf of America, you suckers! Oh, man, I love it when a plan comes together, don't you? Bam, ba-dam, bam, 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 bam. Mexicans are sour about that one, bro. The MAGA, baby. That's the MAGA. That's the Gulf of MAGA. Let's go. Make pupusas great again. Gulf of America. Who's the dumbass now? Oh my goodness. You guys. Pathetic. With that being said, guys, nobody has been taking the stream bus chat for the day. Let me see. That's your big win, Gulf of America, man. You people are lame. I'll tell you who's lame. The ones who can accept the reality that is called the Gulf of America. Burn us. You guys are a bunch of burners. Oh, man, that was fantastic. That was fantastic. All right, guys, let's go. If President Donald Trump comes live, we'll just play it afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you for covering us here today. I want to welcome our colleagues from Australia in this ministerial meeting. It's the first one that I've done as in my time here in the last year. Obviously, the same is true for Secretary Hegseth, and I want to welcome both the Foreign Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister for Defense for both joining us here today. This is an incredibly strong alliance. In fact, as we were discussing a few moments ago, it is our only ally that has fought with us in every war over the last, certainly over the last 4 or 5 decades, and we're very grateful to them for that. And this is a very strong partnership. It's a strong alliance, and what we want to do is continue to build on it. We think we have a lot of momentum behind this alliance, coming off the visit with the Prime Minister here in October, which we also had a chance to participate in, and then follow-up events to it. And we felt very strongly after that we have real momentum. We wanted to do this here before the end of the year to continue to build on that alliance, and to continue to build on that momentum that came from that meeting, and to work together on our shared priorities, and we have so many. We truly have no better friend. In addition to that strong alliance, we're also deeply committed to the Quad, the concept of, in conjunction with Japan and India, the building out of this Quad, which is something you'll see. In fact, it was my first meeting as Secretary of State. I had been confirmed, sworn in downstairs, and came right up on that elevator and into this room, and it was in this very room that I did my first event as Secretary of State with the Quad, and we look forward to, we think we've had at least 3 meetings this year, if I recall correctly, and we'll continue to build on that in the year to come. We look to do more of those. So we have a lot of things we've worked together on at the direction of the President. AUKUS is full steam ahead, as he said, and I know the Department of War, Secretary Hegseth will discuss that further, has conducted a review, which it's a review about how we can expand this relationship, about how to build on it, so that it can be about many things. And I know we've also signed a landmark critical mineral framework agreement. This is something we share in common, not just with Australia, but with many of our allies around the world, the desire to diversify supply chains, and the belief that in order for us to be able to do anything, whether it's defend our countries, defend our allies, or defend each other, but also to build our economies and to prosper as economies, we have to have critical mineral supplies and supply chains that are reliable and that are diverse and not overly invested in one place where they can be used as leverage against us or our partners of the world. And so this is something that you'll find the U.S. and Australia working very closely on, and it's at the cornerstone of everything we plan to do together in the months and years to come. So I want to welcome you to Washington. Thank you for joining us and agreeing to doing it here at the end of this year. I know you have many other obligations and places you're going to be traveling quite extensively in the days to come as well, so we're very grateful that you were willing to come here and join us, and we look forward to reciprocating in the new year by visiting you in Australia, as I look forward to, and it's one of my, I actually have never been, and I need to go. And it's a very efficient trip because I can say I went to a country and a continent all at once. And so very rarely can you say that. So thank you for joining us here today. We're grateful and honored by your presence.
Thank you very much, Secretary Rubio. Can I thank you and Secretary Hegseth for hosting us in this extraordinary room, as you said, where we've had our first Quad meeting after you were sworn in. We're really, Richard and I are so happy to be here, so honoured to participate in another AUSMIN meeting and to build on the very successful meeting between the President and the Prime Minister, and including the historic critical minerals deal that they delivered. AUSMIN was established, that is this meeting was established under President Ronald Reagan and Prime Minister Bob Hawke. And in 1985, President Reagan spoke of our common defence of freedom from the First and Second World Wars and said, "All this has nurtured the bonds of friendship between our two peoples. Today, the United States and Australia as much as ever rely on each other." That remains true today, and as Secretary Rubio said, Australian soldiers have fought beside American troops in every major battle since World War I, and we continue to rely on each other. Not just our servicemen and women, whom we thank for their service, but all our people. And that's because the work we do together is indispensable to a peaceful, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific. And this is something Secretary Rubio has spoken so eloquently about. The United States is our principal ally and our principal strategic partner, and together we navigate volatility, we invest in each other, we invest in the region's security, and we boost each other's prosperity, whether that's through investment in critical minerals, critical technology, Australian superannuation, or of course AUKUS. Australia's approach to the alliance has always been to work to ensure it delivers concrete benefits for our security and prosperity and for that of the United States. And AUKUS is central to that, a win for Australia, a win for the US and a win for the United Kingdom. And we welcome President Trump's statement, "We are full steam ahead." We are full steam ahead. So we look forward very much to these consultations today. Very happy to be here in Washington. We'd also, Secretary Rubio, be very honoured to welcome you to Australia when you are when you are able to come. So thank you again for hosting us. We look forward to the discussions.
All right. Secretary Rubio, thank you for hosting us. Deputy Prime Minister Marles, we've seen each other often, and we will continue to inform Minister Wong. Thank you for being here. It was mentioned this is the 40th year of AUSMIN, 1985, and it's not lost on any of us the depth of the friendship our two countries have had and our militaries have had for quite some time. And it was Ronald Reagan who, just like the Trump administration, put a practical application to that partnership 40 years ago by ensuring that our leaders are meeting together regularly to stay on track in rowing in the same direction, because we share the same values, the same neighborhood, we're both Pacific nations, and our leadership's coming together on a regular basis is a reflection of that. So on the defense side, we're working on force posture, we're working on defense industrial cooperation, first on force posture initiatives. We're upgrading infrastructure on air bases in Queensland and the Northern Territory. That allows for additional U.S. bomber rotations. We're upgrading logistics and infrastructure in Darwin, so more U.S. Marines can do rotational deployments and pre-positioning MV-22 Ospreys. This establishes new and resilient logistics networks across Australia. We're deepening our cooperation on the defense industrial base, cooperation on guided weapons production and lethal capabilities, 2-year roadmaps on Australia's guided weapons and explosive ordnance enterprise, groundbreaking cooperative actions on things like GMLRS, guided missile launch rocket systems and precision strike missiles. And we're working toward co-production and co-sustainment of hypersonic attack cruise missiles, co-sustainment, air-to-air missiles, cooperative programs across the board, including Mark 54 torpedoes. We're also building on the historic framework and critical minerals cooperation that's been mentioned already by President Trump and Prime Minister Albanese, signed in October. Critical minerals and rare earths are a huge part of ensuring both countries can operate the way we need to in that region and around the world. And finally, as we move, as was mentioned, full steam ahead on AUKUS, we applaud Australia's upcoming delivery of an additional $1 billion to help expand U.S. submarine production capacity. We're strengthening AUKUS so that it works for America, for Australia, and for the UK. There's a lot we're going to do together in the months ahead. This meeting will be, as was laid out by President Trump, as I mentioned at Reagan just a couple days ago, these are practical, realistic ways that our two countries can come together to ensure that we provide peace through strength for both of our nations. The stronger we are together, the more we can deter the kinds of conflicts neither of us want to see, and this is a deepening of that partnership. Grateful to be here. Thank you.
Well, Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hegseth, Marco Pete, on behalf of Penny and I, thank you very much for having us here in Washington today. It is a real pleasure to be here in the 40th anniversary of OSMIN. Our relationship with the United States is the most important relationship that we have, and indeed our alliance with the United States is really the cornerstone of Australian strategic and foreign policy, and today is an important moment to take that forward again over the next 12 months. We are living in a much more contested world where it really matters to be doubling down with friends and allies, and obviously America is front and centre and foremost for Australia in that respect. We are very grateful for the meeting that happened between Prime Minister Albanese and President Trump a couple of months ago. It's very significant in the context of the relationship. I think also President Trump has given us the motto for our meeting today, which is full steam ahead. And it is very much full steam ahead in terms of the alliance, in terms of the progress on AUKUS, in preparing ourselves for the establishment of the Submarine Rotational Force West at the end of 2027. That is a significant moment in the journey of AUKUS. But right now we've had an increased number of visits of US nuclear-powered submarines to Australia, including the USS Vermont, which has been at HMAS Sterling over the last 6 weeks or so, where it's undergone the most extensive maintenance that a US nuclear submarine has undertaken outside of the United States. And we are really pleased with the progress that we are seeing in terms of building Australia's capabilities to ultimately be able to operate our own nuclear-powered submarine capability going forward. At every OSMIN meeting that we've had since 2022, when Penny and I first started attending these OSMIN meetings, a central part of what we have sought to do in the defence space is to increase the US footprint in Australia. And this OSMIN will be no different, as Pete has just taken you through, be it infrastructure which enables greater bomber rotations in Australia, or be it what we are doing in terms of enhancing logistics capability of the United States in Australia, having more American equipment be stored in Australia, for example, the Ospreys. These are just examples of what we are doing across every domain. Air, sea and ground, but also space and cyber, to have the most extensive American force posture that we have seen in terms of the breadth of that in the Australian continent. And that is so important going forward, to make very clear in our region that Australia and America stand side by side in working together to contribute to the peace and security of the Indo-Pacific. As we meet today, there are almost 900 Australian servicemen and women who are embedded in the United States Defence Forces across the US. Indeed, the deputy commanders of the US Army, the US Navy and the US Air Force in the Pacific are all now institutionally Australian. And that is an example of the degree to which our two countries work so closely together in respect of defence. Penny and I are really looking forward to taking our relationship and our alliance again forward in the meetings that we have today. We're working really well with this administration, and we are very excited about working with you, Marco and Pete, to take the alliance forward into the future.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
What do you think of Australia's ban on social media?
Last week before Thanksgiving, we played some secretly recorded video from inside a WEA meeting where they were talking about strategy. Basically, what is their strategy and their messaging going to be as a union to push back against these horrible, evil initiatives? We played a bunch of clips that got a lot of attention. I thought I'd play yet another one today that we didn't play last week. There was this biology teacher. Well, we know that she has a major in, it's most useless, gender studies and biology. So, of course, she, if she identifies in that way, is absolutely an expert on the topic. And as an expert in biology, one thing she knows for sure is that, biology is just a spectrum.
One of the things that I notice about that is if you're verifying the student's biological sex relying on one or more of the following, and there's those three things listed, from a scientific standpoint, those three things can conflict with each other. I won't get into all of the specifics of this, but reproductive anatomy, genetic makeup, and testosterone levels are three different things, and those can point in different directions for different people. And so, there's a lot about this that's poorly written, but in that case, when you're relying on one or more of the following, and those things conflict with each other, what's the outcome of that going to be? Obviously, these are people who don't have a good understanding of biology to begin with,
Well, yes,
but I think that that's a really big weak spot in this initiative, in addition to all of the horrific discrimination that's happening here. But my degrees are in biology and gender studies, and I read that and I have a lot of red flags going up about how you would actually operationalize that, even if it were a reasonable thing to be doing to begin with.
You have red flags. I have a lot of red flags from someone who says they have a degree in biology, who says that we wouldn't be able to determine someone's gender through their genetic makeup or their reproductive organs. These are the people teaching your kids biology, okay? These are the people teaching your kids biology. All right, so after that happened, we, of course, were just trying to enjoy our Thanksgiving weekend, and apparently we ruined the WEA's Thanksgiving meeting. The union was very upset that we were playing for the public some of the video of what they said behind the scenes on these meetings about how they're going to fight back against parental rights. They're going to fight to keep boys and girls' spaces. They sent out this long email attacking me, calling me right-wing,
Sorry, lady, but you're not in line. Man, that was quick. What the hell happened? Not what I thought. Sorry, guys. I had to attend to an emergency. And I had to grab me some oatmeal. So let's see. That was 12 minutes, it looks like. And President Donald Trump, it's still not. Oh, never mind. We are live now. Here we go. Let's see right here.
Energy for their great flight around the world. All of their energy for their great flight around the world on Christmas Eve. Santa told me they are snuggled beneath warm, fluffy blankets, sipping candy cane cocoa, feeling the joy and love that will soon be shared with amazing children everywhere. So, with his sleigh parked safely with his reindeer, Santa climbed aboard my Osprey and couldn't stop smiling. I watched him gazing out of the window, grinning at all of the wonderful American families below. Santa told me that the Osprey floated through the sky like a giant snowflake, but it is way faster than a sleigh could ever fly. Santa, where are you, Santa? Thank you for joining me. Today, we are here for one of the most beloved traditions of the holiday season, Toys for Tots, led by United States Marine Corps Reserve. For more than 75 years, Marines and volunteers across America collect and deliver new toys to children who need a little extra joy during Christmas, all wrapped with love and great care. To everyone here at Quantico and all those who support the Toys for Tots Foundation, thank you. This includes the Toy Association's generous support. I'm grateful for your partnership and dedication to promoting fun and creativity. You help bring the delight of Christmas morning to millions of children, and you remind us all that American tradition, kindness, and love remain among our most powerful. To the families of military personnel, you are the heart of today's celebration. Your strength in the face of the adversity is inspirational. Some of the children here today have a parent stationed away from home right now. I know this can be difficult. On behalf of our nation, thank you. And thank you to the parents and guardians who are here today. Your support and resilience empower our Marines to serve with honor and distinction. Whether near or far, you eliminate every occasion, enriching everyone's life. This Christmas season, you, your friends, and your families should wish for the ultimate gift, love. After all, love travels further than Santa's sleigh and American ospreys. Thank you, and Merry Christmas, and Happy and Healthy New Year. Thank you.
The First Lady earlier today meeting with the Marines and Toys for Tots. She really is an extraordinary representative, and the Christmas season truly shines through the office of the First Lady, and what an improvement we had from last year, no question about that. But all of the inside, if you have the chance to go to the White House, which I highly, highly recommend anytime, but especially during the Christmas seasons, you will see there, home is where the heart is, the theme for the White House celebration in this 2025, and reflecting on the Pearl Harbor anniversary from yesterday and going through that history 84 years later. It was quite a somber time there at the White House with President Roosevelt, but even to go into his fireside chats, even as a liberal president, how he invoked the blessings of God and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ over this country, the foundational principles of America, really something to reflect upon as a historian that you might be at home as well. So home is where the heart is, and it surely is there at the White House this Christmas season. Through the First Lady's office, we're going to go right to the President now, participating in a roundtable.
Thank you for being here as we take a very vital action to protect and defend American farmers and reduce prices for the American consumers. And we've done that in so many different fields, and this is a little bit of a different field, but we're bringing prices way down. We inherited a total mess from the Biden administration, the highest inflation in the country's history, and very, very high prices, and prices are coming down, and they're very, very far down on energy. Energy's come. In fact, we hit a very important number, sacred number. We had 3 states.
Hey, I'm not going to lie, but they really need to fire whoever the hell is doing the spray tan. He is extra Cheeto orange today. No joke. And the lighting, of course, is not going to help. Just got to say it like it is, boys.
In the last 2 days, reported by our energy group, a group of very strong energy people, who said we hit $1.99 a gallon in 3 different states, and that's an amazing accomplishment because the gasoline prices are coming down. When gasoline comes down, everything, it's such a big category that when gasoline comes down, sort of everything sort of follows. But we inherited a mess. Affordability, but you can call it affordability or anything you want, but the Democrats caused the affordability problem, and we're the ones that are fixing it. So it's a very simple statement. They caused it, we're fixing it, and they have a tendency to just say this election's based on affordability. and nobody questions them, John. You know, nobody says, "Oh, well, what do you mean by that?" But they just say the word. They never say anything else because they caused the problem. But we're fixing the problem, and we're pleased to be joined today by many of the wonderful members of the farming community, as well as the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. Brooke, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Thank you very much, Scott. Senator John Bozeman. Thank you, John. Good job. John Hoeven. Thank you, John. And Deb Fisher. Thank you very much. As well as Representative Austin Scott, who's been with us right from the beginning. Thank you, Austin. Good job. I'm delighted to announce this afternoon that the United States will be taking a small portion of the hundreds of billions of dollars we receive in tariffs. We are making a lot of money from countries that took advantage of us for years. They took advantage of us like nobody's ever seen. Our deficits are way down because of tariffs. I guess because of the election, because without the election you wouldn't have tariffs. You'd be sitting here losing your shirt. But we're taking in billions. We're really taking in trillions of dollars, if you think about it, Scott, because the real number is, you know, when you think of all the money being poured into the country for new auto plants and all of the other things, AI. So what we're doing is we're taking a relatively small portion of that, and we're going to be giving and providing it to the farmers in economic assistance. And we love our farmers, and as you know, the farmers like me, because you know, based on voting trends, you could call it voting trends or anything else, but they're great people. They're the backbone of our country. So we're going to use that money to provide $12 billion in economic assistance to American farmers. $12 billion is a lot of money, Meryl. What do you think? Peanuts for you, though, right? Peanuts. She's a farmer of rice. This relief will provide much-needed certainty to farmers as they get this year's harvest to market and look ahead to next year's crops. And it'll help them continue their efforts to lower food prices for American families. And again, we inherited something that we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country, and we're taking care of it. Farmers are an indispensable national asset, part of the backbone of America. I've always felt it so strongly. They're so important. Unfortunately, under sleepy Joe Biden, he was a sleepy guy. Our farmers were crushed by the worst inflation in modern history and crippling restrictions on energy, water, and countless other necessities for farmers. And what they did to the farmer in terms of putting the brakes on was just absolutely unacceptable. In my first term, we had an agricultural trade surplus by a lot. We had a big surplus, meaning that we were exporting American agricultural products all over the world, making a net profit, and in many cases a very substantial profit. He came in and ruined it. Biden turned that surplus into a gaping agricultural deficit that continues to this day, but we're knocking it down. It's starting to go very good. In fact, China, as you know, is buying a tremendous amount of soybeans, and the number, I spoke with President Xi recently, very recently, and I think he's going to do even more than he promised to do. So I think the relationship is a very good one. I think he's going to do more than he promised to do, and what he promised to do is a lot. So we're very happy with that. In the last year, Biden bankruptcies rose by 55%, having to do with farms. So farm bankruptcies under Joe Biden went up 55%. That's not good. But now we're once again in a position where a president is able to put farmers first. But unfortunately, I'm the only president that does that. On day one, I terminated the Green New Scam. Energy prices are down. Gasoline prices are down. We've slashed record numbers of crippling regulations, and we're working on huge trade deals already, securing $60 billion in agricultural purchase commitments. And, you know, Biden made none. He didn't make any trade deals having to do with the farmers or any of it. It's crazy. China committed. He was the worst president in the history of our country, by the way, in case anybody has any questions. China committed to over $40 billion of soybean purchases, and that's a commitment. And I asked President Xi if he could even up it. And I think he'll do that. I mean, not a commitment. The $40 billion is a commitment. But the soybean farmers are quite happy. Since my successful meeting in South Korea with President Xi, purchases have been made and soybeans are being exported out of the United States to China as we speak. And I say that our soybeans, I told this to President Xi, our soybeans are more nutritious than competitors. Somebody said, is that a Trump statement or is that real? In fact, you know who asked me that question? President Xi asked me that question. He said, really, I had never heard of it. And he was a food purchaser for a long time. But that's what I hear. And Japan agreed to $8 billion in purchases of corn, soybeans, ethanol, fertilizer, aviation, biofuel, and rice. You know, Japan never bought rice from anybody else. It's like a very important thing to them. And they agreed to buy rice, okay?
Absolutely.
So I also proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in history, and the one big, beautiful bill, the monumental tax relief bill that is benefiting very, very strongly, benefiting the American farmer. And I think also for farmers, we have, as you know, and we got this, the estate tax, or the death tax, as they call it, on farmers, on small businesses. You don't have to pay it anymore. A lot of farms, you love your children, and your children are great, and they want to be farmers, and you leave the farm with your children, and a lot of farms are, sort of cash poor, land rich, cash poor, and the kids would go to the local bank or to any bank, and they'd borrow money to pay the estate tax, and they'd end up losing the farm. They go bankrupt, and a lot of debt too. Literally, because they love their farm and they love their business and they love that way of life, they end up committing suicide. A lot of suicides. We have no more estate tax. How about that? Do you have children?
I do.
Well, let them know. Now, if you love your children, then it's good. If you don't love your children, you don't have to leave them anything. It doesn't matter what I just said.
They're still young. I still love them.
I have a feeling you love them. I have a feeling you love your children. But the estate tax is a very big thing, so you don't have estate tax. You die, you leave your farm or whatever, or small business to your children, you don't have to pay estate tax. It seems to affect the farmer more than anybody else, because you can have a farm that's very valuable, and therefore you have to pay a big tax, but it's not a big value in terms of cash. Maximizing domestic farm production is a big part of how we will make America affordable again and bring down grocery prices for American families. And again, these are prices that we inherited. When I left, we were doing incredible. In 4 years, what they've done to this country and so many, and not even mentioning the border and the criminals allowed into our country and all of the other. So I just want to say it's a tremendous honor being with you. I'd now like to ask Secretary Rollins to provide some of the details, followed by Secretary Besant, Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, Senator Bozeman, Representative Scott, and then we go to a couple of the farmers' representatives, but we'll all get involved a little bit. You can speak. Anybody is shy to speak in front of the press, and I don't blame you if that's the case, but farmers, Court Holub and Merrill Kennedy will say a few words also, and then we'll have a little discussion, okay? Madam Secretary.
Thank you to the greatest boss in the world for a long time now. It's just an honor to be here. I'm going to keep my comments very short because I really want to make sure that you and the world gets to hear from our farmers. So a couple of quick points. Number one, this country and our farm economy is facing a crisis that we inherited that most of these farmers have not seen in their lifetime. Profitability is down. It's just one crisis after another. When we came into office, or when you did, and you were sworn in on January the 20th, as you mentioned, not one new trade deal had been struck in 4 years. The cost of inputs for our farmers, fertilizer up 36%, manual labor up 47%, interest rates up 73%. When you combine the cost of inputs for our farmers married to no new trade deals, and then you're facing an administration whose priorities were DEI, climate change, putting the farmer aside. I mean, it was an absolute war on agriculture and on our rural communities. That all changed on January 20th. So as, sir, we are working, and you have been just so resolute. I mean, these are our people. Rural America is the fabric of our country. This is the way of life that preserves the American dream for the next 250 years as we celebrate the first 250 years. So we began to go to work immediately. What these elected officials sitting across from us did with the One Big Beautiful Bill, with a lot of help and direction from you, was the largest investment in rural America in any of our lifetimes. We will begin to see that effectuated next year in 2026. As we have fought to bring input costs down, you have talked about, and even this weekend did an executive order, signed one, on looking into the reason that so much of these costs have been driven up over and over. Equipment, again, fertilizer, seed, et cetera, et cetera. We have to make sure we understand why that is. And then the continuing of the additional trade deals across the world. And no longer will America be held and beholden to the regime of other countries' tariff infrastructure. Instead, we are moving our products out across the world. Having said that, and we have been listening to the farmers for the last 10 months, 11 months, sir, that the bridge that is needed to get from the last administration and what basically happened under the last president and the last U.S. Department of Agriculture to this new golden age for farmers, where instead of farming for government checks, they can farm to feed their family and sell their products and pass it on to the next generation, that this bridge is absolutely necessary based on where we are right now. So as the president said, we are very pleased to announce that today we are going to be effectuating an $11 billion bridge payment to our farmers. The money will move by February 28th of 2026, but by the end of this month, so just in the next couple of weeks, every farmer that is able to apply for it will know exactly what that number looks like. So as you are going to your lender, as you are working to ensure and understanding what you can plant for next year, you will have that number in hand. And we will continue to talk to our farmers, continue to understand exactly what this looks like and what is necessary. The final thing I'll say is
12 billion.
Well, we're holding $1 billion back. So today we are announcing $11 billion. We are holding $1 billion back just to ensure that we are covering. So today's announcement covers all of our row crops, but some specialty crops and others that we are still working with to best understand where they are in the farm economy and ensure that we're making every forward-moving position that we need to. And then finally, as we move to this new golden age for agriculture and for rural America, as we continue to fight for these farmers and ranchers, their way of life, and those that are represented here represent hundreds of thousands of farmers across this country. Just know that this president, I have never been around anyone who every time we talk, he asks, how are my farmers? Every single time. So we will never stop fighting. We will make sure that we're doing everything we can to ensure the next 250 years is just as bright, if not brighter, than the last. So thank you, sir.
Brooke. Thank you. And this money would not be possible without tariffs. The tariffs are taking in, hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're giving some up to the farmers because they were mistreated by other countries for, I don't know, maybe right reasons, maybe wrong reasons. They weren't. They were trying to show us something, and it's really worked out really well. But because of the tariffs, this is possible. The other thing I'd like to add before going to Scott, and I think it's very important, we're going to also give the tractor companies, John Deere and all of the companies that make the equipment, we're going to take off a lot of the environmental restrictions that they have on machinery. It's ridiculous. I know because I buy a lot of that machinery for different things. We have a lot of big clubs with, hundreds, thousands of acres. And I buy a lot of stuff, and you buy it, it's got so much equipment on it for the environmental, it doesn't do anything, except it makes the equipment much more expensive and much more complicated to work. And it's not as good as the old days. And we're going to take a lot of that nonsense off of the equipment, which is going to reduce, and we're going to do it, and we're going to say you're going to reduce the prices. We're not going to do it and they're not going to reduce. They're going to have to reduce their prices because farming equipment has gotten too expensive. And a lot of the reason is because they put these environmental excesses on the equipment, which don't do a damn thing except make it complicated, make it impractical. And you really have to be, in many cases, you need about 185 IQ to turn on a lawnmower. Now, so we're going to take that off, that crap off that they put on Biden mostly. And we're going to take that off. So that's going to make that'll bring down the equipment prices a lot.
That's right.
And we're going to do that immediately. You're going to work with Lee Zeldin, who's not here. He's doing a fantastic job. And Lee is going to work that out. And that would be most of it. It's crazy. The machines, they're always under repair because they're so complicated that you can't fix them. The old days you used to fix it yourself. Now you can't do that. You have to be a PhD from, let's say, MIT. Okay, so we're going to get that done. Scott, please go ahead.
Good. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the farmers to join us today. And I will tell all of you here that when either in person or when we are on a call with President Xi, the first thing the president asking for is more soybean purchases.
That's right.
We don't talk about geopolitics. We don't talk about trade. It's about soybean
We
purchases.
don't even say hello. We immediately start. Soybean. We start with the soybean, please.
Could you do a little? It's always could you do a little more? So, and I think President Xi has heard President Trump. This group represents an American way of life that has fed our nation and its spirit for hundreds of years. You are the caretakers of the most productive agricultural country on earth. You drive hundreds of billions of dollars in exports, support millions of jobs, and keep America's economy running strong. And this administration is committed to keeping it that way. By putting farmers first, President Trump is ushering in a new golden age for agriculture. The President's $11 billion relief package for America's farmers comes at a critical time. These direct payments will give producers the breathing room they need to market this year's harvest and plan for next season. This serves as a liquidity bridge during a period of adjustment, supporting the strongest agricultural sector in the world. Add this to President's success in reining in Biden-era inflation, thanks to the administration's pro-growth policies, input costs like fuel and fertilizer are easing, and credit conditions are improving, interest rates are coming down, helping farmers prepare for the next harvest. President Trump scored a massive victory for America's farmers when he secured an arrangement with President Xi in Busan to reopen China's markets to U.S. agricultural exports, especially soybeans, sorghum, and other commodities. Under this framework, China committed to purchase at least 12 million metric tons of U.S. soybeans this growing season, followed by a minimum of 25 million tons annually for the next 3 years. And it's not just China. At the President's direction, Treasury, USTR, and the Department of Commerce have secured supplemental purchases of U.S. agricultural goods in major trade agreements across the world to open new markets to America's farmers. The One Big Beautiful Bill also delivered transformative benefits for America's small farmers. It locked in full expensing for farm equipment and 100% expensing for farm structures built during the President's term. I believe Representative Scott and a group in the House, we were originally just going to do factories, and they called us and said, you need to do farm structures too, and the President said, we're all in. And it extended and enhanced much needed relief from the punishing death tax, giving family farms greater certainty as they plan for the next generation. Mr. President, thank you for putting America first by putting your farmers first. Through pro-growth, pro-farm agenda, you are ushering in a new golden age of American agriculture, and Treasury is proud to help in this.
Thank you, Scott. You know what we'll do? We're going to go a little faster because the last meeting we had was 3 hours. We're the most transparent group, so if we can go faster, it'll be great. And then we'll take some questions from the fake news. Is that okay? Kevin, go real fast, Kevin.
Yeah, I could go really fast, sir. Yeah. Sir, the farm economy, you always ask me to just get a few numbers to put it in perspective. And as I've looked through the incredible performance of these people that work so hard and are such important people for keeping communities alive, the thing that struck me the most, because you and I were here in the White House during COVID, is that during those terrible COVID times, farm production didn't go down. Like these farmers, they went to work every day and they produced so much. But then Joe Biden came in, so we had COVID. and farm production didn't go down. And then Joe Biden came in, and he really wrecked the farm economy. And so during Biden's term, 150,000 farms closed, sir. 150,000 farms closed after we went through COVID and we didn't have a problem. Now, why did we do it? Why were we able to do that? I'm going fast. The first is that, do you know that expenses for farms fell 5% while we were here because of all the things that we did, expensing and everything else? But under Joe Biden, they went up 13% because of all, the regulations, energy, everything else. But the thing that really jumped out at me the most is because you had high growth and low inflation. Interest expense for the farm economy fell $120 million per year while you were there in the White House. But under Joe Biden, it increased by $8 billion per year. And so you wonder why it is that we need this $11 billion, maybe $12 billion to build a bridge loan to America's farmers. It's because we know how to fix it, but there really was a hole that was dug in the previous administration. Thank you. Hope it's
Thank
fast
you
enough.
very much. Good. That was quick. That's good. Appreciate it. Senator, please.
Yes, sir. No, thank you so much. Thank you for convening us this great announcement and all your hard work for farmers. I think I was reading the clips. I think yesterday you talked about, Mr. Secretary, about farmers needing certainty, and which is so true. This bridge note is one of those things that provides certainty. I also, as I was reading that, thought to myself, the one thing that farmers can be certain of is the fact that you've got their back, and you proved that through the years in the last administration and now this. I was giving a presentation to the Senate a while back, and I was talking about us having the cheapest, safest food supply of any place in the world. It's not just about the farmers in rural America. And so Marco Rubio was sitting by me prior to coming over here and becoming the great Secretary of State. But he punched me and said, "John, always remind him," he was head of the Committee on Intelligence. He punched me, he said, "Always remind him, food security is national security." So this is important for so many different reasons. And again, I appreciate you for recognizing that, not only now, but when you were campaigning in your first election, how you treated the farmers in your first administration, and now stepping up. So we look forward to helping you. If we need some additional help, looking to Congress, or whatever, we'll be there for you. So
We're taking in so much money with the tariffs now that it's such a pleasure. Without it, we wouldn't be able to help you. We're making a country, we're the richest country in the world now. And, we have a big decision. Hopefully we're going to get the right decision. It's such a big thing in the Supreme Court right now. We have a lot of bad people opposed to us, people that hate our country. Other countries are involved, some real sleazebags that I know, political sleazebags. And they're trying to take that away from us. And we have other methods, but they're not as powerful. They're not as quick. Some of the wars that I solved wouldn't have been solved using those methods. So it's a very important thing, the tariff. The decision of the Supreme Court's a very important thing. And Scott, we can do it other ways, but it's slow and it's cumbersome, and it doesn't have the power. It doesn't have the national security power that we have. So I hope we're going to be successful. That's all I can tell you. Austin, please. Thank you, John.
Well, first of all, President, thank you for the selection of Brooke Rollins as Secretary of Agriculture. That was a big first step.
You want to keep her?
Absolutely.
Can I
absolutely
butt in and second that? She's not only her, but her staff does a tremendous job.
I agree.
And
remember eggs? Remember we came in and
absolutely
the people in the media. I'm going to be nice. People in the media were 3 days into office, Susie, right? They're saying egg prices are up like 90% more than that. And I said, I just got here. I didn't know about it. Anyway, she got those prices down to below what they were before. She's doing a great job. Now beef is starting to come down, and some other things are starting to come down. Again, we inherited these problems, but we're getting them down. Go ahead, please.
She's a fact-based decision maker, and the egg issue is where I learned about her. She said, we're not going to use a vaccine that doesn't work. We're going to develop a vaccine that does. And that is 100% what it takes. And so we have to make decisions based on facts. And President Trump, the trade issues, I want to thank you for exposing what other countries are doing to us.
Yep.
I want to mention one specifically for the benefit of Kevin and Scott. I hope they're paying attention to it, but the European Union deforestation regulation, where they are imposing on our landowners rules that were established for Brazil, and now they're telling the American farmer what they can and can't do on their own land through this European Union deforestation regulation.
What does it tell? Explain that.
They are telling the American farmer that if their timber is cut and they are going to use that land for pasture land or for production agriculture, that they will not take the timber or the byproducts from the sale of that timber. And I have talked with James a little earlier about we need to make it clear to Europe, Mr. President.
If you could give me a 2-paragraph statement on that, I will give that to them, and they will do what they have to do.
Yes, sir.
We're always helping them, and they do this kind of stuff. And they pass little regulations that cost billions of dollars. It takes them 2 minutes to do it. They do it. Very tough. No good. You give me a couple of paragraphs. That's all. We'll have to do a lengthy study, and I'll get that changed fast. Okay?
Thank you very much, President. We love you.
It's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, every day it's something else.
A country that can't feed itself doesn't know what freedom is. And so thank you for making sure that our farmers have the tools that they need so that we as a country can feed ourselves.
Well, just what you said to me about, the European Union. Now, that guy's the European Union, right? We have to be able to act quickly with tariffs. We can't just, go to a committee, go to a study that takes 7 months and talk. We got to be able to act quickly. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
John?
So thank you. I think that's the message from Farm Country is thank you very much. In the Working Family Tax Relief Act, or as my young staffers call it, OB3, there is a tremendous amount for farmers and ranchers. You mentioned the credit as far as estate tax, which is so important. You analyzed it just right. But also in there, we enhanced ARC and PLC, which is a countercyclical safety net, thanks to the strong leadership of Senator Bozeman and our colleagues in the House. But we also included the Farmer Act, which was my bill to make crop insurance more affordable. These tools will kick in next year, Mr. President, in a big, big way for our farmers. Big time. And people aren't even really looking at it yet. But it's going to be a very big deal. So today is all about bridging to get there. And I want to thank Secretary Bassett and Jameson Greer. They're tremendous. And they're negotiating hard out there for farmers and ranchers. And I know it's because you're setting the tone. But this is that bridge. And so we need to come back to Secretary Rollins. Thank you. Your leadership on this was vital. And Mr. President, you're right, they love you in Farm Country out there. All you have to do is drive out and see the flags and
the signs all over the fields.
On the hay bales, right?
It's a great honor. They're great people, the best people.
This is really important. Really important for our farmers and ranchers. Thank you very much.
You're doing a great job too, Jim. Thank you. And whatever we need, we get through the Senate, we get through the House, we'll get it done. I think we'll start maybe with Court Hollow, and you come from that place that I'm very happy with.
I hail from the great state of Iowa. I'm surrounded here by some of the greatest farmers in the area and from across the country. Anything from rice farmers, we've got all sorts of cotton farmers, everything. Everything is here represented so well. And first off, from me, I want to say thank you for this bridge payment. It's Christmas early for farmers. And just to kind of have an icebreaker here for the story, I've got a 2-year-old little boy at home. 2-year-old little boy and a 4-month-old little girl. And the other day I was reading my little boy a story at night, putting him to bed, and he said, "Daddy, I don't want Santa Claus to come to our house for Christmas. I want President Trump." and I think, Mr. Trump, I think you brought Christmas to farmers. With this bridge payment, we'll be able to farm another year, help us get by. It's such an honor to be here with you. I lost my grandfather in a hard hand in 2002 in a farming accident. And he instilled in me at an early age to love the land, to take pride in what we do.
Was that a machine accident?
It was a machine accident. And it gets in your blood to farm. It's in our blood. Despite what happened, I want my 2-year-old to farm. I want my 4-month-old daughter to have an opportunity. And what you're doing here in DC is working. You have a backbone to stand up to other countries for trade. You're getting things done. Tax provisions. I'll be able to potentially pass on a farm to my children because of you. Ethanol. You're working for ethanol. Trying to get E15 year-round. We're dealing with California. Prop 12. Let's continue to work on that. I think we can have a lot of domestic product used here in the country, and we can keep America first, and you're good at that. That is who you are. And if we keep that E15, you could have the biggest...
E15 is a big deal?
E15 is a great deal, year-round.
Okay.
You could have the biggest stamp. I did that. Trump did that, and we would thank you. Farmers would love you more than anything if we could continue that. Continue to use domestic product, use the byproducts, and even be able to export to other countries. And so what you've done here, and just having us here in the White House with you, sitting beside the Secretary and all these other great individuals here, what a true honor. And I will take pride in this meeting, and I will take this home for many generations to come. And because of what you're doing, hopefully them generations can stay on the whole Bland farm.
Well, we're going to bring you into the Oval Office when we're finished, okay? The farmers, nobody else, just the farmers. And we'll take some pictures. Our representatives also, okay? We have to look at that because they're doing a great job, John and Austin. We appreciate it. You're doing a great job. Meryl, go ahead, please. Tell us about rice.
Rice. Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me here. And my friend, the secretary, you have an incredible lady right here. She really is. Along with being a mother of 3 and a wife, I run my family's agribusiness, Kennedy Rice Mill, in a little town called Marouge, Louisiana, about 1,000 people in the northern part of the state. We employ around 150 people taking rice from the field to a finished product, supplying some of the largest food companies that many of you would know here domestically, but also abroad. And my sisters and I, because there is 4 of us, right? I'm the youngest of 4 daughters, started our own rice brand a few years ago to just tell the story of American agriculture that hadn't really been told before. But I wish I was here under better terms. I'll tell you, I think the rice industry thanks you sincerely for what you have done for the California rice market into Japan. It has been monumental for our industry. But us in the South are really struggling. I mean, this is not just a crisis. I would say it's almost a market dynamics that really are true in an anti-competitive nature, right? So it follows what you sent out this weekend. And we do believe that countries are dumping rice into this country today. We've never seen imports this great.
Which countries?
India, Thailand, even China into Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico used to be one of the largest markets for U.S. rice. We haven't shipped rice into Puerto Rico in years. So this has been happening for years. This didn't start during your administration, but unfortunately, we're seeing it in a much bigger way now. The tariffs are working, but we need to double down because
you want more. I mean,
they're cheating, right? They're they're just subsidizing and then
India. Tell me about India. Why is India allowed to do that? They have to pay tariffs. Do they have an exemption on rice?
No, sir. We're still working on their trade deal. So
yeah, but they should be dumping. I mean, I heard that from others. So you can't do that.
There's a WTO case against India now.
Give me the countries if you could. Go ahead. India, who else?
So India.
Mark it down. Which is good.
Yes, sir.
India, Thailand, China into Puerto Rico, not into the continental U.S., but into Puerto Rico. Those are the main culprits.
So Puerto Rico used to do a lot of business, and now you
100%. Puerto Rico was U.S. based.
All right.
And
so
now
easy to settle.
Okay.
But there's others too, and I can get you a full list. as
Give me
well.
a full list. Yeah.
Of course I can.
All right.
So.
Go ahead.
So truly, this is a national security issue. I think you put it just perfectly. And so I want for all of us in the ring to know that rice is more than just a commodity. It's a currency in many of these countries.
And you love rice, right?
I love rice. Yes, I'm going to get you to love rice too. The next time you're not going to have a button for a Coke, you're going to have a button for a rice.
Get a little bit of rice.
But
the farmers love what they do.
Yeah,
That's true.
Well, our farmers can feed this nation and many nations abroad, but we need fair trade, not free trade.
Yep.
And so we appreciate what you've done today. We appreciate what you did in the big, beautiful bill. I mean, my word, you really changed reference prices. And, we're hopeful that we can even move that further. I know that rice prices right now are the lowest they've been in over 40 years. So we're going to struggle. We're going to max out on our payments probably. So that's something that I know those in Congress can potentially help us with to change. But again, we appreciate everything you're doing.
That's solved so quickly with tariffs to these countries that are illegally shipping. It's solved. Your problem is solved in one day. That's why we have to win the Supreme Court case. In one day, that problem's solved. It's so unfair. They go out of business. They put everyone out of business. That's what they did to our car industry. We lost more than 50% of our car industry because of that. We lost our chip industry. It went to Taiwan because of that. If you had a president that said, no, you can't do that, it's 100% or 200% tariff on chips if you make them outside of the United States, we would have never lost our chip industry. But we're going to have 40 or 50% of it back very shortly because they're all coming in now from Taiwan. They're building chip companies. But it's the same thing with rice. Thank you, darling, very much.
Thank
Really
you.
nice. It'll be good. We'll
Thank you.
get it solved very quickly. We just need the countries. We just give us the names of the countries.
Yeah.
Tariffs,
They
again,
own the
it solves
largest
the problem in 2 minutes.
Yeah, they've bought the largest brands at retail too, right? So they have an incentive to subsidize their products so that they can keep it on the
Yeah,
shelf.
who did that?
The Indians own the two largest brands.
And we'll take care of it.
Thank
It's so easy. So, do you have any questions?
Yes, President Trump. How are
How
you?
about keeping it on farming?
Well, your team answered all of my questions on
Votes.
farming, but I do.
Do you have a farm
Mr.
question?
President, in the interest of affordability with this aid package, I assume that that's something you want consumers to see before midterms next year. How quickly will that affect prices at the grocery store?
Well, I think the prices are going to be going down already. I mean, the prices are way down. We brought prices way down from what it was. We inherited high prices. We inherited the biggest inflation in the history of our country. That means prices going up. And we brought it down very substantially. Now inflation is essentially gone. We have it normalized, and it'll go down even a little bit further. You don't want it to be deflation either. You have to be careful. But we brought it way down. We had inflation that was the highest in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but I say the history. 48 years is pretty bad too, right? So we're solving those problems.
President Trump,
We're
would
bringing
you-
them way down. Yeah.
Would you consider MAHA incentives for farmers that go by MAHA guidelines?
Well, a lot of the farmers like those MAHA guidelines, yeah. So, I mean, they do. We like MAHA. How do you feel about
Yeah,
that?
let me answer that. So this is another reason, I didn't mention it, but this is another reason I think that what we're moving into is a golden age for agriculture. As Secretary Kennedy and I, and across our cabinet with the president's leadership, focusing on making America healthy again, the undergirding foundational effort in that is our agriculture industry. It is our farmers and our ranchers. So as the new dietary guidelines come out in early January, where USDA alone spends $400 million a day on nutrition programs, that's a whole other SNAP, fraud, etc. But when you think about what a market mover that is, as we begin to move the market toward more locally produced, American-made, healthier products, closer to the schools, the hospitals, etc., you again begin to open up so much of the market for the great products produced by these farmers instead of ultra-processed foods out of a box. So there's a lot that's going to be coming on that as well. I'm really excited.
I have a question. It's not related to farming, but if you'll entertain. I'm Kara from Lindell TV, Kara Kashnov, and I'm not fake news, just so you know. And everybody's talking about the pipe bomber over the weekend, the suspect that was taken into custody. I reported on Biden's kangaroo court for 4 years. And this is an important question to me. Everyone knows that J6 was a Fed's direction to set you and your supporters up. So my question is, what's your gut instinct about the new pipe bomber suspect taken into custody? Does your instinct tell you that he acted alone? And also, Mr. President, how do you feel about the lead prosecutor on the pipe bomber case? Jocelyn Ballantine is the same prosecutor that allegedly asked the J6er to lie to frame you for J6 when you did nothing wrong. What are your thoughts?
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that question. It's sort of a statement, and I appreciate it very much. Jocelyn is being looked at. They all have to be looked at. What they're doing is so bad. This was a whole Democrat hoax. The whole thing was a Democrat hoax, and it's all being looked at. I appreciate
Is
that.
this the final aid package, Mr. President, or is more expected? Is this the final aid package, farm aid
It
package?
depends on where we go. China's buying a lot. Other countries are buying a lot. And, you know, the interesting thing about the farm, they don't want aid. They want to just have a level playing field.
No, please.
I've seen that more with farmers than anybody else, any other industry, right, Deb?
Right.
We've seen it more with farmers where I've had meetings like this, and primarily in the first term, and we did a great job. We turned it around. This is going to be the golden age. But the farmers don't want aid. They want to have a level playing field, because if they have a level playing field, they'll do better than anybody else. They're better than anybody else. Our product is incredible. Our machinery is incredible, right? I mean, we do have the best machines. It's a very big statement I made, though. The environmental excess that we have put onto our tractors and all of our machinery. Do you all agree with that, by the way? You don't.
Yeah, it's got to go.
It doesn't do anything except make the machines break all the time.
Yeah.
And I must say, I like to buy old machinery. I said, buy old, because it's better. The new stuff is terrible. It never works. Never works.
Mr. President, you said that you would have no.
Listen to
Mr.
this.
President, you said you would have no problem with releasing the full video of that strike on September 2nd off the coast of Venezuela. Secretary Hegseth
I
now
didn't
says.
say that. You said that. I didn't say that. This is ABC fake news.
You said that you would have no problem releasing the full bit. Okay, well, Secretary Hegseth.
Whatever Hegseth wants to do is okay with me.
He now says it's under review. Are you ordering the secretary to release that full video?
Whatever he decides is okay with me. So every boat we knock out of the water, every boat, we save 25,000 American lives. That was a boat loaded up with drugs. I saw the video. They were trying to turn the boat back to where it could float. And we didn't want to see that, because that boat was loaded up with drugs just like everything else. But every boat we shoot down, and I don't know if you know, we're 92 or 94% down in drugs coming in by the sea. And we're trying to find who are the 6%, because I don't know, people aren't liking to drive boats right now loaded up with drugs. But every single, think of that, every single boat we shoot out, on average, we save 25,000 American lives. Do you feel okay about that, Court?
Keep us safe.
Okay. I know my men. What about you, man? Are you okay with that?
Totally fine with that. Are you committed to releasing the full video?
Didn't I just tell you that?
You said that it was
You're
up
the
to
most
Secretary Hegseth.
obnoxious reporter in the whole place. Let me just tell you, you are an obnoxious, actually a terrible reporter. And it's always the same thing with you. I told you, whatever Pete Hegseth wants to do is okay with me.
Mr. President, midterms, and I just have a quick question. There's at least 20 House Republicans who have either said they're going to retire or not run again. Do you
And
have any
Democrats
concerns
also.
about the
And Democrats
Right.
also.
Do you have
Well,
any?
why don't you mention them? How many Democrats are going to retire? How many Democrats?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you.
But
Do you
why don't you
have-
tell me the number of Democrats, too? You tell me
Are you
about...
concerned about the narrow margins? And
No, I'm not concerned. I think we're going to do well.
Among them, and
We will have the
Nassau
greatest
County
economy.
Bruce Blakeman, who you know as well, is considering running for
We're going
governor.
to have the greatest economy in history. How many Democrats are retiring? How come you only know the Republicans but not the
Because I
Democrats?
came prepared to ask you a question about.
No, you're unprepared because you should know the Democrats. You're totally unprepared. Go ahead.
Well, can I ask a quick follow-up
Who are you with?
about?
Who are you with?
I'm with New York Newsday, and I also have a quick follow-up. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is among those who is running for
She's
New York
great.
governor.
She's great.
Bruce Blakeman, who you also know.
He's
is
also
Nassau County.
great.
Are you planning on making any
Well, I'll
endorsements?
think
or
about it,
any
but he's
endorsements?
great and she's great. They're both great people. We have a lot of great people in the Republican Party. Go ahead.
Can I get back to farming?
Yeah.
So you talked about the profitability issue, the machinery playing a role in that, and
Right.
fertilizer plays another role in that. A
Right.
lot of that, the way I understand it, it comes in from Canada, different countries like that. What are we doing to bolster domestic fertilizer production to help make that more affordable? And then I think that will transition
Well, one
down
of the
pipe.
things, a lot of it does come in from Canada.
does.
And so we'll end up putting very severe tariffs on that if we have to, because that's the way you want to bolster here, and we can do it here. We can all do that here. But I would say what you do, you put very severe tariffs on from coming into other countries. You'll be making your own fertilizer very soon.
In fact, Secretary Burgum, this cabinet is so remarkable. Instead of just seeing each other every month, we're literally talking every day, multiples of times a day. But our Secretary of the Interior, I, and Secretary Bessent and others, we have a whole plan in place, including the reshoring of fertilizer and the opportunity to do it in America. Having said that, we've also, per the president's guidance, issued a directive. These fertilizer companies, the seed companies, the equipment companies, all of the above, as our farmers have struggled year over year, the meat packing companies continue to make, a lot of money, hand over fist, a lot of foreign-owned companies. So that's why the president has been very unequivocal in saying we got to figure out why all these input costs are skyrocketing and all of our farmers are struggling, which we're going to do.
So
That is a great question.
When
and
they
very
take like
important.
fertilizer out of the country, all of a sudden we don't do it anymore. Then they start charging and sending it, very high prices from other countries, whether it's Canada or somebody else. We're not going to let that happen. Okay?
Mr. President, on the quality of foreign produce, you spoke about soybeans and how the quality here in the United States obviously is a lot better.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, is the default of this administration, because that's an issue I understand with root vegetables, citrus as well, is the default of this administration that even if it's a little bit more expensive homegrown, you will choose homegrown over cheaper produce abroad?
I like homegrown. Mm-hmm. Some things we can't grow because we don't have the heat. There are some things, little delicacies, or maybe not such delicacies, but they grow better in warmer climates, very warm climates actually. But for the most part, I like homegrown.
And Mr. President, thank you. One on this announcement and then one on foreign policy, if I may. Are you open to tapping into tariff revenue again should farmers find they need additional relief to get to that level?
Yeah, if we're going to make the farmers so strong, and I'm not even talking about financially, because they just want to be able to produce what they can produce, and we're going to make them so strong that it will be indeed a golden age for farmers.
And then on Russia and
we had it going in the first administration, and then Biden came in and ruined everything. They had no idea what they would. They did. I mean, I think they hated the farmer. I love the farmer. That's why I got 94% of the vote from the farmers. But they hated the farmers. I love the farmers. Go ahead.
And then on Russia and Ukraine, obviously your administration has been having talks with each side. Given that there is no peace deal at this point, will your administration stay engaged in those talks to effort a peace deal?
We just want to see people stop from being killed. We don't, as you know, Joe Biden gave them $350 billion. And I gave them nothing. I did give them javelins at the beginning and knocked out a hell of a lot of attacks. And Obama gave sheets. Remember, Obama gave sheets and I gave javelins. But no, we have a great situation going over there, except for one problem. You got a lot of people dying, and I want to see that stop. So you have mostly Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers. Last month, 27,000 soldiers died, mostly soldiers. A few people from the dropping of a missile in the middle of Kiev or wherever, which is a terrible thing. But mostly soldiers. 27,000 soldiers died last month. That's what I want to see stop. We, as you know, we now sell equipment to NATO at full price, and NATO takes that equipment and probably gives it to Ukraine. I guess they could give it to others too, but for the most part, give it to Ukraine. And they're working with Ukraine in terms of distribution of equipment, missiles, etc. But we aren't spending money. What we are doing is spending time on a humane basis. We want to see if we can stop the killing of 27. It would have never happened. This war would have never happened if the election weren't rigged. If I were president, this war would have never happened.
President,
to your question,
if you
could
talk
pick
a lot
anything-
about the soybean purchases.
Say
You talked a lot, obviously, about China's
Yeah.
soybean purchases. Some lawmakers from North and South Carolina have raised concern that U.S. tobacco farmers were told that China would not purchase flu-cured tobacco this year. Has that come up in your conversations
No, I
at all?
haven't heard that, but we're doing well. The tobacco people, because of the deals I made, They're doing very well. But that could be, if it's the case, I can get it solved very quickly.
Do you know,
President Trump,
let
do
us
you
know how you settled on this 12 billion or 11 billion plus one more billion dollar figure?
We looked at how they were hurt, to what extent they were hurt. We did a very, steady progression of charts, and we figured out a very exact number, and it was about $12 billion. Okay.
President Trump, if you had one Christmas wish for America besides making American farmers great again, what would it be?
I would say very simply, I go by a statement. When people ask that question, remember that question was asked to Ted Kennedy, and they said, "Well, what are you going to do to make America great?" And he couldn't answer the question. I have a very simple: we're going to make America greater than ever before, and we're going to do it through a series of tariffs, intelligent taxes, and incentives. And our country has never been stronger. We've never had anything like coming in. We have $18 trillion coming into our country right now. There's never been anything like it. And if you ask me that, I'll say I just want to keep doing what I'm doing because there's never been anything like it's happened.
Do you support
the biggest number ever in history was $2 trillion, and we're at $18 trillion. This is money pouring into our country on building car plants, on building AI plants. We just want to keep doing exactly what we're doing because nothing like this has ever happened in the history of the world, not just our country. There's never been, Scott, would you say that's right? There's never been anything like the investments coming into America.
So this is a record year. Record year.
Do you support the Paramount deal, sir?
On healthcare, Mr. President, 22 million Americans are expected to see their healthcare insurance premiums start to rise by the beginning of next year.
You're talking about because Obamacare is so bad?
Yes, well, sir, because the Obamacare subsidies are expiring. Are you going to do
because
anything?
Obamacare is so bad.
What is the Republican plan? Are you going to let that happen on your watch?
What I'm going to do is, if the Democrats go along with it, which they don't want to because they want to make the insurance companies very rich, okay? I want the money to be paid to the people to go out and buy their own health care instead of paying to the insurance companies. Their stock has gone up 1,700% in a short period of time. Did you know that? 1,700. You wish your corn went up, Ed. But the insurance companies' stock has gone up by 1,700%, 1,800%. They're taking in trillions of dollars. I don't want to pay the insurance companies anything. And I know a lot of them, but they're owned by the Democrats. And the Democrats have... Obamacare is a setup to make insurance companies rich. And I want to pay the people, and I want the people to go out and buy their own health care. And that's what we want to do, and that's what the Republicans want to do, because Obamacare is a disaster. And I said it 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. It was always a disaster. It's bad health care that's too expensive for people. And now your premiums, and you said it better than I said it. You said the Obamacare premiums are going to go up. They're going way up. And what I want to do is have the money. And you know who's getting that money? A lot of it is the insurance companies. I want the people to get the money and go out and buy their own health care. And everybody wants that. Right? Okay.
When Mr. President's put that bill on the floor, sir.
Do you have any reaction on the fine that was imposed to X by the European
For what?
Union? To X, to the platform X, the fine
Wow,
that the
that
European
was
Union
pretty
imposed?
amazing. You're talking about, is that European Union or is it, who did that? European Union or UK?
Yeah, the European Commission.
Whoa, that's a nasty one. I
Maybe
don't
consider it an attack.
Elon has not called me to ask for help on that one. But no, it's a tough thing. I don't think it's right. No, I don't think it's right. I don't see, how they can do that. No. I'll speak about it later. I'm going to get a full report on it. Look, Europe has to be very careful. They're doing a lot of things. We want to keep Europe. Europe is going in some bad directions. It's very bad for the people. We don't want Europe to change so much. They're going in some very bad directions. That was a big thing.
You directed a review of the childhood vaccine schedule, possibly to match what is on par with peer nations in Europe. Would you support ending federal mandates and just making those recommendations for schools?
You're going to have to say it again.
As far as the vaccine
Louder.
As far as the vaccine schedule for children, would you support
By
ending the
establishing
federal
health-
mandates and making it optional for schools?
Well, we're looking at a lot of things having to do with vaccines and with the different. I think we take like 88 different shots all wrapped up in one big glass of stuff like that. And we're going to be reducing it very substantially.
Do you support the Paramount
It'll be safe,
bid, Mr. President?
but we're going to be reducing it very
Do you
substantially.
support the Paramount bid for Warner Brothers? That
I
came
don't
this
know enough
morning?
about it.
You spoke about Netflix last night, saying you have concerns about them.
I know the companies very well. I know what they're doing, but I have to see what percentage of market they have. We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount, the percentage of market. I mean, none of them are particularly great friends of mine. You know, I want to do what's right. It's so very important to do what's
The
right.
Paramount deal is supported by Jared Kushner, Mr. President. Would that impact your decision?
If Paramount is, I don't know. I've never spoken to him about it. He's really trying to work on Gaza. I think his primary thing is Gaza.
If you're making house visits on Christmas Eve, as he said, does the beast need to be fitted with sleigh rails?
You want to answer that question?
Absolutely. We should put sleigh rails on the beast, yes.
Do you support that?
Go ahead.
That Republican plan that you just talked about when it comes to health care, when do you expect Republicans to put that
We're
on?
looking at it very strongly, and we're also going to the Democrats and asking them to do it. The Democrats want to make the insurance companies rich. They're all paid off by the insurance companies. A tremendous amount of the insurance company funding goes to Democrats. Why don't you ask that question of the Democrats? Because I would love to do it. I'd love all of the money to go to the people. They go to the people. You know, I put that out 2 weeks ago. It became #1 viral. People love it. I want the money to go for healthcare, to go to the people and let the people buy their own healthcare through an account. They can buy their own healthcare. And everybody loves it, except for the Democrats. And you know why they don't? Because they're paid off by the insurance companies. Okay, what else?
Yeah, Alina Habba says she's stepping down as U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey after the courts disqualified her. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, she's not disqualified. You've got a blue slip thing that's horrible. It's a horrible thing. It makes it impossible to appoint a judge or a U.S. attorney, and it's a shame. And the Republicans should be ashamed of themselves that they allowed this to go on, because I can't appoint a U.S. attorney that's not a Democrat, because they put a block on it. So if you appoint in Virginia or in New Jersey or in California a U.S. attorney or a judge, I mean, a judge situation is ridiculous. The only people that you can get by are Democrats, because they will put a hold on it. If I put up George Washington and Abraham Lincoln to be U.S. attorney in New Jersey or to be U.S. attorney in Virginia, we have Democrat senators, they will not approve them. And this is a gentleman's agreement that's lasted for too long, and it doesn't make it, especially in light of what's going on today. It means you can't appoint a Republican U.S. attorney, and we don't play the same game with them, but they do. And I hope that somebody speaks to Senator Grassley about doing something about the blue slip, because I'm telling you, John, I put up great people, top people, highest education, the best lawyers to be like U.S. attorney, and both senators. It only takes one. But if they're Democrat senators, they say we're not going to approve it. I had a couple of them say, why don't you appoint Democrats? All because Senator Grassley, with his blue slip stuff, will not let anybody go by. By the way, the Democrats have violated the blue slip provision on numerous occasions, but we don't do it. And what it means is, I guess I just have to keep appointing people for 3 months and then just appoint another one. And it's a very sad situation. We're losing a lot of great people. We have about 7 U.S. attorneys who are not going to be able to keep their jobs much longer because of the blue slip. Because unless, I think I know why they did that, to protect their ass. Okay, that's why they did that. But it should be done away with. I want to be able to appoint the most highly educated, the most respected people. They can't keep their jobs because of the blue slips. Terrible. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. The farmers, let's come into the Oval Office. All right, Deb, come on. We're gonna go.
Into the Oval Office, farmers. Let's go. That's our beautiful President Donald J. Trump. Man, I'm having fun. This libtards come in here trying to steal President Donald Trump's nicknames and insults. They obviously haven't watched The Art of the Insult. Now, for those of you who have been complaining about healthcare problems, well, I got this video from our good friend. You guys all love him. Everybody likes to stare at his beautiful eyes. And well, he is going to explain a little bit about a little something here. Establishing health freedom. If you guys are falling asleep as I was with this boring talk, oh my gosh. I will say though, as boring as it sounded, it is a very good thing for our farmers. We keep telling Democrats, man, you guys better chill. Be patient. Wait. It takes time to get things done. 50 states. 50 states. On top of that, we got to fight almost half of the population because they're dumbasses and they have listened to the lies from the legacy media and they don't know what to think. Empty the glass so that you can retain new knowledge and then make a decision on who you want to support. All right? Samuel, good to have you here. Welcome, everybody. If you have been watching us, I will appreciate it if you hit that like, subscribe if you haven't done so, which, by the way, thank you so much for doing that without me telling you. I appreciate it. I think that we need to subscribe from New England. Man, Samuel, you guys are going way ahead of us with all the crazy stuff that's happening over there, man. It is unbelievable. That's very, very crazy. We're going to go ahead and bring in a little bit of healthcare and Obama on the next couple of clips here. This is, I don't know who this guy is. Anybody know what his name is? All right, let's go ahead and see what he has to say for us today.
Health freedom accounts. We're putting healthcare decisions back where they belong, in the hands of American families, not Washington bureaucrats. That's Republican Study Committee Chairman August Pfluger announcing what could be the biggest healthcare policy shift since Obamacare was passed 15 years ago. The bill is called the More Affordable Care Act, and it does something unprecedented. It takes billions of dollars in federal subsidies that currently go to insurance companies and redirects that money into personal savings accounts controlled by you, accounts literally named Trump Health Freedom Accounts. But here's what nobody's telling you. This isn't just about healthcare reform. This is about fundamentally changing the relationship between Americans and their government, shifting power away from bureaucrats and insurance companies and putting financial control directly in your hands. Today, I'm breaking down exactly what Trump Health Freedom Accounts are, how they work, why Republicans are pushing this now, what happens to the millions of Americans currently on Obamacare subsidies, and whether this plan will actually make health care more affordable or leave people worse off than they are now. Stay with me, because by the end of this video, you're going to understand the most important health care fight happening in Congress right now, a fight that could determine whether you have affordable insurance next year or whether your premiums spike by 50% or more. But first, let me show you the crisis that's forcing Congress to act right now. Let's start with the ticking time bomb that's about to explode in January 2026, because this is driving everything. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Congress enhanced the Obamacare subsidies that help people afford health insurance purchased through the Affordable Care Act exchanges. Those enhanced subsidies were supposed to be temporary, emergency relief during a pandemic, but they kept getting extended.
I think Kash Patel is AI on this one, guys.
Year after year, and now millions of Americans have structured their lives around those enhanced subsidies being permanent. Here's the problem. Those enhanced subsidies expire on December 31st, 2025. That's less than a month away. If Congress does nothing, approximately 20 million Americans who currently receive Obamacare subsidies will see their premiums spike dramatically starting January 1st. How dramatically? The Kaiser Family Foundation estimates that premiums could increase by an average of 50% for middle-class families. Some families could see increases of 75% or more. Think about what that means. If you're currently paying $400 a month for health insurance with subsidies, you could suddenly be paying $600 or $700 a month without them. That's an extra $3,600 per year, money most families don't have sitting around. And here's the kicker. Many of these families make too much money to qualify for Medicaid, but not enough to comfortably afford unsubsidized insurance. They're the working middle class who've been squeezed for years by rising costs. This is what policy wonks call the subsidy cliff, the moment when millions of people fall off an affordability cliff and have to choose between paying rent or paying for health insurance. Republicans call it the premium spike crisis. Democrats call it Republicans holding healthcare hostage. But whatever you call it, it's happening in less than 30 days. So Congress has to do something. The question is, what? Democrats want to simply extend the enhanced subsidies. Just keep doing what we've been doing. Problem solved, right? Republicans say absolutely not. They argue that enhanced subsidies are why healthcare costs have skyrocketed. The subsidies don't make healthcare more affordable. They just hide the true cost while insurance companies and hospitals jack up prices because they know the government will pay. And that's where Trump Health Freedom accounts come in. AD break, 5-minute mark. Now let me explain exactly what Trump Health Freedom accounts are and how they work, because this is the core of the Republican proposal. Traditional health savings accounts, HSAs, have been around for years. You contribute pre-tax money to an account, and you can use that money tax-free for qualified medical expenses. It's a good deal if you're healthy and don't use much health care, because you're essentially getting a tax break for paying your own medical bills. But HSAs have major limitations. You can only open one if you have a high deductible health plan. You can't use HSA money to pay insurance premiums. There are contribution limits. Many people don't have employers who offer HSAs. Trump Health Freedom accounts are different, way different. According to Senator Rick Scott's legislation, which is the Senate version of Pfluger's House bill, here's how they would work. First, instead of the federal government sending subsidy money to insurance companies to reduce your premium, that money goes directly into your Trump Health Freedom account. You control it. Second, you can use the money in your account for anything health-related: insurance premiums, deductibles and copays, prescription drugs, doctor visits, even dental and vision care. Third, you can shop for insurance across state lines. Right now, you're limited to plans offered in your state. Under this proposal, you could buy insurance from any company in any state, creating national competition that Republicans argue will drive prices down. Fourth, you're not limited to Obamacare exchange plans. You can buy short-term plans, catastrophic plans, whatever works for your needs and budget. Fifth, states can apply for waivers to opt out of major Obamacare mandates, like the requirement to cover certain benefits or the community rating rules that prevent insurers from charging different prices based on health status. Now, that last point is where this gets controversial. Republicans say state waivers will allow innovation and flexibility. Democrats say they'll allow insurance companies to discriminate against sick people. But here's the key selling point Republicans are making. This puts you in control. You're the consumer. You decide what coverage you need. You negotiate with insurance companies. The government just gives you the money and gets out of your way. Senator Scott told Fox News, "We're giving any financial support to them directly through HSA-style Trump Health Freedom accounts so families can choose the care that fits their needs." Congressman Pfluger added, "The American people deserve better than throwing more money at a failed system, and we're delivering the common sense solutions they expect." So that's the pitch, but does it actually work? That's what we need to examine. Let's look at who wins and who loses under Trump Health Freedom accounts, because this is where the rubber meets the road. Winners under this system. First, healthy young people. If you're 25 years old, rarely go to the doctor, and just want catastrophic coverage in case you get in a car accident, you could buy a cheap plan and pocket the rest of your account money for other expenses. You win big. Second, people who live in expensive insurance states. If you're in New York or California, where insurance is expensive due to state regulations, you could now buy cheaper insurance from South Dakota or Texas. Cross-state competition could save you thousands. Third, people who want flexibility. Maybe you'd rather have a high deductible plan and save the subsidy money for an emergency. Maybe you want to use part of your account for dental work. Trump Health Freedom accounts give you options Obamacare doesn't. Fourth, conservatives who hate government mandates. If you're philosophically opposed to the government forcing you to buy insurance with specific benefits you don't want, this restores your freedom of choice. Losers under this system. First, people with pre-existing conditions. The Obamacare protections that prevent insurers from denying you coverage or charging you more because you're sick could be weakened under state waivers. If you have diabetes, cancer, or heart disease, you could face discrimination or unaffordable premiums. Second, older Americans. Obamacare limits how much more insurers can charge older people compared to younger people. State waivers could eliminate those protections, meaning 60-year-olds could pay 5 or 10 times what 25-year-olds pay. Third, people with low incomes. If the amount deposited in your Trump Health Freedom account isn't enough to buy decent insurance, you're stuck. Obamacare subsidies are designed to ensure affordability. Cash in an account doesn't guarantee you can find affordable coverage. Fourth, people who don't understand insurance. Obamacare exchanges are complicated enough. Now imagine having to navigate 50 states worth of insurance options, figure out what's adequate coverage, and negotiate directly with insurance companies. Many people will make bad choices and end up underinsured. The fundamental question is, do you trust individuals to make better healthcare decisions than the government, even if some people make bad decisions? Republicans say yes. People are smarter than bureaucrats give them credit for. Let them choose. Democrats say no. Healthcare is too complicated. People need protections. Without regulations, insurance companies will exploit them. Now let's talk.
Would you guys like me to explain the bill myself so that way you can have this gorgeous face talking to you? Or would you like to see our beautiful Cash Patel? It is AI, but the information is correct. That's why we're watching the video.
Talk about the political fight happening right now because this is where it gets messy. Speaker Mike Johnson has said the House could vote on a health care package by the end of December, but Republicans are deeply divided on what that package should.
Or do you want a break from all this information and watch some juicy crime chef Karens and Juanitos being arrested, and then we can go ahead and jump on it? If you want to watch some Karen and Juanitos being arrested, give me a 1 on the chat. If I get 10, we will go ahead and watch some ICE agents going down to town on some illegal immigrants. Stenson wants to, okay, we'll continue to let AI play the actual information.
Include. Here are the factions. The Replace Obamacare caucus, led by Pfluger and the Republican Study Committee. This group wants Trump.
You guys are horrible. This is good. This is good information. All right, fine. Let's watch some Karens and some Juanitos being deported. Oh, my goodness. All right, here we go.
In the concrete savannas of America, strange creatures roam. Here we observe the imperious congresswoman, a rare species that believes laws apply to everyone except herself.
Yes, Trinity.
Watch as she wanders into an ICE operation, attempts to exert dominance, and promptly learns that qualified immunity does not repel pepper spray. Next, the elusive and intolerable Karen, a loud migratory creature who insists it's a U.S. citizen while being carried away by agents who can, in fact, read databases. Then we have the weeping Juanito broadcasting mating call distress noises as his unlawfully present partner is pepper sprayed, detained and swiftly relocated to her natural habitat, an outbound flight. And to top it all off, we have the pleasure of watching a newfound species, the Somali screamer. This one doesn't seem to have working legs, so ICE drags him on his merry way. Today's encounters are chaotic, emotional, and thoroughly educational.
Watch out, watch out.
Just remember, guys, no Juan is above the law.
Down! Put it down! You're a city member of Congress.
You need to calm down. You
For some reason, this sitting member of Congress believes she is above the law. I don't care who you are. You can't impede a federal investigation like this unless you want to get pepper sprayed or worse.
So if you guys remember, she was the one saying, "Oh, I was just at this, and I got pepper spray." Even when I told them that I was a congresswoman, blah blah blah. Nobody cares. You cannot obstruct federal law agents. Get out of the way, lady. This is why I knew she was going to be a problem when she got sworn in.
You need to get out. Get out of the way. Stop. You guys need to clear now.
The irony is that the Democrats think they are showing the agents committing a crime, but they are actually revealing that the Congress Becky committed a crime. We have a Karen sighting in Miami. She thinks that if she tells the officers she's a U.S. citizen, it will absolve her of her federal obstruction. In the mind of a Karen, if she resists arrest and yells, someone will magically come rescue her. But the brutal reality is that the Karen has just given herself extra federal charges.
Just a little, if you see that, she is an American citizen. The reason why they pulled her over is because she is driving her boyfriend's car. The boyfriend is an illegal immigrant who they were looking for. They asked her for her information. She decided to refuse, etc. And so after all of this, when they found out that, she wasn't the person they were looking for, they found out she was a citizen, she was let go. If she would have cooperated right there, 10 minutes. Quick checkup, investigation, here's the paperwork, blah, 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 and it's done. But she decided to resist and to actually not cooperate with ICE agents. And at that time, she got to get picked up. 10 minutes.
We have a crying pair of Juanito and Juanita. Remember, guys, a family that deports together stays together.
¿Su esposa? ¿Quisieras decir algo?
He didn't bother to learn English, so I'm going to talk over him and skip this part. But if you want to stay up to date and catch all the ICE arrests and Karen freakouts, then you should subscribe to my channel. This is why you don't resist ICE, folks. Let this be a warning to the other illegals to self-deport now and save yourself the trouble.
Now, the worst thing that actually kind of pisses me off about illegal immigrants that bring their children or make babies here in America thinking that it's okay while they're illegal is what pisses me off is that actual kids are the ones that suffer. This little kid is going to grow up to be traumatized by this experience. But it's not ICE's fault. It is the parents' fault. And I find it very ridiculous that people are actually standing against what federal ICE agents are doing in our country. But they don't stand against illegal immigrants coming into this country. They actually force this situation to happen in our time.
momento. Un momento. Está bien. Trátenlo bien, pues si no son animales. Air condition is on. Siéntese.
¡No puedo estar aquí!
Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Caballero, por favor. Le van a dar
Trátenla bien, no son animales. A mí no me anden tocando.
Nadie lo está tocando, señor.
¿Cómo no?
Van a
Eso no me tocó a
reaccionar.
mí. Eso no me tocó a mí.
Señor, usted lo toca, él
No, yo no lo toqué en ningún momento. ¿No estás viendo? Si no son animales, trátenlos bien.
If you are illegal in this country and you're watching this video, self-deport now. Get a free ticket back to your country and $1,000 once you arrive at your destination. If not, this is what happens when you break the law and come to this country illegally. It doesn't matter what you think your needs are. This is not asylum. You're here illegally and you got to get deported.
We'll be there in 10 minutes. It's not a long drive, okay? Let's get those people. Give us 50
A little bit of space. You said 95% didn't commit a crime, but 100% of them are illegal and they got to go.
Give us 50
A little bit of space. You guys still
back
doing
up.
Just give us some space, please. Back up. Keep going. Back up, please. Thank you very much.
I'm going to do a medical check on
Hey, they want to go back to Somalia. Remember? They love Somalia. They love the Muslim culture. They like Sharia law. Well, now he gets to go back to paradise.
I think this is the first Somali on the channel. We need to give them a name.
Out the way, Bills. Out the way. Out the way. You're going to get knocked down. Move.
Congratulations, Minnesota. You guys have turned yourself into a third world country. If you thought this episode was over, think again. More Karens have just been spotted. A Karen and a Becky working together, they are evolving. That Becky flew away like a 350-pound paper in the wind.
Why do you have a gun out? Why do you have a gun out?
Why not?
Why do you have a gun out? What's your name and badge number?
We are truly being spoiled today. Now we get to watch what happens when a male Karen encounters testosterone.
My name is Sergeant Oblak.
Hi.
My badge number is 58431.
Thank you.
I have a camera on too.
Thank you.
How can I help
Well,
you?
first of all, I'm not blocking my camera, but you can stay right there and we can talk.
No, we're
Why
going
are
to
you-
talk to you, sir.
Thank you. Why are you blocking my camera?
Because I need to talk to you.
I'm right here.
Go inside your vehicle, please.
Being suspected of a crime.
Oh, you're being detained right now, yes.
By who?
By me.
For what?
I'm talking because I'm investigating.
You're investigating
They
what?
are alleging that you were following them and running red lights and harassing them and causing a disturbance.
Well,
Just stay separated, because all it does by, getting involved, they're just trying to do their job, just like we're just trying to do our job.
That's
you guys
right.
have jobs. You wouldn't want somebody coming into your place of work and interfering with what you're doing.
I would if they were kidnapping people. If I was kidnapping people, I would want people to come in and stop me because that's.
They're not kidnapping people. That's the problem that you morons on the other side, not you guys here in the chat, just the morons that will watch this video later. You guys don't understand. It's not kidnapping. They have investigated every single one of these people, and they're coming after specific people. And if anybody else gets in the way, they get a free ride as well.
Me too.
That's going to be a difference of opinion that you and I probably aren't going to agree on.
If they pull out of this parking lot and I pull out behind them, am I breaking any laws?
If you just follow them?
Yes.
Technically, no.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd say,
So why are you asking us to be separate?
Well, so that so it doesn't escalate into something different.
So they don't pull our guns on them, their guns on us? That's the conversation with them.
I talked to them about
How are you? I don't understand why.
talked to them about
Okay.
that.
Not to pull guns on citizens?
That's not what I was more concerned about them just standing in the middle of the road here with their paintball guns out. There's no need for that. So, we talked about that, okay? So
Pepper balls.
Whatever it is. The best way to prevent this stuff from happening, though, is just to not do it. But both of you guys, they have to do what they have to do. They are doing their job.
They do not have to do that.
Okay, and just like you have to do your job, I don't know what you're doing for a living. I'm not going to come and enforce anything or bother you while you're doing your job. I want so it's I don't know what else to say.
Well, I honestly, I was hoping that you'd be a little bit more supportive and a little bit more willing to protect your of the community that you serve.
The male Karen deploys words like community to distract from the fact that these people are illegal alien invaders that do not belong here.
I love this community and I serve it.
But right now you are siding with people who are illegally kidnapping people from our streets.
Like I said, that's not what is happening. So, and I think you know that also.
No, that I know that it is happening.
Would you like us to kick them out of the city or something? I don't understand.
Right now, I would like you to cite them for no plate.
I'm not going to do that.
Why?
Because
they're clearly violating a law. Why don't you do it?
It's a federal vehicle.
So? There are traffic laws in this city that you are able to enforce. So that's what I'm talking about. You're unwilling to
write you a ticket then too for running a red light.
I like this officer. The male Karen is shocked because just like a regular Karen, he is allergic to accountability for his actions.
That
he should give him a ticket. He should give him a ticket. All right, we're gonna finish the one from yesterday that we didn't get to finish.
In the swamps of New Orleans, a rare migration is underway. ICE teams led by the elusive Greg Bovino move door to door with military precision, and behind them, a low-energy pack of rabid Karens screech, waddle, and chase in the wild, desperately trying to protect their natural habitat. Lawlessness. But the chaos doesn't end there. Inside the New Orleans City Council chambers, another herd bursts in. A mob of protesters crashing the meeting like it's Black Friday at Walmart, screaming, shoving, and turning local government into a full-blown indoor riot. Meanwhile, in Chicago, a separate subspecies of Karen evolves. These ones go hands-on with ICE, commit actual felonies on federal officers, and then instantly discover the ancient truth of the North American justice ecosystem. Play stupid games, win federal prizes. And just when you think the madness has peaked, an FBI field team knocks on the door of Septum-Ring Karen, who's been posting TikToks inciting violence against ICE like it was all just a fun little internet hobby, until the men in suits remind her actions online have consequences offline. Brace yourself. Today's roundup is wild.
I like this Karens and Juanitos in the chat. Says that with the accent like that, with the last name like that, with the look like that, they're going to come after you. These guys are over here being the same prejudiced, racist people that they think the ICE agents are. Isn't that ironic that they're in here insulting and trying to bait an actual Latino immigrant that had respected the law and became an American citizen by following all the steps necessary to becoming a citizen. And I have my pride that I did it the right way. Isn't it interesting that they're judging my accent? Isn't it interesting that they're judging my looks? They're judging my last name, and they play the dumb victim of, oh my God, they're being racist. Well, who's being racist? Here they are right here, 100% in my chat, racist, right there, racist, right there.
Open the door and give that permission. Everyone, U.S. Border Patrol.
I like this. They knock on this door, and the neighbors on the other side open the door and come out. But not the actual people they're knocking on the door with. Get inside before they report your ass as well.
The whistling Caranitas of New Orleans are on their last legs as Operation Swamp Sweep continues to cleanse America of these communist freeloaders.
Yeah! Give us some room, guys! That's more like give us some room, move!
I'm getting really sick of these entitled assholes who don't respect America and act like it's our duty to take them in. Go back to Mexico or Somalia. Doesn't matter to me, but you can't stay here.
Yo, little pig! Get back to that! Criminals cover the face! Criminal!
Never been illegal in my life, sir. But thank you for playing. Parting gifts for you and your friends.
The oversized male Karen is correct. The ICE agents are here to remove criminals, aka illegal aliens.
Y'all got so many more things y'all can worry about other than important people that don't give a f about being here.
If they don't care about being here, then why are you idiots protesting their removal?
They've been trying to get legalized and y'all system is so dog shit, y'all just kick them out.
America is not a refugee camp. It is not our job or responsibility to take in every random person who wants to live here. We don't care how good or hard-working these people are. We don't want them.
These are good people. When y'all say make America great again, let's not make America great again.
Big booty Latinas can stay.
Caranitas have clearly been getting their fair share of food while living in America. And if you've been subscribed to my channel, then you've been getting your fair share of ICE arrest videos and Karen encounters. I've got several other videos coming out this week, so you should subscribe and hit that notification bell to stay informed.
You take your mask off? Yeah, he giggling. He giggling. Little piggy start giggling. Yeah.
They're not laughing with you. They're laughing at you and at your pathetic existence. You're a low IQ expendable tool of George Soros.
Derechos de los Estados Unidos. Estaba hablando con el policía. Son 15 pies que uno puede estar de Gregory, ¿ok?
Move to suspend public comment on this item. Second. Second by Councilman Green. All in favor? Seven yeas, no nays. Public comment suspended. Motion to pass the consent agenda.
I'd like to know who was in charge of security operations for this meeting and why the police aren't arresting every single one of these people. This is a joke.
Second, moved by Councilman Herrera, second by Councilman Green. Vote your machines. Please vote your machines. This is the one. 7 yeas, no nays. It's passed. We're on recess.
This is all public property. We're on public property.
No, don't push me. Don't push me. Don't push me. Don't push me.
This Karen's voice is deeper than most male Karens. The Karen truly is Earth's greatest mystery.
We're on public property. Don't push me.
We're on public property. you guys. We're on public property. We're on public property. We're on public property. We're on public property.
They don't understand this. Public property, when you're obstructing an investigation, it is no longer public access. It is an investigating scene. Means that you got to stay out of the way. These people don't get it. Maybe there's a better way to word it, but it doesn't matter if it's public property. If they're doing an investigation, the public needs to be away from them. Otherwise, they can't get arrested for obstructing an investigation.
We're on public property. Don't fucking push me. Don't push me. Somebody call the fucking cops. Somebody call the cops. They're threatening us. They're threatening us. Someone call the cops. Did they pepper spray him?
Yeah, they pepper sprayed him.
We're on public property. Show your fucking warrant. We are public property. We're not. Stop fucking pushing me. Stop fucking pushing me, you motherfucker. You. You.
I just hope that while people watch these videos, that they learn what they can and can't do.
You, motherfucker.
This pack of Karens is wasting no time checking off every move from the Karen playbook.
Don't touch us. You can't touch us. Start defending us.
Some guy in Spanish said, stab the tires out.
That's what the hell you are, a piece of shit. Yeah, right. You guys have your fucking faces. Piece of pussy. Salga, no se baje, señor. No salga. Motherfuckers. No salga. And you think this is okay? For them to be treating your people like that? You think that's okay? Fucking bastards. No salga, señor. No se baje.
Ah, ya cállese, vieja chancluda. No warrant is needed if they're not going inside the actual property. And no warrant is needed if they are chasing an illegal immigrant and they see him run into a house. They don't need a warrant for that. Capiche?
¡No salga! ¡No salga! ¡No diga nada! ¡No diga nada! ¡Tiene derechos! ¡No salga! We've called the cops. They refuse to come. We already called. They've called the cops like 3 or 4 fucking times and they don't come.
Because the cops know what's going on.
Fucking Elgin PD, do your fucking job.
These Karens typically hate police, but when they believe it will benefit them, they call the police.
Good point, Francois.
Stop impeding federal agents and the tear gas will magically stop. Just seconds ago, the Karen said the tear gas was unnecessary, but now we see a deranged male Karen trying to ram ICE agents with an SUV, which is a deadly weapon.
Yep, and then they wonder why they get arrested. Crazy that guy. Man, he didn't have no car though. I know. He's hitting his head, didn't show.
Because it's illegal.
Do you guys have a warrant for this vehicle?
We have probable cause to stop the vehicle.
What's the probable cause of the vehicle?
Plate.
What's wrong with the plate?
We determined that the person inside the vehicle was illegal.
How did you guys determine that running plates?
Ma'am, you can take the vehicle. I'm not going to answer questions.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. But you guys don't have the right to take him.
We absolutely do. Look at the law.
The Karen species is unfamiliar with the law. It is physically incapable of comprehending laws and operates purely on emotion.
Do you have an idea or something?
So my question is for some of you guys that are against this kind of stuff, tell me what would be the best solution for us to get rid of illegal immigrants? How would you go about it? Go ahead and put a comment on the line here, and let's read the wisdom that you have to deport illegal immigrants. Let's see what wisdom you can give us to get rid of illegal immigrants so that Americans and residents that are here that are needing benefits and that need help can actually get those benefits and that help that they actually need. Why don't you go ahead and give me something on the chat that will help us get rid of illegal immigrants in a better way? Go ahead, knock yourself out.
So we can let you take her?
You don't need my ID.
No? So how do I know you're the person?
Her name is Rebecca Sanchez. And you can't speak to her, she's underage. Where are you guys transporting him? Where are you guys transporting him?
You're unreasonable. You don't listen.
I
think you know the law better than we do. You don't.
Okay,
So
you guys are being. Look at this. I'm not being disrespectful with you. You guys are taking our father. You have to understand the frustration.
This anchor baby needs to understand the frustration that Americans have with you being in our country and being awarded American citizenship because your father chose to invade. We are fed up.
And that you guys have right now.
So how do you think that they know where to come? How do you think that these agents know exactly where to come? How do you think they have information about the license plates? How do you think they have information about these people? Yeah, due process needs to be expedited triple time, 100%.
We have
What you want, man? You want some chicken? You ain't getting it here, bro. Go somewhere else. You're not getting no chicken. Dang, you don't want to show your face now? I know you can hear me. I know you can hear me. There you go. Why not showing your face? You want to show your face everywhere else? Come on.
This is the treatment these officers deal with on a daily basis. And the left says we're dehumanizing illegals, but they are dehumanizing officers doing their job.
Yep. Crime Chef knows.
Yo,
Look at that.
Ice,
That's
I'm
how they
not
help.
coming in here. Locked. Bye-bye.
Guys, it fucking happened. The FBI just came to my door. I am fucking shaking right now.
You recording us now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm here because some folks in the public have expressed concerns about some posts made by a TikTok user, Mossy Matriarch.
Okay.
Is that your account?
Yeah.
Okay. So some people have expressed concerns that some of it might be inciting violence.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on that? Are you trying to do that?
No.
Do you have any intent on committing violence?
Everything I've tried to post about is like, let's be as peaceful
Yeah.
as we can, and that's the stuff I've been trying to encourage and stuff.
Remember, these are the same people who cheered at the murder of Charlie Kirk for simply expressing free speech on college campuses and encouraging debate.
I am supportive and protective of anyone who are trying to keep things peaceful. I appreciate you saying that. Do you know of others who are attempting to incite violence?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Would you report someone who was doing something like that?
I mean, I have never really reported anybody for anything, really.
Okay.
I just stay out of other people's business mostly.
I bet she has reported hundreds of conservatives on Twitter and other platforms. I don't believe a word out of her mouth.
Even if they're supporting violence?
I mean, if someone was saying they're going to kill my neighbor or something, I'd probably report them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about anyone who's interested in committing damage to federal buildings, county buildings, state buildings? Know anyone doing that kind of stuff?
No.
Okay. Would you report that kind of activity?
If it's not someone I know personally, I don't really care that much.
Okay. as I said, like, I'm interested in protecting First Amendment speech.
Sure.
But when someone is talking about hurting others or trying to get others to hurt people, that's where I have to go knock on doors and talk to people.
Okay.
Am I missing anything?
You support the use of political assassination to silence people you might disagree with?
No.
Do you ever advocate for the use of violence to harm people you disagree with politically?
No.
All
That's
right.
all I got.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Have a good one.
You too. I am definitely 100% on a list now. We are at the point in this country where if you are exercising free speech, the FBI will show up at your door.
I want to make it very fucking clear that I am not inciting violence. I am not organizing violence. I don't know anyone making any plans to assassinate anybody or do any damage to federal property. And if I was, I probably would have had my account taken down a long time ago with how bad the censorship is on here. I get posts taken down just for, like, talking about the fucking news.
Censorship is bad on all liberal platforms. As soon as Elon Musk bought Twitter, censorship was no longer a problem, and all the blue-haired Karens fled to Blue Sky because they insist on living in an echo chamber away from independent thought. The left is inherently anti-free speech and intolerant.
Me and my friends are planning economic boycotts right now. Thank you. Am I scared? No. I mean, he said he was in the business of protecting free speech, so... they really be after everybody right now. I'm a disabled single mom who owns a photography business. What am I gonna do? If I end up disappearing, please look for me. If I don't...
If she ends up disappearing, we'll probably throw a party.
post for like 2 days, look for me. And I'm not suicidal or wanting to hurt myself or anyone else. I shouldn't have to fucking say that.
This delusion is a common trait amongst septum ring Karens. They have a deluded feeling of self-importance. The government is not afraid you will start a revolution because they know you are incapable of accomplishing anything meaningful. They are merely checking to see if you are mentally ill and a danger to yourself or others.
I am a sociologist that just wants the best outcome for as many people in this fucking country as possible. And it is our constitutional right to hold this government accountable. I have never advocated for anything unconstitutional.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to believe that. We're going to believe that from the same people that come into my chat to threaten my life. Sure, of course. No problem. With that being said, this is why. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. Just go ahead and watch.
Of a couple of teams out in Minneapolis on a target location.
Before the sun lit up the Minnesota sky, St. Paul Immigration and Customs Enforcement Director Sam Olson and a handful of agents hit the road.
We're going after a Mexican national with a DWI. All right, so there's our minivan.
For weeks, agents researched today's targets. They knew Joaquin Herrera Avila would be leaving his house early in the morning.
And we had to first figure out that he was here and then get that initial thing, and then it's going in to try to find, pattern of life. I think we had people even yesterday driving past to see if the vehicle was around.
A short time later, it was time for the next one in downtown Minneapolis. At first, we waited, but then our eyes were on the moving target.
See that gray Volkswagen that's passing us right now?
From all directions, agents followed and quickly pulled him over. Omar Abdi Jamal was arrested. We learned he is a known Somali activist in the area.
He's got some prior convictions for fraud for his entry into the U.S.
What went into this operation and finding this target?
A lot went into this one. Of course, he didn't want to be found. He was ordered removed back in 2011.
By the afternoon, we were on to the third operation, this time in St. Paul.
This is an Afghani national.
And once agents saw the car moving, it was again time to move in.
We had, a lot planned today. We did put somebody down here to kind of see if he was still going to be here.
Olson says Kismat Den Zafran was convicted of sexual misconduct in the presence of a person under 16.
With a sexual offense with a minor present, is a priority for us, right? I would consider this one of the worst of the worst.
With more funds from the president's big, beautiful bill, the plan is to get more agents.
We can focus on ensuring that we are getting the worst of the worst out.
Despite the increasing assaults on agents and the lack of cooperation in sanctuary jurisdictions, Olson says their work continues.
We're going to have these same type of targets tomorrow and the same type of targets the next day, unfortunately. We have...
You guys got that? That's how that works. They don't just come and grab people randomly. Now, here's something that you guys might like. You guys will like this right here.
Presidents Nicolás Maduro of Venezuela and Juan Orlando Hernández of Honduras, both accused of stealing elections, both indicted on narco-trafficking charges, but only one pardoned by President Trump.
Can you explain more about why you would pardon a notorious drug trafficker?
Well, I don't know who you're talking about.
Trump granted Hernández a pardon while Maduro faces an armada and an all-out effort to oust him.
It seems enormously hypocritical what Trump is doing in these two cases.
So why did Trump let one leader off the hook? The answer, analysts say, is at the heart of his foreign policy. Before he was in handcuffs, Juan Orlando Hernández led Honduras for 2 terms as president. But federal prosecutors say he built his rise from local congressman to the presidential palace on drug money. Hernández was convicted in 2020.
Just so you know, that's not true.
Of what prosecutors called
that was a false accusation, and it is confirmed today, even though Democrats put them in jail here in the United States of America.
One of the biggest and most violent narco-trafficking conspiracies in the world, protecting drug routes in exchange for millions.
Conspiracy and theories, you know what? They had to be proven. No facts, nothing factual is proven, except the word of the actual criminals trying to reduce their sentence. No video, no pictures, no audio, nothing, no physical evidence to make sure that he was guilty. They had nothing on him except for the word of the actual criminals that were selling the drug. The brother, however, was 100% involved in doing that stuff, and he is in jail. But this man was innocent. Unlike Nicolás Maduro, that guy, we know what he's doing to the Venezuelans. The president of Honduras did nothing better, nothing bad, but he did everything better than any other president in Honduras. How about that for a fact?
Millions. In total, prosecutors said he helped flood the U.S. with more than...
By the way, they didn't arrest him. He turned himself in to protect his family.
400 tons of cocaine.
Hernández had been sentenced last year to 45 years in prison for allowing tons of cocaine to flow through his country into the United States while giving top drug.
Did you hear that? Christian Rosario, did you hear that? If you speak English, did you hear what he said? Let's play it back. Listen to what he was charged with.
Tons of cocaine to flow through his country.
More than 400 tons of cocaine.
Hernández had been sentenced last year to 45 years in prison for allowing tons of cocaine to flow through.
For allowing tons of cocaine to flow through the country. How many tons of cocaine flow through the United States right now? And President Trump can't really stop it. We got to investigate. We got to catch them. See, he wasn't sentenced because he was a drug lord selling. And no, he wasn't trafficking. But they blame him for allowing all the cocaine to go through, all the drugs. Come on, got to pay attention. Now, I don't blame him because he is reporting on the information that he has been given by the legacy media. I get that.
Through his country into the United States while giving top drug traffickers state protection. He basically turned his country, one of the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere, into a narco state.
He allegedly even boasted they were going to stuff cocaine up the gringos' noses.
That's not true.
Prosecutors also won convictions against his younger brother Tony, a former lawmaker, his national police chief, and his cousin, also a high-ranking national police official.
Now, they are guilty. They are guilty.
Exactly the sort of narco cabal that Trump officials accuse Venezuela's president Nicolás Maduro of leading.
And just so you know, that is Nicolas Maduro, but I want to point something out for you, okay? I want to clarify why. The this president that was pardoned by Trump, he won the elections in Honduras. And the opposite party, which is considered the liberal Democrats, the socialist Democrats, they wanted the power. And they conspired against him, and they got him with death threats to his house. His family was being threatened to be killed. And guess what happens? That president that today is the president of Honduras, her name is Xiomara. Mel Zelaya was the previous president in the Liberal Party before her years ago. They are the ones working with Nicolas Maduro today as we speak. And she is also telling President Donald Trump to remove our military, our USA military, and take them out of Honduras unless they allow all illegal Hondurans and to stop doing raids to deport illegal Honduran immigrants. This is what the communist says. You can get rid of Richard. Go ahead. It's a fact. Search it. President Xiomara from Honduras and Nicolas Maduro. I'll search it for you. Don't worry. Just go ahead and listen while I do the work for you.
Hernandez's treatment differs totally from what Donald Trump is trying to do with Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, who was indicted in 2020 by the United States for roughly the same sort of crimes that Hernandez was convicted of. He is a dictator in all but name. He is accused of stealing 2 elections and supposedly leading a very loose-knit.
And by the way, that same party right now, because they are losing, they're saying that the election is rigged again, even though it's taking forever to count because now they got 3 ballots. They got to sign 3 ballots, and each party, they get the ballots. They get the count, so they can count it themselves. They get the ballots, 1, 2, 3, and every vote, they have to show it like this to the cameras. 1, 2, 3, and that is 1 vote. Imagine how fast that's going to be. But hey, don't take my word for it. This is the thief right here. This is a couple of pictures from her. Look at that. Huh? Who's that? Go ahead. You want to say fake news? There is that. She is the one that was saying that Juan Orlando was doing drugs, was selling drugs from Nicolas Maduro. And there she is. There's plenty of photos. Plenty of photos. That is her. Honduras after attack by a fascist group. Of course. Why not? She can't hide, man. She can't hide. And this is the one that was saying that Juan Orlando was getting the drugs from Venezuela, and yet she is the one shaking hands with the Cartel de Soles leader. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, that's fantastic. You don't know the half of it. She is being investigated as we speak right now. Oh, I can't wait for that justice to come back to us.
Group of corrupt generals and senior officials protecting cocaine shipments.
It's not the first time Trump has rescued Hernandez. In 2017, Hernandez, like Maduro, faced allegations of election fraud as he sought a second term. Independent election monitors found irregular.
Hey, buddy, you know what the difference is, Omar Hernandez? This is present right now. Epstein was a friend for a couple of decades ago. Over a decade ago, not a couple. Over a decade ago. That's a big difference, sir. Big difference. No sea pendejo. Think, come on. I believe in you.
With the tallying, calling for a new vote. But Trump, then in his first term, recognized Hernandez as the winner anyway. Now he's arguing the criminal case against Hernandez was a setup.
They had some drugs being sold in their country, and because he was the president, they went after him. That was a Biden.
Exactly, Kennedy. These guys are stupid. The reason why I point out that photo is because she was swearing loyalty to be friends with Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro, the Cartel de Soles leader. See, that's a big difference. That's a big difference. And just so you know, crime under Juan Orlando was way down. People were actually able to walk around the streets at 3 in the morning. Businesses started flourishing. And now that the communists, the ones that lied about him, businesses started shutting down. Manufacturers shut down because of the socialist communists. You guys don't think, man. You guys got no brain.
The horrible witch hunt, which was, a lot of people in Honduras asked me to do that.
The pardon was a bombshell in Honduras. No one was expecting it.
Hernandez was arrested just days after leaving office in 2022, when Joe Biden was president. But the prosecution against him and his family was in full gear during Trump's first term, with Emil Bovey, later Trump's personal lawyer and senior Justice Department attorney, leading the case against Tony Hernandez. Still, Trump granted the pardon after an all-out campaign by the family, including this 4-page letter from Hernandez himself.
That letter had been circulated in Washington among Trump's inner circle. It basically hit all the right spots if you want to get a pardon from Trump. It basically praised him, it flattered him, it said that Juan Orlando had drawn strength from studying Trump and seeing how Trump had been a victim of lawfare.
Trump's longtime friend Roger Stone, who had been pushing Hernandez's case for months, urged the president to issue a well-timed pardon ahead of Honduran elections on November 30th.
I was delighted about 3 hours after I sent a copy of this letter to President Trump to read on Truth Social that he had announced the full and unconditional pardon.
2 days later, Hondurans voted. Analysts say Trump's pardon announcement may have helped Hernandez's Partido Nacional clean up its image, still tainted by his conviction, especially because it came with a direct warning. If the party's candidate Nasri Tito Asfura lost, Trump suggested the U.S. would cut aid. Honduras, one of the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere, received over $193 million in U.S. assistance last year.
Without a doubt, Trump is throwing his weight around in the Western Hemisphere. This seems to me a bit of a return to the 19th century, and he's picking winners and losers. And the winners are basically his friends, his ideological friends, or people like Milei in Argentina, who he just provided billions of dollars in order to strengthen their economy right before the election. And as a result, Milei won big.
And with nearly half a dozen countries across the hemisphere scheduled to hold presidential elections in 2026, that influence campaign is unlikely to stop in Honduras.
So there's that video. And again, I don't blame the journalists for feeling that way. Of course, many people are feeling that way, I'm sure. But what I'm saying is the setup is real. The setup is real. Let me go ahead and what they said. Now you guys probably don't understand why this is such a big deal. You have to understand that just like check this out, just like this Xiomara, the lady on the right, okay, not the journalist, the lady on the right, she is the president of Honduras right now. Just like she accused Juan Orlando, the president of Honduras, right, of doing all these things, all these drug things and everything. This is when Nicolás Maduro became president again, illegitimately. And she offered her friendship with Honduras, made an oath with him, and accepted him as the legitimate winner, not Maria Machado, which is the Nobel Peace Prize, if you guys can really put a face to it. And she decided to pledge loyalty to him, not Venezuela, to him. Let's see what they say.
Pero por su parte, la presidenta de Honduras, Xiomara Castro, felicitó este domingo a Nicolás Maduro por su reelección como presidente de Venezuela y al pueblo venezolano por su inobjetable triunfo en las...
So she's congratulating him for winning the election. Socialist Democrat, revolutionary president Nicolás Maduro, a courageous people of Venezuela triumph that reaffirms the sovereignty and the legality. Historical Commander Chavez. Oh, Jesus. Oh boy. You guys don't know, you guys don't know communism. You guys don't know the history of Venezuela. Chavez is a piece of junk. He's dead, of course. But Nicolás Maduro just took after the business. This guy, she is congratulating this guy who killed his opponent, his political opponents, who has right now imprisoned some of his political opponents that speak against him. The only reason why Maria Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, is coming out in the open is because she knows that Trump is now involved. And if this coward decides to do anything to her, President Trump is not going to hesitate to hit the button. Where's the red button? Give me a Coke and drop a bomb on Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro. That's what the difference is. You guys do your homework.
Elecciones presidenciales. Nuestra especial felicitación y saludo democrático, socialista y revolucionario al presidente Nicolás Maduro y al valiente pueblo de Venezuela.
A revolutionary socialist Democrat.
Por su inobjetable triunfo que reafirma su soberanía y el legado histórico del comandante Chávez, indicó Castro a través de un mensaje en la red social X.
Ah, man, you see that? That's a setup. I know you guys don't want to listen to me. That's fine. But that is a setup. She sets herself up because Orlando would have never made friends with Nicolás Maduro. You would have seen it. You would have seen Orlando fighting with Nicolás Maduro head-to-head if he was involved in those drugs. The fact is he wasn't. His brother and cousin, yes, but not him. They didn't arrest him. He turned himself in. He says, I want the United States of America to look into this because it's a lie. That's what he said. I want the United States, thinking that the justice system here is clean, but the fact is he didn't know that Democrats were working with the president, illegitimate president of Honduras. See, that's how that all goes around. See, that's why Democrats defend illegal immigration in this country. They got to have a pact. This is why Democrats support the Mexican president when she doesn't want to fight against the cartel. Mexican president doesn't want to fight the cartel because she is in bed with Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro as well. It's not just Honduras. It's Mexico. They are also involved in that. Cuba is involved in that. Mexico, the people are suffering. They don't have health care. They don't have all this stuff. And you guys blame the United States for sending billions to Argentina, which we already got back. But you don't know that the Mexican president has been promising the people this, and that. Hasn't been done. And she spent hundreds of millions of dollars in literature for Cuba. Communists teaching books for school in Cuba. You guys don't know that because you don't do your research, because you don't care what happens in Mexico. But the problem is, everything that happens around the world, if you are not informed, you're going to be caught off the guard. And you're going to believe whatever legacy media lies are told to you. But the fact is, I hate being controlled, and I got to find out for myself. I went around in Honduras, and many people were giving me negative comments. And I went around Honduras asking people, hey, how come that they let this criminal do this here in Honduras? It's like, he's not a criminal. He's done more than any president has ever done for Honduras. And I noticed the crime was down. Huge. Gangbangers were not going all over the place. Businesses was being lifted. Infrastructure, huge improvement. Bridges, freeways. Till this day, The president, the liar, the illegitimate president, has been benefiting from the projects that he started that are just now being finished. She hasn't done anything for the country, but her family looks richer. They are investigating her, and they're trying to follow the money, and they're going to find out where the money leads to. Oh, boy. If you guys want to be informed, you got to go do your homework. Maria, what do you got for the morning update? Lead us on to this chat that we have left.
The EPA releasing $3 billion in new funding for states to
You better have facts if you're going to come into my chat and call me a liar.
reduce lead exposure in our drinking water. The money going toward finding and removing lead pipes, delivering water to homes, schools, and business. Ingesting the heavy metal can severely affect
I bet it's the best time. I'm sure it is, my friend. I don't doubt it.
mental and physical development, particularly in children, and could cause brain damage and other lifelong health issues. Separately, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer is leading a charge with 6 other Democrat governors urging the EPA to monitor and collect data on microplastics in drinking water by adding them to the unregulated contaminants list under the Safe Drinking Water Act.
Hey, everybody.
The EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. Lee, it's great to see you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. This is a big deal that you're releasing the $3 billion to ensure that our drinking water is safe. Can you tell me more about it? And then I want to get your take on what Whitmer is saying.
As you just pointed out, Maria, these lead pipes are the key source of lead in drinking water, which is a potent neurotoxin, especially for children. This $3 billion that's going out across America is going to help in removing lead pipes and also identifying lead pipes. This year, we have been able to dig deeper into the data, and the new estimate of the amount of lead pipes across this country is actually now 4 million, where previously it was estimated to be 9 million. One of the advantages of going out and collecting the data is now we have updated information for this entire country. And on top of the $3 billion of new funding, I'd also point out that we're also putting out $1.1 billion of redistributed funding from other states that weren't going to put to work money that they had received in the past. So all told, we're talking about over $4 billion now funding to go out across the country to get over the top in combating this important issue.
Are there alternatives, Lee, to lead pipes?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the technologies have improved drastically over the course of the last few decades. That infrastructure is costly, and on top of it, it's one thing if we're talking about schools, commercial buildings, residences, where that family has an open door saying, yeah, come on in, I want to replace my lead pipes. But as we saw in places even like Flint, Michigan, there are some homes where they just didn't want to have people come in to replace their lead pipes. So on top of it all, I think it's very important that you pointed out the dangers of lead. The message needs to get out there for Americans to replace these lead pipes. It's especially important for their kids.
Yeah, and what about what Gretchen Whitmer is bringing up in terms of looking for microplastics?
Yeah, we have been leading into this plastics issue all year. This isn't a new issue. Congress has been focused on it in different ways in the past. I was involved in the issue when I was in the House for 8 years. I was recently in Baytown, Texas, visiting actually an ExxonMobil facility where they do advanced recycling. Think about this innovation with plastic recycling, where now they're taking a plastic and they are getting it right down to its original raw chemical compound. The innovations are incredible. This is beyond, I would say, a proof of concept just for that area around Baytown. It's something that we should be seeing in more places across the entire country. Microplastics is an issue that we've heard a lot about across America. We hear it coming from red states to blue states. I think it's really important that we lean into these new technologies and go even further than we've gone in the past as it relates to recycling.
Absolutely. And the EPA is also approving pesticides for golf courses and lawns and cotton, soybeans, and lettuce. Environmental advocates are and critics are calling these forever chemicals, Lee. They're warning that this decision is ignoring evidence of long-term risks like reproductive issues and liver toxicity. The EPA fact-checking that as misinformation, saying no human health risks were found when used as directed. What can you tell us?
Single fluorinated carbon compounds have been approved over the course of decades. Republican, Democratic administration, this isn't some new creation. It's not PFAS, it's not forever chemicals, it's actually better and safer than what it is replacing. That it really is what so many across America have been calling for, better, safer alternatives to come to market. The definition of PFAS specifically does not include single fluorinated carbon compounds. That's not a definition that we created this year. That is a U.S. government definition that was formally put into place through rulemaking in the past. You do not see the persistence, the bioaccumulation of forever chemicals, of PFAS. It's just not PFAS. It's not forever chemicals. And I know it's shocking to you, Maria, but not everything that you read on the internet is true. You know that. There are some people, though, whenever they see something on the internet, they just take it at its word. There's some people who say, well, let's look at places like the EU or Canada or Australia now. Okay, if you want to play along with going down that road, I mean, even those places like EU, Canada, Australia, they also approve the single carbon fluorinated compounds. And it's about following sound science, gold standard science, and following the law. I have to follow the law and look at all the sciences, all the studies, weigh them carefully, and be transparent in putting it out to the public. And we're happy to continue doing that.
And you've been doing that, Lee. You've been doing a great job there running the EPA. You've been in the job 10 months. What can you tell us about what you've learned from your role at the EPA as well as across government, Lee?
For one, most simply, most basically, and one of the biggest difference between us and our predecessors is that we believe strongly that you could protect the environment and grow the economy. What we've seen too much is the decision was made in order to protect the environment, we have to destroy the economy. Look how this is playing out right now overseas in Europe. We can't allow that to happen in our own country, and we need to ramp up baseload power. Now, President Trump has done so much so well this year. One of them is bringing together all sorts of different agencies that have different equities and jurisdiction as it relates to unleashing energy dominance. And bringing together the Secretary of Interior, Doug Burgum, Chris Wright, the Secretary of Energy, myself, Howard Lutnick, often meeting with us as a group, and forming the National Energy Dominance Council. We work with each other closely rather than being siloed off in our own offices, our own agencies. So that collaboration is something that I hope will be around for many decades and generations to come. President Trump bringing us together to unleash more baseload power in this country is something that should have started earlier. And it's something that, by the way, when we sit down with President Trump, I mean, he's asking about individual new pipeline projects across America, from Alaska to the Northeast to the Southwest. He wants to know where the new nuclear plants are being built. He wants to know about the coal plants that are being saved. And these aren't general conversations, and they don't just come up because we'll bring them up. On his initiative, he often, I would say almost always that I'm engaged with the president directly, he's asking about specific projects and also making sure that the stuff is getting approved at Trump speed.
Yeah, I love that because he's a builder, right? I mean, he went into the Oval Office with a total resume before him as a real estate titan and a builder, so he understands these issues. But let me get back to pipes for a second, because we led with pipes. I'll end with pipes. We have a regular guest, Barry Ziegelman, who is joining us often and is in the business of steel. And he asks the question, why are we so worried about drinking water and lead pipes, yet 50% of our water flows through foreign pipes? Foreign pipes made in countries with the lowest standards imaginable, Lee. What about that?
Well, we are in a day where we are able to lean into new technology, new infrastructure. We want to ensure that all different kinds of aspects of what we build for residents, to schools, to hospitals, and elsewhere is utilizing the best technology that we can. We at the EPA specifically are charged with a statutory mission through the state revolving fund to ensure that this potent neurotoxin for children especially is removed across this country. We are charged with the responsibility of putting together and releasing publicly. We have a website that shows the data of how we've gone now from an estimated 9 million lead pipes to 4 million, as I mentioned earlier. So this is about fulfilling statutory obligation. If Congress was to have a debate and vote tomorrow, creating a new statutory obligation on the part of the EPA as it relates to pipes, we're happy to lean forward and do it. But something that is very important to us is that we prioritize statutory obligations. And that's one of the reasons why we inherited so many backlogs when we came in earlier this year, is because the Biden EPA was prioritizing their partisan pet projects instead. And for us, we just want to get back on top of everything with the bandwidth from IT to personnel. And we've been doing that, doing a better job, doing more with less. Yes, but if Congress creates a new statutory obligation for EPA, we're happy to do an exceptional job executing.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was dominant around DEI issues under Joe Biden and climate change agenda. Lee, it's great to see you. Thank you so much.
Take this next video with a grain of salt, okay?
New tonight from our NBC5 investigative team, the attorney for drug lord El Chapo has launched a fresh attack against the president of Mexico.
Now, the skirmish started last month when Chapo lawyer Jeffrey Lichtman accused Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum of being in cahoots with the cartels.
Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum just went nuclear after El Chapo's American lawyer, Jeffrey Lichtman, walked out of a Chicago courthouse and exposed her shocking link to the cartels.
Cartels had paid off the Mexican military and the Mexican government to the top.
Within hours, Sheinbaum was fuming on national TV, suing the lawyer and accusing him of slander. But that lawsuit did more than make headlines. It cracked open a war between Mexico's highest office and the man defending one of its most feared cartel families. And Lichtman didn't back down. He came back with more explosive claims.
Lichtman took a sizable swipe against the Mexican government, accusing Mexican leaders of being in cahoots with the drug cartels.
And as both sides traded blows across the border, something darker began to unfold back home. A Mexican mayor who had just accused Sheinbaum of protecting the cartels was assassinated days later. Now the nation is asking, was this coincidence or a warning? Is the lawyer exposing corruption or stumbling into something far bigger than any courtroom fight? And if the cartels truly have friends in high places, how far will those friends go to keep it quiet?
We have huge narco politicians here in the Senate, in the presidents, governors. Mexico is a very dangerous place.
Stay tuned, because in the next few minutes, you'll see the lawsuit Mexico can't seem to produce, the government statement that poured gasoline on the fire, and the moment Washington stepped in, turning a courtroom insult into a geopolitical crisis. Except, there's one twist no one saw coming. It all started in July, inside Chicago's Dirksen Federal Courthouse. Reporters waited for one man, Jeffrey Lichtman, El Chapo's legendary defense attorney, to emerge after his client, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pleaded guilty to trafficking and murder charges. When Lichtman finally stepped out, the cameras closed in. That's when he revealed this bombshell.
Perhaps she should look to her predecessors in the president's office and try to figure out why that happened, instead of acting as the PR, the public relations arm of the Zambada drug trafficking organization.
So, Sheinbaum, as I said, in bed with Nicolas Maduro. Where do you think they get the drugs from? Honduras, Xiomara, president of Honduras. They're all dirty, man. They set up good people. They set up good people so that they can take over. Hostile takeover. They silence their political opponents Venezuela did, Mexico did, and Honduras, after the president won, they got rid of him with that setup lie. Very believable. The brother's dirty, the cousin's dirty. He's got to be dirty.
Few sentences, delivered on U.S. soil, hit Mexico like a thunderclap. Within hours, Sheinbaum's press office called an emergency briefing. The president appeared furious, accusing the lawyer of spreading malicious falsehoods.
First, do not engage in dialogue with a drug trafficker's lawyer. Number 2, we are going to file a defamation lawsuit here in Mexico because it cannot be ignored through the legal counsel.
In a single news cycle, a courtroom statement had turned into a diplomatic incident. But what prompted the president of Mexico to come after an American lawyer in the first place? Well, it started with Sheinbaum demanding to be kept in the loop regarding the case against Ovidio Guzman. But what caught Lichtman's attention wasn't just her demands. It was her saying America was negotiating with terrorists by making a deal with Guzman Lopez. You see, deals like that are to ensure America gets more than one drug dealer. It allows them to be able to bring down at least a huge chunk of the network that props these drug dealers up. And that's not only in the best interest of America, but also in the best interest of Mexico. It takes
Let me give you guys another little insight information. When Nayib Bukele, the president of El Salvador, won the presidency in El Salvador, he wanted to do war on drugs. You guys know the story. Worst country in the history, in the world. Violent, criminals, etc. Now the safest. And they're doing a lot of infrastructure. They're building beautiful schools. They're doing a lot of amazing things. Some of the corrupted politicians, the socialist Democrats, it just happens to be socialist Democrats. What's crazy is they told him, you cannot get rid of all the criminals because the economy is going to suffer. I'm like, what the hell kind of advice is that? Well, he didn't care. He did it and investigated everybody in the cabinet. A lot of the corrupted politicians are in jail today because they were criminals. The Mexican president called him a dictator, an authoritarian. How dare he? And the president Nayib Bukele from El Salvador told her, keep your mouth shut. Why don't you take care of your country instead of telling me how to run my country? Talk about human rights. You don't even take care of your people. They have human rights as well. You don't want to do wars on the cartel. Why? Because they give her billions and billions of dollars in the economy for Mexico. Now, you heard it. I haven't watched this video. But everything that I told you right here, and it matches. It matches. I watched the live feed from President Claudia Sheinbaum, and they have all her little minions, as they call us, right? They have all these people coming in and says, oh, the city of Guadalajara, crime is down 70%. I'm sorry. I thought I'd be serious about it. They said 70% crime down. On this city was the most violent. Crime is down 60%. Crime is down 80%. There is no crime here. And then the people come up to the microphone. I don't know where you got those stats, but this weekend we got 17 people that got killed and the whole supposedly 70% reduction in crime. And they call her out. And you know what? Mexicans, they still clap for her. Greatest president. Oh, greatest president. Well, I'm not the only one that sees what's going on. I connected dots. Honduras, Mexico, Cuba, and Venezuela. Connect the dots. Connect 4.
Criminals off their streets, so why would Sheinbaum be against that? Lichtman pointed to high-profile corruption cases in Mexico and cartel figures, at least a huge chunk of the network that props these drug dealers up. And that's not only in the best interest of America, but also in the best interest of Mexico. It takes criminals off their streets, so why would Sheinbaum be against that? Lichtman pointed to high-profile corruption.
Legit question. Why would Sheinbaum be against that? Why would Sheinbaum be against us helping Mexico get rid of cartels? Remember, cartels are they're the Zetas. Zetas are the army that got trained by the United States of America and betrayed Mexico, and now they have their own army for the cartels. And President of Mexico is not doing anything against this military force. Think about it.
Cases in Mexico and cartel figures, arguing that authorities did nothing to hold them accountable. He used one case as an example, the case against General Cienfuegos.
When you take into account General Cienfuegos and his case, as you all remember, because it wasn't that long ago, he was the...
Jay, we know that you're a traitor. You're a scumbag. You will betray your whole country because the hate that you have for Trump. That's exactly what Democrats do, my friend. You're brainwashed. You're full of hate for this man. I don't think there's any hope for you, to be honest. Not once have I seen an actual decent comment from you on my chat. So if you're going to be talking a bunch of nonsense, bro, I am going to go ahead and give the go for them to ban you from the channel.
Probably the most important Mexican ever to be indicted in the United States. And he was indicted for, among other things, for working with the cartels and protecting them from being charged.
Once the general was charged and arrested, Mexico asked for him back, saying they would charge him themselves. But once he was returned, things completely changed.
Not only was he exonerated, despite there being an airtight case against him, but the Mexican president said that the DEA fabricated the mountain of evidence against Cienfuegos, which was absurd.
After Lichtman exposed them, the Mexican government's legal counsel office rushed out demanding proof of those accusations made against President Sheinbaum. Meanwhile, Lichtman responded from New York, mocking the entire move.
The moral of the story is this: less time having press conferences about lawyers from other countries voicing their well-supported opinions, get it, opinion, and more time focusing on helping young children.
The press ate it up. Mexican pundits called it the first time a sitting president had personally gone after a U.S. citizen over words spoken in court. But others were not buying it. They saw something else. They saw it as proof that Sheinbaum's administration was rattled by what Ovidio Guzman might reveal in his cooperation deal with U.S. prosecutors. And why would the president of Mexico care about what one cartel boss has to say to America? Unless, of course, there's a risk one of those things said might hit very close to home. Because if El Chapo's sons start naming names, there's a chance the fallout won't stop at the courthouse. By nightfall, the news exploded across Mexico, with talk shows replaying Lichtman's quote on loop, asking some really important questions like, why is the president of Mexico concerned about one American lawyer? However, Sheinbaum's allies insisted it was not about one man. The president was simply defending Mexico's dignity. Still, that did not change how opposition figures saw the back and forth. Desperation, a leader terrified of what might come out next. Sheinbaum's counterattack was about to make the story even bigger and far more dangerous. By sunrise, Mexico's morning shows were wall-to-wall with the story. The president of Mexico was suing a private American citizen, and not just any citizen, but El Chapo's lawyer. But when journalists asked for a copy of the lawsuit, none could be produced.
So we haven't seen that defamation lawsuit promised by the Mexican president, and it apparently hasn't even been seen in public.
That triggered some raised eyebrows across the Mexican government. Even Mexican legal scholars started questioning the move. One expert called it a spectacle, saying the lawsuit would likely hurt Mexico more than it would hurt the New York attorney it aimed to discredit. And beyond that, it confirms the suspicions America already has about Mexico. On the U.S. side, Lichtman's was going viral over Sheinbaum's lawsuit threat, so he fired back instantly. He stood by what he said.
The Betillo, let me see, with all due respect, an intervention means there is no sovereignty, and historically every U.S. intervention in Latin America ends in dictatorships. What you fail to understand is we don't need permission from Mexico, number one. We got bigger fish to fry for now, but the cartels are terrorists. They are known as international terrorists. Therefore, there is no mercy on them. They can be taken out at any given time by the United States. And there's nothing Mexico can do, but they're trying to be diplomatic about it. That's the whole thing. Everything works out better, a lot smoother, if Mexico actually collaborates with the United States of America. And if they don't, eventually President Donald Trump is going to get tired of giving chances. They know exactly where these people are. You think that this military, the Zetas in Mexico, are going to be able to stop President Donald Trump from dropping bombs on them? They won't even see those B-21 bombers coming except after the bombs has already been hit the ground. By the time they realize the B-21 bombers are in there, my friends, they will be gone. And we just want to we don't want to be involved in such things. But if it has to happen, it has to happen. I appreciate you being respectful.
Adding that if it wasn't true, then Sheinbaum would not just be suing him in an American court. Within hours, major outlets in Washington and Mexico City echoed the same question.
Thanks, Cutting Edge. And how you doing, brother? We've been here for 6 hours, bro.
Was Sheinbaum defending her reputation or silencing the wrong man? Meanwhile, Sheinbaum's opponents pounced. They accused her of weaponizing the presidency against her critics, the same tactic past leaders used when their own names came up in cartel investigations.
The Mexican government protects the cartels. That is why President Sheinbaum doesn't want the strong American leadership to help Mexico defeat the cartels. The cartels have given so much money to these politicians, narco-politicians of Morena, to get into office, to get the power.
It wasn't just a legal battle anymore. It had evolved into a question of Sheinbaum's credibility.
And also, Sheinbaum doesn't want the rest of the world to know what is happening here in Mexico.
But as the backlash grew, Mexico's own Attorney General's office weighed in, not to back off, but to double down. That statement would become a turning point, because instead of calming the controversy, it poured gasoline on it. By the next morning, Mexico City woke up to an all-out presidential counterattack. Cameras flashed across the National Palace steps as Claudia Sheinbaum stepped up to the podium a second time. She said, "Moral and political authority is required to govern Mexico and to be worthy of our people. So, the certainty of that authority, my history speaks for me." It's common knowledge that in politics, when you can't stop the story, you redefine it. So Sheinbaum went on offense. She linked Lichtman's comments to what she called foreign meddling and accused him of trying to destabilize her country. Minutes later, the Attorney General's office released its own statement, condemning Lichtman's irresponsible and false remarks.
Mexico Attorney General's office and AG Alejandro Gertz Manero claiming statements of cartel protection are false and that Lichtman should be held responsible.
The official memo highlighted the government's success in capturing Ovidio Guzman, reminding the public that 10 soldiers died in that operation. By framing her critics as enemies of the state, she was also warning anyone else that might rise up to stay quiet. Meanwhile, Lichtman...
Don't worry, Cutting Edge. I had a bag of little packet of oatmeal. It's been holding me all day, and plus I got my coffee here with me, so it's all good, brother. Don't worry.
Lichtman also wasn't backing down. He continued to double down online, teasing new revelations about what El Chapo's sons could expose if allowed to speak freely. The courtroom feud had become a power struggle, and the next round would play out not in courtrooms, but on air, because while Sheinbaum rallied her government, Lichtman was about to rally the world. If Sheinbaum thought her press conference ended the story, she was wrong, because just 48 hours later, Jeffrey Lichtman came back swinging for the second time. On his podcast, Beyond the Legal Limit, he didn't just defend himself, he torched Mexico's government.
This is America, not a third world shithole where tin-horn politicians try to crush the constitutional rights of the people in order to stay in power.
Millions of Mexicans heard the words their own media wouldn't dare say. Sheinbaum
Monroe Doctrine, baby. Let's go. Hey, Brian and Mickey, welcome to the chat.
Allies accused Lichtman of spreading propaganda. Lichtman shot back, saying he was only telling the truth they're afraid to admit. The question was no longer whether the president was lying. It was whether she was protecting something much bigger. As the online war raged, Sheinbaum's approval ratings dipped for the first time since taking office. When she was first sworn in, her approval was at 78%, but a recent poll shows her struggling to meet a 70% approval. For years, Sheinbaum built her image as Mexico's clean reformer. Now, the world saw her locked in a digital brawl with a cartel lawyer and losing. But then, the story crossed a darker line. Because while politicians traded words, one of Sheinbaum's loudest domestic critics was about to be silenced, and his death would turn whispers of corruption into something far more sinister. As Lichtman's words spread across Mexico, a chill settled over the country because suddenly, it wasn't just outsiders calling Sheinbaum out, it was her own people. One of them was Mayor Carlos.
There you go. An outsider calling Sheinbaum. This guy, unfortunately, got assassinated because she kept pushing President Claudia Sheinbaum to go to war against the cartels because they are killing people in his city. He's the mayor. The crime is huge, and she keeps telling everybody every day, crime is down 70%. Crime, I told you. This is what she's been doing. And these are Mexican people. This is the same lady that said, hey, you guys go ahead and look at this. Look at this scenario here. Claudia Sheinbaum, when she was told about the LA protest, right, with the raids down in the LA, she said that she supported it and she was telling them to stand up for their rights and protest and make a big movement. This is what she said. Now, why was that beneficial to her? Now, this is just my opinion. This is just my theory. How else do we get major drugs into our country and to the other country? Let's make a distraction. Let's allow caravans of hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants at the same time. A distraction here, a tunnel over here, boom, drugs are coming in. I'm not a mastermind, but I'm just using common sense. So what happens? Once the borders shut down, well, there's no plan B. So plan B now is to get rid of all the refugee seekers deported from Mexico. Remember, this is why I told you, she shut down the southern border of Mexico because there was too many people from Central America and South America coming to to Mexico illegally because Democrats have promised them legal, safe passage. And that money was going to be provided for them to continue the path all the way to the United States of America. But that got shut down because of Trump. So now Sheinbaum has a lot of suffering with her own citizens in Mexico. And they called the illegal immigrants from Honduras malditos. They're damned. They cursed them out, told them to get out of Mexico. Mexican citizens feel the same way as American citizens do about every other illegal immigrant that comes into this country. That's not news, but I can tell you that is the best way for anybody working with the cartel to bring all these drugs into this country when you have distractions all over every single point of entry. The United States was seeing hundreds of thousands of waves of illegals coming in here every day, even from China. They didn't care. Even from the Middle East, they didn't care. I'm telling you, man, you want to dance, you got to dance, but you got to do it right. You got to learn the steps. There is a lot of information out there, my friends. I cannot cover that information every single day with everybody, but there it is. And I just hope that all of you people that come in here and follow me, hating me for telling the truth, because you might, I'm not saying you don't have a point, but the reason why people argue, they don't like what I say, is because I already see something else that you don't see. So what you're saying to me, I understand why you say it. Legacy Media repeats it all the time, but I see the hypocrisy when they report news. You see, I watch a lot of live events. I watch a lot of live, and I'm like, okay. And then I hear CNN. I just watch the exact same thing that they just watched live. But the way they report it, that's not how I saw it. ABC does the same thing. So that's how I judge. I see it and they report something different, I don't trust them. So I go investigate in Venezuela. Let me find out what's going on over there. Well, this side says this and this side says this. Well, what are we looking at? Well, here's the levels of poverty in this country. Well, here is the leader. Well, here is the opposition. Well, how come these people are dead and that guy won? How come this person right here is put in jail in the United States of America and this couple right here won? How come is it that the president of Honduras, now the wife becomes to have a third term in office? How does that work? Why? Why is this happening? Well, then you find out that they have connections with Venezuela. Venezuela is offering money to Honduras. Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro tells Xiomara, the president of Honduras, hey, listen, tell the United States of America to get rid of all the army of the U.S. Army from Honduras and tell them that they also have to accept every single illegal criminal, Honduran illegal immigrant in the United States of America. Otherwise, they can get the military out of Honduras. Why? Because Honduras is right in between Central America. It's between the United States of America and Venezuela. Why is Honduras important? Because we can land our planes in Honduras as well. And then we can do more attacks on Venezuela if we need to. We can do better recon. We can do more surveillance from Honduras on Venezuela. It's more cost effective. Yes, we have the ships on the ocean, but also we need connections on the ground. There is not just one little thing of information. There is a lot of information. And if you've been following me for months now, hating on me, I hope that you've been paying attention to everything that I've been giving you, because by now you should know that what I'm telling you is the truth. And it's not because Democrats are evil and I just don't like them because I hate them. No, that's the way they act. That is what they're doing. They keep lying to us. Like, we see what's happening and they still lie to us. How do people still listen to them and follow them? It doesn't make sense to me. How is it possible that you are following somebody that tells you a lie right in front of your face while you see exactly what's happening next to you? I'm telling you, guys, it's not about being a Trumpster. This is MAGA nation. This is MAGA country. You know why? Because we finally found a leader that thinks like us, that puts America first like us, that wants to help us, that we can't do anything against Democrat Congress. We can't do anything against Democrat senators. We can do nothing against the government. But we found a guy that doesn't play the bullshit game, that cannot be bought, tells the truth as it is. He's very direct. He's politically correct. And that's what we are. That's why we unite. That's why we're together. And that's why we believe what we believe. That is just a small fraction of what puts us together in here. You see, at one day, what we want this group to just be full of people that are for America only. Because when we're America only, what that means is this: everybody else that needs to be taken care of, that is on our side, will also be taken care of. Let me tell you why I want to make my money, why I work. I've held 2 or 3 jobs for most of my time and most of my life in the United States of America. Why do I do that? Because I got to take care of my family. Why am I doing this? Because I got to take care of my family. In the meantime, I also got to do my part as an American citizen and spread out the truth. Let me figure out what's going on here, and well, here we go. I'll share my opinion. But if you're not willing to follow me around the world with the issues that I see happening over there and with my opinion, this is not the channel for you. I want American patriots, period. And if you say you supported President Donald Trump before, you're just a little fan. Nobody cares about fans because fans are flakes. You need patriots. You need people that are loyal to the cause. Just like Democrats, they're loyal to their cause. They don't care what good things President Donald Trump does. So we have to care about every good thing that he does because he's fighting for us. See, the other side doesn't think that we're fighting for them, but they sure as hell reap the benefits, don't they? They sure as hell put the hand out when the check comes in. They sure as hell want to tax the rich people when they make more money. They complain about billionaires making more money, but they don't say shit because they are able to pay the taxes. See, there's a lot. There's a lot more, guys. My brain is all over the place. I can't explain everything at one time. All I can say is trust in God, not in man. And stop being a loyalist to a party. Be a loyalist. If you're going to be a loyalist, be a loyalist to your country. Be a patriot and a loyalist to your country. Forget about the party. Remember that every American is your brother and sister, and sometimes we got bad brothers and sisters that need to get scolded. They need to be disciplined. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to make room to give them love. If you get kicked from my chat, it's because you're being disrespectful, you're being hateful, or you're even being racist. And we don't play that. And by the way, don't be threatening my life in here, because you will probably have the FBI knocking on your door. They will find you. Now let's listen to this man, which, by the way, he became a martyr in Mexico. The people are stepping up, they're standing up against the government, and I hope they continue to do that. I don't know what's going to happen in Mexico, but whatever happens, I hope Mexicans have peace.
Carlos Manso, a rising local politician who had publicly accused the president of protecting cartel networks and rejecting U.S. help to fight them.
In a May interview, Manso called for decisive action, saying armed criminals must be shot down without hesitation, something Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum criticized.
También tengo mucho miedo.
I am very afraid, but I must also have courage. We have no other option. We can't take one step back. Our lives are at risk.
Days after he talked about being afraid of what was coming for him due to his criticism of President Sheinbaum and the cartels, he was dead, assassinated, while celebrating with his family.
Mayor Carlos Manso joined hundreds of Mexicans from the Uruapan municipality to celebrate. And then, shots were fired. The mayor was hit at least 6 times. He was rushed to the hospital where he died.
It didn't look like coincidence to the Mexican people. The murder shocked the nation. Thousands flooded Mexico City's streets demanding justice. Students, small business owners, families clutching photos of missing relatives. Their signs read one word: Narco Estado, Narco State.
The unrest follows the assassination of a mayor who had criticized Sheinbaum's approach to fighting drug cartels.
The protests weren't about Jeffrey Lichtman anymore. His comments had just cracked the door open. Now, the country was seeing what lay behind it, and every protester knew the risk, because in Mexico, speaking the truth doesn't just ruin careers, it ends lives, and this protest wasn't any different. Social media feeds soon filled with videos of police pushing back crowds. Influencers who spoke out against cartel violence reported threats.
Massive protests breaking out in Mexico City. More than 100 police officers were injured in these violent clashes outside of the National Palace.
And through it all, Sheinbaum's government stayed silent, refusing to confirm whether Manso's assassination was being investigated as political. Whispers spread that Manso's death was meant to warn others, especially those echoing Lichtman's accusations. It was no longer just about one lawsuit or one insult. It was about how far power would go to protect itself. And when the United States finally responded, it made clear that this wasn't just Mexico's problem anymore. The killing of Mayor Carlos Manso didn't just shake Mexico, it also caught Washington's attention. Within days, the White House press room was packed. Reporters demanded answers about the U.S.-Mexican relationship and where it stood in the wake of the assassination. Caroline Leavitt, the president's press secretary, had this to say about it.
We are aware of that, and of course we condemn all political violence anywhere in all forms. We are continually pushing Mexico to do more to tackle the drug trafficking and the drug cartels within their country, and we are working with them in any way that we can.
But behind those diplomatic words, something had already shifted. Intelligence chatter hinted that U.S. agencies were expanding surveillance on cartel-linked politicians, including several inside Sheinbaum's own ruling party. Unofficially, sources described it as containment. Officially, Washington called it cooperation. And back in Mexico, the president's critics celebrated the pressure.
That's crazy, brother. That is crazy, man. But you know, people don't believe it, man. They think that we're just making things up because we like Trump. That's not what it's all about, bro. That's not what it's all about. And there is some AI on there.
Opposition figures said Sheinbaum's alliance with Venezuela and Cuba had isolated her, and now the consequences were coming from the north.
She is aligned with Venezuela's dictator, with Cuba, and we are losing our country. They have destroyed our Republican institutions the democratic state.
But Sheinbaum's allies called it something else: foreign interference. They warned that U.S. involvement could destabilize the country even further. Either way, the message was clear: Washington was watching. And with two of El Chapo's sons in U.S. custody, ready to testify, everyone wanted to know, who were they about to name? And when those confessions finally surfaced, they would drag Mexico's leadership into a storm no lawsuit could contain. Weeks later, Mexico was still reeling. The lawsuit against Jeffrey Lichtman had gone quiet, but that silence didn't last long. Whispers began leaking from Chicago courtrooms and U.S. federal offices. Rumors that El Chapo's sons were naming names, not drug lords, not smugglers, politicians. And Mexico's president was running out of places to hide. A lawyer's insult had turned...
Anonymous, thank you. And long live Mexico. Viva Mexico, cabrón. I know. I know. It's difficult. I wish the best for the Mexican people. I really do.
Into an international reckoning, one that could redraw the map of power in the Western Hemisphere. So now the question isn't just whether Sheinbaum will survive politically, it's what happens when the truth finally leaves the courtroom. So what happens now? Will those U.S. court confessions finally expose the names Mexico's government has fought to keep buried? And if they do, how far will the powerful go to stop them? Drop your thoughts in the comments, hit...
That is crazy. And there's one more that I saw in here. This is from the death door.
Mexico's most secure airport just got exposed as a cartel pipeline. And this time, the enemy wasn't smuggling from the jungle. They were inside the terminals.
269 pounds of pills and powder seized in this case could have yielded a staggering 6.9 million lethal doses.
We're talking about 270 kilos of loaded into fake medical crates, pushed through security by airport staff on cartel payroll, and bound for Tijuana. And these weren't low-level runners. They were insiders with years of access. Baggage handlers, cargo operators, logistics personnel, all working under military supervision. And still, not a single alarm was raised until a Navy patrol stumbled on them by accident. And was this an accident only because it was caught? Is the Navy protecting the cartels? A Navy patrol spotted two cargo vans idling too long near a departure gate. The sniff dogs hit, and when they opened the crates, they didn't find vaccines or medical supplies. They found bricks, hundreds of them. Now the Sheinbaum government is scrambling because this was proof that the country's largest airport is compromised from the inside out, and that cartel networks have already breached the very infrastructure the Navy is supposed to control. The Navy wasn't stopping the cartel. It was clearing the runway for them inside the airport Sheinbaum calls
the Mexican Navy, by the way. Imagine that. And who's the commander-in-chief in Mexico? Claudia Sheinbaum. I don't make this up, man. It makes sense. Again, take this information. If you're new, take this information with a little grain of salt, okay?
secure.
If you're watching this, good for you, because it's going to be copyrighted because of the background music, but I'm glad that you're able to watch it with me live.
And Trump is taking notice.
So let me just put it this way. I am not happy with Mexico.
This hits the core of Claudia Sheinbaum's national security promise, the same one she inherited from AMLO. The promise that putting the military in charge of airports, customs, and ports would stop exactly this from happening. But if the only reason they were caught was because they parked too long on the tarmac, then Mexico has one question to answer. If this was the load that got caught, how many made it through? It was just before sunrise when a Navy patrol noticed two cargo vans sitting.
I assure you, friend, I am not a paid propagandist.
Too long on the tarmac at position 51. One was registered to Magna Cartas, the other to Aeromexico Cargo. Both had their doors open, boxes visible, and no movement around them. That alone was enough to trigger a check. The K-9 unit was called in. Within minutes, the dogs hit. When they opened the crates, it wasn't medical gear, it was 270 kilos of it. They had just found box after box filled with compressed bricks of tightly wrapped, stacked like produce. Some boxes were labeled as medical cargo, others had no tags at all. One crate alone held 135 kilos. According to official reports, the seizure is the largest recorded at AICM since the Navy took over administration of the airport in 2023. 4 men were arrested on the spot, named Diego, Jesus, Edgar, and Eder. All of them had airport credentials and were longtime staff. We're talking baggage handlers, cargo techs, and even ground crew. And the shipment wasn't headed overseas. It was booked on a domestic Aeromexico flight AM110 to Tijuana at 6:30 a.m. Experts say this was a low-risk operation because you could legally move it across the country and simply hand it off at the border. That's it. You never look back then. But that's not what makes this case serious. What matters is where the came from and who got it that far. Because this wasn't a failed attempt. This was a rock thrown at Sheinbaum's shattering regime. And this bus just happened to catch one load before it disappeared like all the others. Once the bust happened, the details all came tumbling out for the public. The 4 men arrested were seasoned airport employees with 5, 8, even 15 years on the job. Diego had worked for Magna Cartas for over a decade. Edgar and Eder were on Aeromexico's cargo team, and Jesus was from AGN Aviation, one of the airport's main ground services companies. That means they had access, badges, and knew exactly how to move around the cargo floor without raising flags. That's what makes this case so dangerous. Cartel-aligned workers were inside the infrastructure, operating for years.
Officers investigating a shipment of carrots.
There we go. White powder substance right there.
Authorities now believe this wasn't the first load. It was part of what they're calling a constant flow of unscanned shipments that were getting cleared with no questions asked. And while there's no official statement on the cartel behind this, it's clear that Sinaloa or CJNG cartels are behind the scenes. After all, Sheinbaum has done nothing but to let them grow roots even stronger than before. The method was simple. They used fake shipping guides, slapped medical stickers on the boxes, and timed the drop-offs for the graveyard shift when oversight was lowest. In some cases, they reportedly applied the labels on-site, inside the...
Well, there's your labels, Dice. It's medicinal cocaine, brother. That's what that is.
vans, just before loading.
The Sinaloa cartel peddles this poison for one reason, to make money. In this case, we hit them where it hurt.
They also knew how to work around the scanning process. One of the men told investigators that the official shipping guides, which are required before a package can be x-rayed, weren't even printed. They just moved the boxes straight onto the tarmac. And because they operated from inside the logistics chain, nobody stopped them. The cartel moved 270 kilos of through a federally controlled airport using long-term staff with access badges and zero resistance. That alone tells you everything about the state of Sheinbaum's security model. Let's be clear, this airport is under military control. The Navy took over operations in 2023, supposedly to stop exactly this from happening. And Sheinbaum didn't just back that move, she campaigned on it. She ran on AMLO's promise that militarization would fix corruption, that putting ports, airports, and customs in the hands of the armed forces.
You guys want to watch Jasmine Crockett make an announcement that she's running for senator?
Would shut down cartel access and bring order to the country's infrastructure. This bust proves that was a lie, because if 4 cartel-linked employees were moving 270 kilos of through Mexico's busiest airport, which is also under full military supervision, then the strategy didn't just fail, it collapsed. Sheinbaum didn't hold a press conference. She didn't announce an investigation. There were no firings, no resignations, and no shift in policy. Her only response was to point to Felipe Angeles Airport and say cargo flights had already been moved there.
Regresar a la guerra contra el narco no es opción.
That's how she framed it, as if the problem had already been.
There is no option. Declare war on the cartels? She says that's not an option. What president? I don't get it. What president would say that's not an option? I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Solved. And the worst part? The only reason they got caught was because they parked for too long. Not intelligence, not oversight, just dumb luck. Of course, a bus like that doesn't go unnoticed by Trump.
I've been speaking to Mexico. They know how I stand. We're losing hundreds of thousands of people to drugs. We know every route. We know every route. We know the addresses of every drug lord. We know their address. We know their front door. We know everything about every one of them.
Within a week, U.S. Homeland Security flagged AICM as a high-risk logistics node. DEA officials began tracking the case for possible cartel crossover through Tijuana. And after a classified briefing, Donald Trump publicly accused the Sheinbaum government of allowing cartels to operate inside protected infrastructure.
After the bust, agents sent the drugs to this brand new lab for processing and testing. And since federal prosecutors determine charges based on what the drug is and how much agents seize, the DEA chemists who test and weigh the drugs play a vital role in the process.
He called it a narco runway and said any country allowing this kind of trafficking through its capital should face immediate sanctions. And as you guys probably know, this is Trump's way of saying that Sheinbaum is about to go down. The question is, when? Sheinbaum continues to make peace with silence on the matter while the country destabilizes under her control. Her remarks stay oddly neutral.
It's because in the U.S. in history, more consumers than in Mexico. So if we want to stop that, it's not just violence.
And that's exactly why the cartel's not worried, and their message is clear. If you can run a drug route through the capital's main airport, you can run it anywhere. And if Sheinbaum can't even control its own runway, what makes anyone think she can control the country?
Are you guys sure you don't want to watch it? Come on, guys. Her announcement is very important. Her announcement is very important, guys. All right, we hit our 6.5 hours mark. Come on, we gotta give our friends something for hanging out with us for so long here. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and listen to the message. Sorry, Patriots, we gotta hear everybody.
Truth to power, and not just speaking truth. Just speaking truth to power, she'll even shake the power table every once in a while to make sure that people like you and I have a seat in the room. And now she's standing for something higher.
Uh-oh.
She's standing for something higher, not just for herself, but for the people of Texas. She has spoken when her voice quivered. She has stood boldly in front of criticism, even when her knees wobbled. And so now I'm letting you know that I'm standing with Jasmine. Who else in the room is standing with Jasmine? Now, I know we have a list of speakers, and I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that sometimes this space is used as a church. So as I take my seat, I want you to touch 3 neighbors and say, she can win, she can win, she can win, she can win, she can win.
Is she saying chicken wings? I think she's saying chicken wings. I might be a little racist by saying that, but that's what it sounds like. I think she's saying chicken wings for everybody.
She can win. And the church said amen.
All right, for the council member. Next up, let's welcome our next speaker, Miss Carla Gates, accompanied by members of the Dallas Lone Star National Association of Letter Carriers, Local Branch 132. Let's give it up for them.
All right. I'll give you a different one, but I will warn you, this might not be any better.
And then, so with Michelle, you, me,
George is here.
Or Georgia wanted to say something at the end of media that got.
Love and support our immigrant neighbors. You guys want this one, or you want Crockett with the chicken wing?
How long is this going to be? How long it needs to be?
You be saying the craziest things sometimes.
How long it needs to be?
Hey, somebody call ICE. I see a bunch of illegal immigrants on this photo right here. Chicken wings.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
So we're here today to address the St. Paul Police Department horrendous behavior during the ICE raid in St. Paul. We're also demanding that ICE leave the city of St. Paul in the Twin Cities area. But today's Today's press conference is focused on the St. Paul Police Department's treatment of protesters and observers outside of a raid. First, outside of an ICE raid. First, we're going to have Michelle Gross from Communities United Against Police Brutality.
Chicken wings.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Gross, MICHELLEGROSS. I'm president of Communities United Against Police Brutality. The St. Paul Police Department's conduct on during the November 25th raid on Rose Avenue is outrageous. It is also a violation of the Post Board Model Policy on police interactions with First Amendment protected rights. And the reason I know that is because I'm one of the authors of that policy. All police departments are required to adopt a policy. Whenever there is a Post Board Model Policy, all police departments are required to adopt that policy or one even more stringent. And the St. Paul Police Department has. In fact, in their policies 438 and 438.19, they have adopted pretty much the exact language of the Post Board Model Policy. However, they didn't follow it that day. They violated it in 4 important ways. People who were not violating the law in any way were pepper sprayed directly in the face, as were the people around them.
My energy bill.
Who, again, had not violated any law. Chemical munitions were used in as a form of collective punishment, where they were thrown into the street and created a fog, not just for all of the protesters and observers, but also for everyone who lives in that neighborhood. Once they dropped those chemical munitions into the community, they then fired through the smoke with direct fire munitions, pepper balls, and rubber bullets into the crowd indiscriminately without knowing who they were hitting or who they were aiming at or anything, because it was a big fog and they were just firing right through it, and that is outrageous conduct as well. And finally, they targeted members of the media, which you will be hearing from someone with that shortly. But they fired directly on members of the media who are well identified, well marked. This is an attack not only on people who were engaged in protected First Amendment activities, but it is also an attack on the right of the community to know about those activities and to know about the conduct of ICE in our neighborhoods. We are demanding that that something be done about this. We came last week to the St. Paul City Council because they had announced that they were going to discuss this issue. They'd announced that they will do that during their meeting. We came and we sat through the entire meeting with them not addressing this issue in any way and not even allowing the public to discuss this issue. Now they've announced again that they're going to talk about that issue this coming week, but yet we get the agenda and there's nothing on there about addressing egregious police conduct that had no business happening and that is going to create liability for the city but also harm the community. So we are demanding that the St. Paul City Council address this issue.
I show you that picture to show you that they are impeding. They have surrounded the ICE agent vehicles. This is why they get pepper sprayed. This is why they get that smoke. This is why they get hit with those pepper balls, etc. See, I hate it when they come in here and play the victim, but she doesn't say anything about every single citizen in there trying to obstruct ICE agents. As their sign says in there, they stand for illegal immigrants. They think that's their community. No, they're invaders. They're intruders in American communities. That's not how that works. They need to respect federal law. And if they don't respect federal law and they are obstructing justice, they need to be arrested and put in jail. We need to start building some big jails up in the states. More alligator Alcatraz.
That the police engage in an investigation and assign appropriate misconduct discipline, and that this never, ever happen again. Thank you.
What do we want?
Justice.
When do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
$1 billion.
When do we want it?
Now.
In New York, the new mayor is talking about that the police can arrest ICE agents. So I think that's something that elected officials here in Minnesota should contemplate. Next on our...
All right, hold on. Go ahead, tell me, Falstorosa, what don't I get? I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Go ahead, put it on the chat. Tell me, what don't I get about illegal migrants? Please help me understand. What's up? What's on your mind? Uh-oh, Sheldon. You going to make another video of me? Sheldon? Oh, no, maybe it's a different Sheldon. They should be happy it was pepper balls and pepper spray. As soon as they surrounded my vehicle, I thought it would be my wife in it. Well, I have a very large truck with a good amount of space underneath it. The wheels on the bus go bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. You guys are cold, man. Go ahead. I'm waiting for you to tell me, why don't I get illegal immigrants in this country? Tell me what I don't understand. Let's see. Who was that called me? I forget. This is the good Sheldon. I have a Sheldon that makes videos of me getting arrested by the police. Let's see. I like how they throw insults instead of trying to educate me. Nice hot taco glaze. ICE agents should show their faces and have warrants for any arrest. So embrace. They don't need warrants to arrest illegal immigrants. They only need warrants if they're going to come into private property. That is the only time they need a warrant. If they come into a private property chasing an illegal immigrant, they don't need a warrant because they know that person is in that house. See, the warrant is for a search. It's to protect your privacy. But if there is cause to believe that an illegal immigrant is there and they saw him, they don't need a warrant for that. That's as far as I understand it. Okay? So don't get mad. I'm not going to torture you, my patriots, listening to this bull crap. Because that's not who we are. Let's see what is Crockett here yet? Oh my Lord! Yeah, we're not gonna torture ourselves with this BS. I was just joking, guys. You guys can't take a joke. Can't take a joke. I do want to point out this video right here. Let me see. This is what you're looking at.
Activity once again in St. Paul. Our crews are on scene near 600 Rose Avenue East on the city's east side. Now that's just across the street from the St. Paul Public Library in Arlington Hills and also near East Emmanuel Lutheran Church. We do know that St. Paul police are on the scene. We do know that there were federal agents out there tear gassing protesters who showed up. This location is several miles from Brotex, where ICE agents arrested 14 people less than 1 week ago. That raid brought out protesters and at times did grow violent with pushing and shoving. Agents that day also deployed tear gas to keep people away. Now we're going to take a live look of the scene right now. You can see an incredibly large crowd out there on this Tuesday morning. As we mentioned, there has been federal activity out there believed to be ICE. KARE 11 photojournalist David Peterlins has been on the scene for a while now. Dave, what seems to be the focus of the agents' activity?
Bottom line, the lesson is, let ICE do their job. It's very simple. Let ICE do their job. Stay out of the way. You guys have to understand. They got a job to do. You got to let them do that job. We didn't stop them at the border. Well, we got to stop them now. Guys, if you are here for the first time, thank you so much for hitting a like on that button. Thank you so much, my patrons, for hanging out with me for 6 hours and 40 minutes. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for those who support me by becoming members as well. This is what I do for a living. And I wouldn't be able to do this without your support. So thank you so much for that support. I want to say God bless you. God bless your families. And God bless the USA. Saltwater, appreciate you. Robert, Brian, Trinity, my sister, love you. Love you all, Kennedy. Much love, sis. Thank you for joining our family here in the Dennis Herrera Show. Till next time, guys. You all be blessed. Be good.